2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala Champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the 2-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special 2-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you. The Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
You are now the proud owner of a Pagani.
standing, let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone. Yeah, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone. Time to get in the zone.
STG stand for what? Stay to stay. Stay to stay.
Bence bu sene diğer seneye göre daha kolay geçecek.
We will smash you in PMGC.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS. Gue Zuxi dari Persija EVOS.
Herkese merhaba, ben STG'den Saylas, yanımda Kalse var. Bugün
E aí galera, meu nome é Carrilho e sou jogador da Foresight Sports.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Revo e hoje a gente vai fazer o PMGC Power Ranking.
Pertama ada Yudu. Idol Alliance. Karena dia baru kayaknya sih. Rising Star lah.
Tipo assim, um time que já jogou a PMGC, né? Mas eu acho que coloca o New Challenge ou o Dark Horse.
Pode ir no challenge. Bota aí.
Colocar ele aqui, tamo junto.
IAC cukup senior juga di PUBG Mobile.
Yani Moğolistanlılar güçlü. Sence?
Değiller. Darkan yani.
IAC tuh dari kayak kelasnya kemarin tuh dari bawah, tiba-tiba kayak orang nggak expect langsung bisa masuk ke top 5. Kayaknya kita bakal naruh di ini sih. Dark Horses.
Fez.
Pô, fez também um time bom, mano, mas eu acho que também é Dark Horse.
É, acho que não seja um time pra ser campeão.
Ne?
Acredito nisso.
Bence de. Koy en alta.
Şey olsun.
Luxi Luxi bayağı iyi. Tecrübeli.
Bu duolar gider diyorsun.
Aynen koy buraya.
Ah, PGV é um time antigo, né?
Sim. Colocar ele no Top Gun.
Top Gun, né? Um time muito bom.
Kita harus pede di grand final ini tim kita sendiri ya. Taruh di Top Guns. Salah ya. Taruh Top Guns. Oke.
DX.
Sanok'la iyi fight'ımız var kardeşlerimizle. Zamanında da fight'lamıştık. Yani ne olduklarını biliyoruz.
DX ya. Dark Horses juga. Dark Horses.
DX.
DX acho que é Rising Stars, né?
Weibo.
É Top Gun, mano.
Tem muito o que falar, não.
Pô, você é doido.
Esse cara é bom mesmo.
Çinliler iyi kardeşim. Çinlileri seviyoruz. Bizim guys çok
Özellikle
sever.
Akif abi çok sever.
WBG. Wibu Gaming ada dia. MRPX. Ya menurut gue sih Dark Horses sih. Tapi kalau misalnya secara overall untuk ada di tim-tim di PMGC, kayaknya Rising Star sih ya. New Challenger lebih ini sih. Enggak lah, kita kan udah sering ketemu. Rising Star sih. Dark Horses bukan sih Rising Star ya.
Onlar bayağı iyi.
Top Guns'ın ikincisi bence olmalı.
Rising Star'a koy.
Ciddi mi diyorsun?
Ya da şöyle koyamaz mıyız yani?
New Challenge ou Dark Horse?
Challenge.
Fraquinho demais, Giva do meu spot.
Star Wars.
Top Gun também.
Ah, vamos dar essa moral pra eles, vamos deixar eles ir.
Deixa ele feliz. Star Wars.
Yani deneyecek bir şey yok yani. O yüzden iyiler. Haklarını vermek lazım. Koyuyorum buraya. Zorlayacaklar bizi.
Semua orang tahu ini orang tim jago banget. Jadi kita taruh di ST Top Guns.
4MV.
Porra, mano, é um time tipo assim, é novo na PMGC, mas é um time que vem jogando muito bem.
Acho que é Rising Stars, hein?
É, mas é um time,
Eles aí.
tipo assim, é entre Rising Stars e Top Gun, né?
Ben YouTube'dan izliyorum kendilerini. Bayağı iyiler. Onlar da
ST, China. Ah, Rising Stars também.
Rising Stars também.
São muito bons.
Muito pá.
Tapi menurut gua nih sih di New Challenger sih. Iya, New Challenger. Kita ketemunya di PMRC doang kalau nggak salah. Tapi performa dia bagus banget di pas di ini group stage.
Ah, aqui é nós, né? Nem
Ah, isso daí não precisa nem discutir, só coloca então já é.
Alpha 7 juga, ya semua orang tahu lah Alpha 7 jago banget. Kita akan taruh di Top Gun.
Alpha 7 bence direkt.
Alpha 7 very good team. Nice.
Major Pride.
É um time bom também. Mas acho que eles é
Tá
novo
eles
também.
no Challenger.
É.
Bota embaixo aí.
Major Pride menurut gue sih New Challenger sih. Buat semua orang yang ada di sini, ini contender terbaru sih.
NSI. Dark
Ah.
Horse. Não gostei desse cara, não. Deixa eles ir pro time deles.
Jago soalnya. Mereka juara grup. Ya, mereka konsisten banget main Star ini.
Rising Star. Loops.
Brezilyalılar iyi. Hello Mythic.
Bunu nereye koyarız? Buraya mı?
Ya, juara grup green di hari pertama yang agak turu, pada kurang bagus, sisanya juarai 3-4. Konsisten banget green.
Deixa eles aqui embaixo. E a Lux é porque é New Challenge mesmo. É primeira vez jogando uma final, não tem muito o que falar.
Ada TEC. Kita bukan yang ngerendahin sih, cuman di sini jago semua, tapi kita taruh New Challenger sih.
O
Ah, vou deixar até aqui no Dark Horse, hein?
Terakhir ada S2G.
S2G,
time da casa.
sobrou.
S2G stand for what? Stay to stay. Stay to stay.
Önüste.
World Champion last year ya. Udah jelas kita taruh sini.
Deixar eles aqui, Rising Stars.
Bence bu sene diğer seneye göre daha kolay geçecek. Yani diğer sene bence daha güçlü takımlar vardı.
We will smash you in PMGC.
É, a gente em primeiro, com certeza, né?
STI Alpha 7, Loops, For Miracle Vibes, sama kita. Satu lagi tim Cina sih. Sama kita nomor 1. Kurang lebih seperti itu dulu power ranking dari kita, Persija Pos.
Então esse foi nosso Power Ranking e a gente se vê na grande final agora.
Gece finallerinde desteklemeyi unutmayın. Hepinizi seviyoruz.
Dukung kita terus di PMGC Grand Final.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye semuanya. Bye.
The all-new PMGC Road to Glory event is available now. Come and support your favorite team and stand a chance to win the rare esports supporter title, Champion Lobby theme, exclusive commemorative team cards, and more. You can choose a team participating in the PMGC finals that you wish to support at the start of the event. Once chosen, you can carry the team flag towards the 2023 PMGC finals venue. Each advance requires a PMGC memento. Don't worry, we'll explain how to get them in a moment. While advancing, you have a chance to trigger a Q&A challenge when you advance to a special space. If you win, you can advance one more time for free. During the event, each player has up to 5 free chances. Don't miss out. Please note that the likes you receive from friends will increase your chances of advancing more than one space per day. In this event, there are 2 main ways of getting PMGC mementos. First, there's a chance to pick them up in the Frozen Kingdom themed mode. You can get 1 per match and up to 5 per day. We heard that it's easier to find them in Snowy Village. Second, you can get 1 free PMGC memento by using 50 UC on the PMGC Lucky Spin. Every time you reach the destination, you'll earn points. Tap the gift box on the left to enter the event shop. You can use points to redeem PMGC-themed space gifts, a time-limited lobby theme, and more. Most importantly, when the event ends, the top 100 players on the flag contribution ranking will be awarded with the Esports Supporter 60D title. Upon reaching the destination, the carried flag will be contributed to the supported team, and there's a chance to collect signed commemorative team cards. Come and cheer for your favorite team. Based on the total number of flags contributed by players across the server, a team prize of up to $80,000 can be unlocked. The prize will be distributed according to the team ranking, which is based on the number of contributed flags. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. That's it for the 2023 Road to Glory event tutorial. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and participate now.
Well, the crowd is here and ready to go. You can hear the drums going in the background. We can see the fans right in front of us. And we're definitely going to hear the fans a lot more, especially when S2G, who sit right behind us, are looking pretty good here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, joined by Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming. Max, we had your favorite team do pretty good yesterday.
Yes, and I don't know if I should still keep supporting them. I'm scared I'm going to unfortunately curse them a little bit, but no, Star Wars been looking fantastic. We talked about also Brazil.
Yep.
Doing pretty good.
Don't talk about them, right? Let's not curse them.
Are you on the Brazil train?
No.
Yes.
No. You started talking about yesterday about Nox and Red Force, and then it just started going down.
At the halfway point
you were like,
of the day.
7, you know what? You started to convince me on the hype train, and then it just went downhill. So let's not do that.
Don't convince me.
Okay. All right.
It kind of is your fault, actually, for convincing him. But Max is very convincible, to be honest. But you guys at home, obviously, we have still 2 more days of action coming your way. Make sure you're checking out TikTok in the meantime with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out stuff happening behind the scene, and obviously here on the stage, as well as a lot of lovely content for you guys to pick up. Not to mention the Infinix GT10 Pro, which I actually get to see in person and potentially steal and take with me. Because you know what, Max? This was born for professional esports players. So maybe I shouldn't take it because I'm not a professional esports player.
I played with you, and it's not, no. And the security looking down there, then like you can't take it.
You guys get clutch up
right away.
I like how you change topics there, because you know I have a giant bag of things to bring out when it comes to you and gaming.
That tree is rotating.
That tree is rotating.
There's a tree coming at us.
Oh no.
It's good times. And 7 obviously got to see a little bit of a glimpse of it as well. But gentlemen, I mean, obviously we've had 1 day of play already done. We saw some teams really rise through and show what they can bring here to the most competitive stage and most competitive event of PUBG Mobile ever. But then we had some teams underperforming a little bit, which makes me kind of sad. For instance, Titan is going to stand out to me, obviously being the invited team, coming straight into the grand finals for PEL. They did not look too good yesterday.
Yeah, I hope they're just going to have a little bit of a meeting in the locker room after that match and be like, so the DBS. It's a little bit too good. Maybe
no more Vector.
No more Vector. No DBS Vector. I think one's just a little bit better than the other, but I hope that we're going to see a little bit of a change on that side, and also maybe a little bit quicker rotations from Titan Esport Club because they have the guns to fight against these teams. We saw especially a lot of these Chinese teams yesterday play the M762 really well. Weapons that are really hard to control, and some of the most amazing sprays I've seen so far in PUBG Mobile Esports. So it's just quicker rotations and a way to deal with the DPS in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be Loops. I feel like all of us expected a lot more out of Loops. We saw Cardozen being able to be the only player alive, and that's because we were kind of talking about this too when we were watching the map stream. He was nowhere near his team, or if he was, as soon as they would get into a fight, Max, he would just pretty much run away. To be fair, though, he was able to clutch up for his team some extra points, right, in regards to placement and stuff like that. But they need to figure this out because currently nothing's working for them. And then alongside with Loops, I do want to mention Persija because we saw a lot of changes for this team. We were talking about how they could have been in regards to the map, which map they were playing. They were going to be bringing in players. I'm hoping that today, after they got a little bit of time to VOD review, they're going to go figure out which is going to be the actual roster for today.
I love the Painan drop where he's like, I'm out of here. Yeah. I'm not fighting
for
this.
Cardozen.
Well, obviously, we've seen some success with we've seen a lot of success with 2-2 splits, not so much with the 1-3s. But here's our little of an overview for you guys at home. We missed out on yesterday. It's 3 days of matches, 6 matches a day. We'll be, of course, having Miramar, Erangel, and Sandhawk with 2 Miramars, 3 Erangels, and 1 Sandhawk. If you're wondering what all that crowd cheering for is, Sam's over on the Turkish desk at the moment saying hi and obviously talking about how much better he is than everyone else here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm making it up. I can't speak Turkish. But $3 million on the line here. A lot of money, a lot of moolah for these teams. And a lot to be won besides that with the pride and glory of taking home the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if it's SGG taking home the trophy on home soil here after winning last year. And SGG chants. I love it. They're not just chanting when SGG do well, Seven. They also chant SGG when the team above them get eliminated.
Yes.
Just all the time, the same thing happening.
And for the other teams that are trying to catch up, I feel like they have been cheering on some teams. To be fair, though, to be fair to this fan, they were cheering for Star Wars yesterday when they were destroying on Alpha 7, kind of like what you were saying there.
I mean, SGG, SGE is kind of similar. I think we just got confused a bit. But I think they were saying SGG.
Which STE?
Oh, no. I got to ask Zute. Zute's going to help me out. Zute, help.
No, obviously, another team that we have to mention here, it's going to be one of our dark horses, which you did see, to be fair, out of a couple of the teams out there when they're ranking them. It's IHC. 8 placement points, some of the lowest out of the entire lobby. And yet they have 32 eliminations and are sitting in 6th place at the moment.
Yeah. You ask IHC, what's a placement point? Like, there's placement points?
What? What are those?
You can't get those?
No, of course, IHC, I think, has been proven multiple times, right, Seven, that when it comes to taking fights, they're one of the top teams up there. In terms of eliminations, they can rival the likes of Stalwart, the likes of Alpha 7 right now. And if we can hopefully see them just rotate a little bit faster, I think that second Miramar in particular, where they had so much space on the northern eastern side.
You got really angry about
mad,
that one.
Okay?
Tell them how you really feel, Max.
This desk is solid. I almost broke it. Okay. But really, if they just speed up the rotations, if they don't allow 3, 4, 5 teams to leapfrog their position, I feel like they can hold down central positions just so efficiently. They just haven't gone to that point yet. So
figuring out their
change.
fights, right? We were seeing a lot of super early fights out of them. We were kind of talking about it yesterday, how we want to see them being able to hold off a little bit more towards the end, where they're pretty much going to be able to not only get those eliminations, they're going to be able to start getting those elusive placement points that they might not be aware of.
Is that possible? Do you think the stars have a line?
I don't think it's possible, though. Like, being realistically, I don't think they're going to be able to adjust to that. I feel like they're just so used to being the way they're currently playing. I really don't see them being able to adjust it.
I kind of agree, because the only game where they really stood up and changed their approach was the last Miramar of Last Chance. That was their qualifying game, right? I just hope we're going to see a similar change here where they understand, okay, it's a 3-day tournament. If we don't start stepping up today, and you said it, Jason, today is when PMGC really starts for some of these squads. Today is your kickoff day. If you don't start to change things, you're pretty much done.
It's your true test. It's a test to your fortitude as a team, fortitude of your mentality of coming into this day. Obviously, yesterday when you finished off the games, your job wasn't done. Your analyst's job has to kick in. Your coach's job has to kick in because you need to review what went wrong.
You said it best yesterday. Today is when PMGC actually starts.
Yeah, I did say that. I did say that. I like to hear it twice, actually, in a day that I said something.
Let me say it again. Today.
What about Weibo Gaming, though? This team, one of your favorite players,
Shansu.
We got to see him almost pull, I mean, I want to say almost pull off. It felt like almost like a 1v4 with the MG3. Got a couple of knocks, but wasn't able to capitalize off of that. But they have started to look better. They've actually, surprisingly to me, been the strongest Chinese team so far.
Yeah, and of course you're going to look back on their Erangel win east of Severny. they had a massive split. It was a 2-1-1 split, I believe, at the time, and they're just keeping options open, understanding especially this is a really tough circle shift. There's not a lot of good POIs to play in this kind of area. If we center it up quickly, keep options open, and I mean instantly regroup, very similar to Nongshim Red Force, when the circle pops and you can get in a better position, is going to be strong. So I feel like if they can kind of bring some of that success in today, and hopefully also tomorrow, we can expect to see a WBG be a top contender. Like right now, PEL might have another team that's not Nova win the tournament too.
The big question for me is what kind of Weibo are we going to be seeing at the start of the day? Are we going to be seeing the Weibo from the first half of yesterday, which was a team alongside with Morph, were the only two teams to finish 12th through 16th 3 times in a row? Or are we going to see the Weibo from the second half of the day, which was the only team, even though with the performances from STE, from Alpha 7, it was the only team to finish in the top 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And if we can continue to see that team, it's going to be very, very scary for everybody else, especially if they start being consistent, because that's kind of what we've been talking about, right? Teams that are going to be able to be consistent. One team that I kind of want to see a little bit more consistency, and I want to see actually a shift, is going to be Nongshim Red Force. We saw them start very strong. They're being aggressive, but the big question mark for them is that they are not a team that can, at least hasn't shown me yet, that they can get a lot of eliminations. They did end up getting a chicken dinner yesterday. I think it was only just with 5 eliminations. In the first game, I think they ended up with 9 elims, but it wasn't a chicken dinner. I want to see those performances that I know Stalwart can put up, that I know Alpha 7 can put up, because if they're going to challenge, they need to start putting up those 25-point games.
Yeah. I think that's the big standout point when you're looking at Alpha 7 and Stalwart, is that they can get those big elimination chicken dinners, right? And I think that's one point you mentioned about Alpha 7 when we were talking about them earlier, is that they don't tend to take ego fights because they know that that's potentially going to hurt them in the long term of these matches, which is one thing that we talk about IHC, taking early fights, losing players. You can't aim for chicken dinner anymore. Alpha 7 and Stalwart have been so successful that they just linger into the late game stage, have 3-4 players, they can get a strong position, and off the back of that, take way easier fights too. So I feel like if we can see that also from those teams, then we can expect to see better results.
What I'm hearing is Nongshim HC.
It's an 8-man team.
Combine the two, maybe have the best team in the world. Just in case you didn't get on the end, I saw some confusion there. But let's talk about Alpha 7. It was brought up a couple of times, and of course, when we talk about Alpha 7, 7 makes me talk about them. He's like, Jason, always tune in Alpha 7 every day.
It's his time.
Carrillo.
Yes.
For me. I mean, I have to give him credit because I've been someone who's been so harsh on him for, I want to say, like a year or two now, because he's not been able to hit the same level of performance he had on Loops back in the day. And this tournament in particular has really shown the old school Carrillo and what he can really put out. He is proven to be, yet again, one of those really strong 4 players on our roster.
Yeah, and from being able to talk to him, he seems really confident. He was actually yesterday, on official record, he was able to break the most eliminations for PMGC. So it's really good for him to get that confidence boost. But as you're saying, we're starting to see him being able to frag out. It's not taking a day. It's not taking a couple of games. From the get-go, he's been able to be there for his team. Now, it's not only Carrillo, a player that I would actually like to see frag out is Mafioso. He was having some issues yesterday with Miramar. He was the player that was getting eliminated very early on, the first player eliminated out of Alpha 7. But kind of what you were saying and what we were talking about is Alpha 7 is not going to take those ego fights anymore, and that was a big change for me, a big change that I actually really enjoy out of them, because when I saw Mafioso get eliminated by S2G when Alpha 7 decided to just blindly push there, old Alpha 7 would have been like, okay, you know what, we're gonna crash into them and we're gonna take this fight. Instead, they decided to leapfrog them, take advantage of the circle, and see if they could have gatekept them. They didn't end up fighting, but to see that change of Alpha 7 and their playing style, I feel like it's definitely benefited them here, and I can't wait to see what we're going to see out of them today, especially with that Varvi that they have had.
Yeah, and especially from Alpha 7, I remember looking back, especially during the championships and their regional tournaments of PMPL, I want to see more Miramar in particular. I know that typically they've been a really efficient team. The circles have not been quite favorable, of course, but there's still ways you can adapt to those kind of situations. So Miramar in particular, if you're going to see an improvement, it's good. Though I can imagine Paraboy on the analyst desk seeing Carrillo break the record, like, crap, that was really good. Not anymore the record.
He's probably like, I'll be here next year.
He's like, where are they at? Let me pull out their connections real quick. But as you're talking about, like, not going for those ego fights, the weird thing to me is that Loops, back when Carrillo was on the team, you know, two years ago, ego is what made them so powerful, what made them so strong. You know, the amount of times we'd see them get an aggressive play, they would look for a fight, they would get one knock with some really well-placed nades, and they would swarm like a shark detecting a drop of blood in water. It's weird to see that the ego that they've been able to pull away from and not force these fights out, it's still working out for them because when it comes down to, okay, we got to fight, they still know how to pull it off.
And that's the thing, they can flip that switch, right? They can be aggressive. Everybody in the world knows that Brazilian teams can definitely be aggressive. And before, it was always, okay, if a Brazilian team, if we get at least one player eliminated by them, we know that they're going to be pushing onto us.
Yes,
we know what to expect. And now it's that question mark, okay, it's a Brazilian team, but they are not going to be pushing now? What's going on here? So it's a good change out of this team. It's actually some changes that some of the other Brazilian teams couldn't adjust during league stage, and he ended up hurting them, and that's why they're currently not here in the grand finals. And I feel like it's just benefited them in such a big way for Alpha 7.
I think one really good example of what you just brought up here is that game that was east of Chopsticks in Gak Field, and they were just taking the fight north, and they had an opening knock initially on Procedure Evos, I believe it was, at the time. And what they understood is, okay, this fight actually makes sense. It's worth taking a mid-game fight to try and unlock the northern side of the circle. So I like that, and I think Redface saw in the elimination feed it's Alpha 7. It's like, it's Alpha 7, and they're pushing. I'm out of here. I'm going to go center and just see if I can get a few placement points. But it is good that they're taking fights that just make so much sense and just unlock the entire late game stage for them.
Well, another thing we have to mention, if we're talking about individual players of Korea, Silas from S2G, the amount of points he saved his team yesterday by being the last person left alive. There's a match where I think it was maybe our first Erangel, where he was just dominating players from Major Pride as the last player alive, or maybe it was Sandhawk actually the first match of the day, getting them so many extra points. And we've seen so many times now in the past that 1 point could be a decider between you winning it all and you unfortunately coming in second place.
Yeah, and S2G actually are so quick to rotate in particular, which we looked back on some VODs. They went on that first Arango in particular you brought up. They dropped north and understood, okay, this is a really southern phase 1 circle. It was just on the melee base. We're going to go for the instant rotation without any loot, which is super risky. But by doing that, you cross the bridge first and you find yourself in an advantage point where you can gatekeep your IHCs, your D Xaviers, all the teams coming in on the western bridge. So it is good, but as you said, there we are some players that survive as solos.
All right, well, it's time to head out on the stage here. We'll be back with you in a few.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside my incredible co-host Dennis. And today we would like to begin the show with a very special speech.
Okay.
So if you could all put your hands together and welcome to the stage the producer of PUBG Mobile and Deputy General Manager of Lightspeed Studios, Tencent Games, Rick Lee.
PUBG Mobile 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. İkinci gündeyiz ve birbirinden güzel 6 karşılaşma bizleri bekliyor olacak. Karşılaşmalara geçmeden önce bugün çok özel bir konuğumuz var ve size çok özel mesajlar verecek. Tencent Games PUBG Mobile yapımcısı, Lightspeed Studio Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Rick Lee'nin mesajı var sizlere. Kendisini sahneye davet ediyoruz.
各位玩家朋友们，大家好，我是 Rick。时隔多年，我们再次相聚在 PMGC 总决赛的现场，感谢大家一路相伴。我们玩家至上的初心从未改变。
I've been Duolingoing quite heavily coming into this event to practice my Mandarin, so bear with me here. But this is Rick Lee, the producer of PUBG Mobile, and this is what he's saying. Greetings all PUBG Mobile players. I'm your old friend Rick. After many years, we finally meet again at the PMGC Grand Finals. Thank you all for being with us throughout this exciting journey. Our original commitment to players first has never wavered.
跟大家一起回顾一下过去1年我们共同创造的成就。
Öncelikle geçtiğimiz yılda beraber elde ettiğimiz inanılmaz başarıları özetleyen bir video paylaşmak istiyorum.
这条视频展示的成果背后，离不开全球玩家的支持。过去几年，我们一起创造了许多的记录。 这份荣耀属于所有参与者。
success that has been showcased in this video wouldn't have been possible without the support of our players worldwide. And of course, over the past few years together, we have set astronomical records, and this glory belongs to every PUBG Mobile participant.
PUBG Mobile 自2018年上线以来，我们始终聆听玩家的声音，在玩法上面持续的创新，并通过许多跨界的联动，推出新颖多元的内容。
PUBG Mobile's launch in 2018, we've consistently listened to the voices of our players. We made breakthrough gameplay innovations and introduced fresh, diverse content through collaborations.
作为全球发行的游戏，我们希望通过产品来促进玩家的文化交流。因此，我们将名胜古迹植入游戏，与玩家喜爱的名人合作，让大家探寻不同的文化符号和印记。
We've integrated landmarks into the game and collaborated with local celebrities beloved by our players, allowing players to explore different cultural symbols and imprints.
Sembol yapıları oyuna ekleyerek ve yerel sanatçılarla işbirlikleri yaparak oyuncularımızın farklı kültürel simge ve izleri keşfetmelerine olanak tanıyoruz.
未来在游戏内容方面，我们会继续努力，为玩家带来更多精彩玩法。在即将到来的3.0版本中。 玩家将可以扮演未来武士，运用各种强大的装备进行战斗。
Looking ahead, we will continue to bring you exciting gameplay content. In the upcoming 3.0 version, players will take on the role of futuristic warriors using powerful gears in battle.
同时，我们也将持续的迭代经典地图，优化载具的驾驶体验，推出新场景和建筑。 大家十分关心的网络和性能等方面的基础体验也会持续的优化。
At the same time, we will keep iterating on classic maps, optimizing vehicle steering controls, and introducing new levels and structures. Fundamental user experience such as connectivity and performance, which are a great concern to all of our players, will continue to be optimized.
那还有大家熟悉的 Metro Royal。 也会迎来第6章全新的雪地主题地图，届时将有丰富的资源、新的暴风雪天气系统和更具挑战的新 BOSS 出现。
Metro Royale will introduce its 6th brand new snow-themed map, featuring abundant loot, a new snowy weather system, and more challenging new bosses.
那除了游戏内容更新之外，我们非常重视游戏安全与环境的维护。 公平的竞技环境是不可撼动的柱石。我们在外挂打击、严惩黑场、管束游戏内的不良行为等方面都持续的投入。
Beyond game content updates, we will make game security and competitive fair play our top priority. A fair competitive environment is the cornerstone of PUBG Mobile. We continue to invest in anti-cheat, combating illicit operations, and regulating player misconduct.
ve usulsüz davranışları kontrol altında tutmak için yatırımlarımızı da sürdürmeye devam edeceğiz.
与各位分享一下工作成果。过去的1年，我们通过实时检测技术，封禁了超过1400万个违规的账号与35万台违规的设备。
Allow me to share some progress of our efforts. Over the past year, we've banned 14 million accounts and 350,000 devices through real-time detection
14
technology.
milyon hesabı ve 350 bin cihazı engelledik.
在这里，想特别感谢 PUBG Mobile 的巡查员们，在对游戏的热爱与责任感的驱动之下，今年一共巡查了超过100万场对局。那这是一个很了不起的数字。 为此呢，我们专门制作了巡查员荣耀皮肤，以感谢和回馈各位对游戏环境净化做出的贡献。
Special shout out to PUBG Mobile's investigators. Driven by their passion and sense of responsibility for the game, they've conducted over 1 million investigations this year, a remarkable number. To express our gratitude for their contributions to maintaining our gaming environment, we've created an exclusive Investigato Investigator set. Additionally, we've implemented voice detection capabilities to remove inappropriate voice messages in-game. By upgrading our account systems and detection capabilities, we are also able to protect player account security. These measures have garnered recognition from our community.
Ayrıca oyun içi uygunsuz sesli mesajları kaldırmak için ses tespit işlevini oyuna ekledik. Hesap sistemlerini ve tespit becerilerimizi geliştirdikçe oyuncu hesaplarının güvenliğini de daha iyi koruyabiliyoruz. Bu önlemler topluluğumuz tarafından da takdir topladı.
这一年可以称为 PUBG Mobile 的内容共创元年。其实早在几年前，我们经常在玩家的社区里面看到许多创意想法。那当时呢，便开始构想如何让玩家参与到游戏的共创中来。
2023 can be considered the inaugural year of PUBG Mobile's collaborative content creation. Even a few years ago, we saw many creative ideas in the player community, and we began envisioning how to involve players in the co-creation of the game.
nasıl ortak edebileceğimizi düşünmeye başladık.
今年在推出 World of Wonder 模式之后，我们收获了大量玩家的创意。那目前为止，全球已有超过40万名作者加入 World， 上线超过了100万张地图。而另一个项目 PDP 全球内容共创计划，今年突破了50万件作品。今天我们也特别邀请了部分优秀创作者来到现场，稍后我们将表彰他们的卓越成就。
Since the launch of World of Wonder, we've gathered a wealthy of player creativity. So far, over 400,000 creators globally have joined WoW, uploading over 1 million maps. Another project, the PDP co-creation program, has surpassed 500,000 design submissions this year. Today, we are honored to have some of our extraordinary creators at the venue for us to recognize their achievements.
为了更好地激励全球的玩家，后续我们将对共创项目投入1亿美元的资源，并设置价值1000万美元资源的作者激励计划。我们期待更多有创意的玩家参与到共创项目。
To better inspire global players, we will commit to investing $100 million in resources for World of Wonder related projects and introduce an incentive plan worth $10 million in resources. We look forward to welcoming more creative players to participate in World of Wonder.
此外，明年在游戏中也将推出 War 家园玩法，玩家可设计自己的小世界，跟朋友互相的拜访。团队也将继续提升编辑器的能力，提供多样化的模板，助力更多玩家实现创意。那我相信，明年我们将为大家带来更多惊喜。 相关的内容敬请期待。
Moreover, we will launch the WoW homepage, our home space gameplay next year, where players can design their own little world and visit each other. The team will continue to improve editor capabilities, provide diverse templates, and help more players turn their creative visions into World of Wonder creations. I believe that next year, we will bring you plenty of surprises, so stay tuned for more content.
Daha da fazla sürprizde karşınızda olacağız. Yeni içerikler için takipte kalın.
PUBG Mobile 不仅是一款游戏，更是连接全球玩家的平台。再次感谢每一位玩家、选手、创作者与合作伙伴们的付出。一路走来，我们彼此成就，共同创造新里程碑。未来，我们将继续秉持玩家至上的理念，与大家并肩同行。
PUBG Mobile is more than a game. It's a platform connecting players worldwide. Once again, thank you to every player, pro, creator, and partner for your contributions. Together, we have marched, creating milestones at every step of our journey. In the next chapter, we will continue to stand united and uphold this simple yet powerful belief: players first. Finally,
basit ama çok güçlü ilkemize sadık kalacağız.
最后，预祝所有进入 PMGC 决赛的队伍战出水平，永争冠军。也希望玩家朋友们享受这场赛事。感谢大家。
And finally, I wish all the teams entering at PMGC Finals today to fully showcase their skills and compete for the championship. And to all players, friends, enjoy this event and thank you.
Etkinliğin tadını çıkarın diyorum. Teşekkürler hepinize.
Thank you so much, Rick Lee, and of course to my co-host, Dennis.
Hello again.
Fantastic way to start the show, I love it. And now, welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Creative Vision Awards ceremony. Today we gather to celebrate the infinite creativity of our players. Within the mesmerizing realm of PUBG Mobile, our players transcend mere participants, becoming game designers for PUBG Mobile, pushing the game's boundaries and sculpting its world.
PUBG Mobile 2023 Yaratıcılık Vizyonu ödüllerine hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün oyuncularımızın sonsuz yaratıcılıklarını kutlamak için bir aradayız. PUBG Mobile'in göz alıcı dünyasında oyuncular artık sadece birer katılımcı olmanın ötesine geçip PUBG Mobile'ın oyun tasarımcılarına dönüştüler ve oyunun sınırlarını genişleterek bu dünyaya şekil vermeye başladılar.
It is now time for the pinnacle of today's festivities, the awards presentation.
Şimdi sıra bugünkü kutlamaların zirvesi olan ödül töreninde.
Welcome back to the main stage and our first category, the World of Wonder Awards, for those who truly add value on the map construction.
İlk kategorimiz olan World of Wonder ödülleri harita oluşturma alanında mükemmeli yakalayan oyuncular için geliyor. Hadi hep birlikte göz atalım.
The first award to present is Popular Creation of the Year.
İlk ödülümüz yılın en popüler tasarımı için geliyor.
Congratulations to the winners of Population Creation of the Year Gold Award. The award-winning creations all have unique gameplay, but they all won the love of other players due to their outstanding design and extremely high popularity.
Yılın en popüler tasarımı dalında ödül kazananları tebrik ediyoruz. Ödül kazanan tüm tasarımların benzersiz bir oyun tarzı var ve hepsi sıra dışı tasarımlarıyla oyuncuların sevgisini kazanarak son derece popüler oldu.
The next award is Best Level Design Creation. Let's see it on the screens.
Sıradaki ödül yılın en iyi bölüm tasarımı ödülü için geliyor. Hadi birlikte görelim.
Congratulations to the winners of the Best Level Design Creation Gold Award. The award-winning work features ingeniously designed levels, providing players with plenty of fun and challenges and great playability.
En iyi bölüm tasarımı dalında altın ödül kazananları tebrik ediyoruz. Ödül kazanan tasarımlar fazlasıyla özelleştirilmiş bölümlere sahip, oyunculara çeşitli eğlence ve rekabet unsurları sunmakla birlikte eşsiz bir oyun deneyimi sunuyor.
Our next award is Best Art Design Creation.
Sıradaki ödül yılın en iyi sanat tasarımı ödülü için geliyor.
Congratulations to the winners of the Best Art Design Creation Gold Award. The award-winning work perfectly integrates gameplay with the scenario, immersing players in the game, delivering a powerful visual impact.
En iyi sanat tasarımı dalında altın ödül alanları tebrik ediyoruz. Ödül kazanan eserler oyun mekanikleri detaylıca tasarlanmış bir senaryoyla mükemmel bir şekilde entegre ediyor. Oyuncuları oyunun içinde çekiyor ve güçlü bir etki yaratıyor.
The next award is for Best Innovative Creation.
Sıradaki ödül yılın en yenilikçi eseri için geliyor.
Congratulations to the winners of the Best Innovative Creation Gold Award. The award-winning creation introduces gameplay beyond imagination, expanding the boundaries of fun in PUBG Mobile.
En yenilikçi tasarım dalında altın ödül kazananları tebrik ederiz. Ödül kazanan eserler hayal gücünün ötesinde bir oyun deneyimi sunuyor. PUBG Mobile'da eğlencenin sınırlarını genişletiyor ve insanları kesinlikle hayrete düşürüyor.
Our next award is for Best Themed Creation.
Sıradaki ödül yılın en iyi temalı eseri için geliyor.
Congratulations to our winners. The award-winning map interprets different themes in a highly creative way. Each map offers plenty of exploration and combat fun, and it really is fantastic.
En iyi temalı tasarım dalında altın ödül kazananları tebrik ediyoruz. Ödül kazanan eserler çeşitli temaları son derece yaratıcı bir şekilde yorumluyor. Her bir harita bolca keşif ve rekabet unsuru sunuyor.
We would now like to invite our creator representatives of WoW to the stage to receive their awards. Congratulations to Noor, Mob Birdman Quicks and Kega.
Ödüllerini almak üzere WoW yaratıcı temsilcilerini sahneye davet etmek istiyoruz.
Congratulations to our creators, and here to present their awards. Please welcome back to the stage, Rick Lee.
Yaratıcılarımızı tebrik ediyor ve ödüllerini vermek üzere sahneye Tencent Games PUBG Mobile yapımcısı ve Lightspeed Studio Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Rick Lee'yi sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Thank you so much to our creator representatives and to Rick Lee for joining us on stage. You may now leave and we will continue the ceremony. Thank you so much.
Yaratıcılarımıza ve Rick Lee'ye sahnede bize katıldıkları için çok teşekkür ediyor ve onları uğurluyoruz.
Congratulations once again. Now, let's move on to the P-topia Design Project Awards, showcasing top-notch skins and fan creations in PUBG Mobile. Get ready to be captivated by the pinnacle of artistic design.
Sırada PUBG Mobile'deki üst düzey içerik tasarımlarının ve hayran çalışmalarının yer aldığı P-topia Design Project ödülleri var. Yetenekli sanatçıların göz alıcı işlerine kendinizi kaptırmaya hazır olun.
The first award to present is the Best Outfit Design.
İlk ödülümüz en iyi kıyafet tasarımı için geliyor.
Congratulations to Neo Yuyu, Mr. Anderson, Pavlenko Art, Amma and Konami. These skin designs demonstrate the player's insight into culture and fashion and are designed in a delicate and avant-garde way, which is extremely impressive.
Değerli Neo, Mr. Anderson, Pavlenko Art, Ammer ve Konami'yi tebrik ediyoruz. Çalışmaları derin bir kültürel kavrayışı, usta işçilik ve engin hayal gücüyle harmanlamışlar. Yaratıcılığı savaş alanına taşıyarak şık tasarımları ve izleyicileri hayal gücünün sınırsız evrenine taşımanın gücünü bir kez daha bir araya getirmişler.
Our next award is for Best Firearm Skin Design.
Sıradaki ödül en iyi silah tasarımına geliyor.
Congratulations to Suryas, Bami, SG Toyota, Toxic Thunder and Ali Reza. These works both retain the essence of the original firearms and present different themes with interesting designs.
Suryas, Bami, SG Toyota, Toxic Thunder ve Ali Reza'yı tebrik ediyoruz. Bu tasarımlar orijinal dokuyu korumakla birlikte uygulanan çeşitli temaların uyumuyla kullanıcıların dikkatini çekmeyi fazlasıyla başarmış.
Next up is our Best Vehicle Skin Design Award.
Sıradaki ödül en iyi araç tasarımı için geliyor.
Congratulations to Pam Ryder, Left Arm and Shaz Tokyo. These vehicle designs were full of whimsical ideas and boldly incorporated different themes, bringing unimaginable appearances.
Pam Ryder, Left Arm ve Shaz Tokyo'yu tebrik ederiz. Çılgın fikirlerin cesurca uygulanmasıyla hayata geçirilen bu araç tasarımları hiç beklenmedik bir yaratıcılığı ortaya çıkarmış durumda.
Next up is the award for Best Fan Art.
Sıradaki ödül en iyi hayran çalışması için geliyor.
Congratulations to Sour Cotton Candy, Booze Art and Indomie Cup. Delicate strokes and beautiful compositions brought more of a sense of story to the world of PUBG Mobile.
Sour Cotton Candy, Booze Art ve Indomie Cup'ı tebrik ederiz. Hassas dokunuşların üstün becerileriyle birleşmesiyle ortaya çıkan bu eserler PUBG Mobile'in hikayesini anlamlandırıyor.
Next, we have our annual Integration Design Award.
Sıradaki ödül yılın en iyi entegre tasarımı için geliyor.
Congratulations to Sukrit, Siham, and Alid After. These works really became skins in the game, receiving a lot of attention and praise.
Sukrit, Silham ve Alid After'ı tebrik ederiz. Bu tasarımlar oyuna eklendikten sonra oyuncuların en sevdiği giysiler arasına girmeyi başardı.
Next up is the Most Popular Design Award.
Sıradaki ödül en popüler tasarım.
Congratulations to Sukrit. Your work has become the most popular PDP skin of this year, leading the fashion trend in PUBG Mobile. Great job. Congratulations.
Sukrit'i tebrik ederiz. Bu tasarım yılın en sevilen PDP seti oldu ve oyuncular arasında yeni bir akım başlattı. En popüler tasarım ödülünü sonuna kadar hak eden bir eser.
We would now like to invite our creator representatives of PDP to the stage to receive their awards. Congratulations to Sukrit, Shaz Tokyo, Bami, Mr. Anderson, and I, Jalid.
Ödülleri almak üzere PDP yaratıcı temsilcilerini sahneye davet ediyoruz. Sukrit, Shaz Tokyo, Bami, Mr. Anderson, Al Jalid.
Congratulations to our creators, and here to present their awards. Please welcome back to the stage, Rick Lee.
Yaratıcılarımızı tebrik ediyor ve ödüllerini vermek üzere sahneye Tencent Games PUBG Mobile yapımcısı ve Lightspeed Studio Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Rick Lee'yi sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Thank you so much to our creator representatives and of course to Rick Lee for joining us on stage. You may now exit as Day 2's matches will soon begin.
Yaratıcılarımıza ve Rick Lee'ye sahnede bize katıldıkları için çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
As our award ceremony comes to a close, our thanks go out to all the creators who made the ceremony magical, and the innovation inspired us all. Let's keep pushing boundaries. We are also looking forward to witnessing more people participate in both PUBG Mobile World of Wonder and PDP projects. And now, let's head over to the desk to kick off Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships.
Ödül törenimizin sonuna yaklaşırken bugünü özel kılan bütün tasarımcılarımıza en içten dileklerimize, teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Yenilikçi yaklaşımları hepimize ilham kaynağı oluyor. Yaratıcılığın sınırlarını zorlamaya hep birlikte devam edelim. Önümüzdeki günlerde PUBG Mobile World of Wonder ve PDP projelerinde daha çok kişinin katılması için fazlasıyla heyecanlıyız.
Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one question, and one question only, and then probably some more later. Are you ready?
Yes.
I almost expect you to actually go extreme out of nowhere.
I'm extremely yes.
Extremely yes. We're about to kick off our second day here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals live from Istanbul. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen today. Obviously, we had our teams dominating yesterday, but I have a really good feeling it won't be that easy today. Obviously, the practice we've been talking about of overnight, of really revamping what they've done right, what they've done wrong, and fixing things. I'm curious to see what all the teams are going to bring today. Because for me, this is, as I said, as you backed me up, both of you, It's a true testament to a team that can become a champion.
Yeah, I think the first day you have a lot of points that are up for grabs for teams that maybe can be a little bit, have more space in circles because teams are trying things out, trying to find their playstyle and just see if it fits for this kind of tournament. But now it's going to be less points up for grab, which means that that point rank at the top is going to be a little bit smaller potentially at the end of the day, which means a great opportunity for comebacks throughout today. So even if your team at the bottom of the rankings here, 7, you still have that hope, that lingering fate of glory in the distance you can come back.
I'm with you, especially if you're one of those teams towards the bottom. They have to do something within the first 3
Morph,
games.
right?
Yeah, more
6
definitely.
points. Unexpected.
Super far behind. They need at least 2 chicken dinners in a row and continue to perform really well because it's not just about the chicken dinners. We know the other teams are going to be performing well. They need to be consistent and they need to make sure that the point gap doesn't get too big because I feel like today is when we're going to start seeing those point gaps be bigger and bigger.
If you saw me looking around earlier, I was waiting for this moment, trying to see when S2G enter the arena and head on back to their position. But yeah, I mean, Stalwart right now, 62 points. It would be amazing to see them or even Alpha 7 honestly take home the title for their region, for their country, because these 2 teams and these 2 regions in particular have been putting out so many damn good teams these last few years.
But Dick Xavier damage.
Yes.
But Dick Xavier.
But Dick Xavier damage. I mean, I think it was Lamborghini and Levi's that both were top 5 fraggers for day 1, right? And just when it comes to the individual fragging power of this team is great. Though when we compare back in the league stage 7.
Sorry, even the FaZe guys are getting in on the cheering.
They're supporting S2G. Yeah.
Maybe he won't be screaming at them anymore today.
No, he's screaming their name. At first he was just going, ah! And now he's going like, S2G!
Silence!
No, but with this Xavier, I feel like we were talking about teams maybe being able to put out 1 match yesterday and being able to kind of be there towards the top. I feel like this Xavier was one of those teams because remember, in the second Aaron Guild, they ended up with a 4th place finish, but 16 eliminations. I feel like today, if they can narrow it down, we know that they can get those eliminations, right, alongside with IHC, but it was just 1 match.
They're the Vietnamese IHC.
Is every team can be an IHC? It feels like.
I mean, I'm not wrong. They were running around ruining people's days yesterday.
Brazilian IHC.
But the thing, it was just for that match because after that, we didn't really end up seeing them that many eliminations out of them. They were getting awful placement points as well. And honestly, this is going to be a battle. I can't wait to see what's going to happen between these 2 teams. Stalwart, are we going to be seeing the Stalwart from yesterday, or are they going to be switching it up?
Are we seeing the Stalwart from tomorrow?
Are we going to see the non-IHC Stalwart?
There you go. And then Alpha 7, are we going to be seeing the Brazilian IHC come back?
What, loops? Why IHC? We love them.
We just want them to get some placement points again,
Just get placement points, please. If you have 50% of the circle, move in a good compound. I would love it. Thank you very much. Though Lamborghini, he's got the car to rotate. That's why he's always in circle.
Yeah.
You know, so the thing is, right, we're talking about Dick Xavier, is that I think we were all surprised to see them come out 1st place at the end of Last Chance.
Yeah.
Not a team that I expected, to be perfectly honest. However, they've been able to frag out quite heavily.
Yeah.
But they've not been able to work on their placement game here.
They're Kalaris' favorite team. You know, he told me in private he loves the team, Dick Xavier.
He loves the Dingoes.
Yeah, he loves the Dingoes. He really does. But it really is weird when you're looking at Dick Xavier because there's a night and day kind of performance and approach from the league stage in this tournament. They were very placement point focused in the league stage, but I feel like they understood just aiming for the circle and getting good position is not going to be enough. We need to start getting those elimination points on board. So it's just their mental game as a whole, 7, that has shifted significantly. And Lamborghini, just in the Optimus Prime, shifting in a Lamborghini to rotate in circle, and he gets in.
You know what? Credit to you, okay? I was like, just randomly dropped Transformers in here. I was going to make fun of you, but then you made the proper sound.
Thank you.
What I was going to say about this team for this Xavier is more consistency. I mean, if they are going to be continuing to frag out, right, I want to see more consistency in that those elements spread out throughout all the matches.
Agreed.
Not just one heavy on one match, because I mean, they ended up getting what, a total of 29 eliminations yesterday. 16 out of those eliminations came just from that one match that I was talking about earlier. We need to see that being spread out, and we need to start seeing those placements.
The way I like to formulate it a lot of the time is, for me, the mark of a good team is when you look at their bad game. What does a bad game look for this team? Is a bad game a 0.16th place, or is it a 11th place with 3 eliminations? That goes a really, really long way on these tournaments that only last 3 days, really.
And I feel like that's currently where 1st to 3rd place, I mean, Stalwart, Alpha 7, and SCG are currently being able to differentiate themselves, especially after day 1 with what we saw out of them, right? If they were having some bad games, they were able to recover quite quickly. Some of the other teams were not able to do that. And now going back to Huevo, what I was alluding to, which one are we going to be seeing? Are we going to be seeing the first half of yesterday where they were absolutely awful and they were coming towards the bottom of the page, and then they were able to pick it up with the chicken dinner, and then were able to continue carrying on that momentum of the second half of the day? I can't wait to see which one we're going to be seeing.
Jason, you've got to stop this.
But the thing is that we're actually getting placement points.
So, not like IHC.
Chinese stalwart?
I was literally going to say that. We can see our top Sanhok performance as well going into this match. You only get it once a day, however. But my question is, S2G, D Xavier, Paradise, are we going to have a rematch yet again here today?
Yes.
I was going to say no.
Oh, I think, yeah, because they didn't fight.
They did chill. They did fight in the very beginning. But then they're like, okay, let's relax.
I'm more focused on
not be
IHC loops. No, to not be IHCs. No, that's a hot drop that I think doesn't make much sense. I want to see especially two teams rotate a little bit faster, Procedure Evos and FaZe. Those are the two I'm really looking at entering this one to not get caught on those bridges trying to cross over. I think there are circles where you could adapt, especially we know that on Sanhok typically the eastern coast is very free. If you're struggling to find an entry point and the circle tends to go to the east, just go for northern or southern wrap, and that should open up opportunities for Procedure Evos and FaZe in these games.
And I'm going to be looking for this quick rotation too for some of the other teams. You were talking about Procedure Esports. I'm going to be looking at what Loops Esports is going to be doing, right? Because Loops, remember the hot drop yesterday? We were not happy with it, all right? I'm hoping with the current positioning that there are, I don't want to see any hot drop.
Yeah, wherever Karatozin goes, follow him. Okay, he will survive. I don't know how, he just makes it happen.
That's actually a good point. Just stick to him like glue. And then he potentially won't die.
Or actually, the moment he died early, there's one game where he died early and they all survived really late in the game. So maybe just like, oh, misclick. Oh, I naded you. Oh, sorry. Oh, another one you got.
No. What were we saying last time? What if they start just sabotaging their own team? They make sure that Cardozen dies first.
Just, oh, he left you behind. You didn't
take
get
this off angle, Cardozen. Please, go get that off angle. There's no one in there. We're good.
There's nobody in
that
the
compound is free.
I'm still concerned and looking over towards Basija in particular, because as we mentioned before at the start of the show, the rotations in their players, the roster, putting specific players in for specific battlegrounds. Now, for me, on paper, that sounds good, but in execution, I feel like it doesn't live up to how well it could potentially be, because you can never underestimate a player who's feeling warm, who's feeling ready, who's feeling in the zone, and what they can bring in any match in any given day.
Yeah, I was talking to Junior, one of the Indo talent, and he told me they are very kind of performance focused in the sense of if one player is not performing good, mainly on Redface, which was really interesting to me. If Redface is having a rough start to the day, they're just going to bench him for a little bit. Apparently, even though, of course, you're going to adapt that kind of approach in a PMGC, but it's interesting to see that they really adapt from Battleground, where they tend to do 2-2 splits on Sanhok, 3-1 splits on Orangua and Miramar, so they're trying to have the better players, the most adapted to the map and the playstyle for that map.
But I don't know if I like that though, Seven, because like the amount of pressure, it's already hard being here at PMGC, but then to know like if I don't perform this Battleground, I'm going to be taken out. I mean, in like traditional sports, I guess that technically works, but like I feel like here it doesn't work as similarly.
The thing is the pressure going to start getting to him too? Is he going to start doubting himself? It happens to some of the other teams. I can think of Yuhai during the league stage. I know a lot of people were, especially from the Indonesian talent, that were talking about him and saying, hey, maybe now it's starting to affect him. And he ended up getting subbed out, but to give him a little bit more time. Maybe they need to give him a little bit more time. Maybe they need to let him see how he's going to end up playing out.
All right. Well, we don't have time to discuss it because actually it's time to head into our very first match of our second day at PMGC Grand Finals. It's over to our commentators of John Allen and Blake.
We are going into the first match of day 2, blank Sanhok yet again. We are back over to the jungle once more.
I'm excited for this one. I mean, the fans are absolutely roaringly loud here in the actual arena. It's unbelievable to see what's happened over the last day as well. I mean, A7 doing incredibly good work at the moment. But honestly, I think it's more Stalwart that's really surprised me. And Xavier. You know, I kind of predicted them coming into this tournament. I thought they'd do well, but I didn't think Xavier would be able to adapt quick enough to a PMGC environment. You know, this is sort of new ground to them with the shuffle in roster they've had. And going against some of the best teams in the world, it's not easy a lot of times. I think that they haven't reached those high heights yet, but yesterday didn't look so bad that they can't bring it back today.
No, I mean, you had people like IHC blasting off, right? S2G obviously being able to keep themselves in, struggling through a couple of matches and getting quite a lot of points for it. But it is really teams that we're looking at towards the top, Alpha 7 and Stalwart, that rivalry that has now come to fruition so far in the first day, and I'm sure will continue to rage on into day 2. But I'm sure that the fans are looking to silence them here, as S2G certainly have the home crowd support. I think nobody can deny it. They are certainly playing with the wind at their back.
Silas on screen right now, the man that did the most, the mythical action for them yesterday. Some really sick shots coming out from this guy, and I think that he carried his team all the way towards the end moments of those matches. And really, it does require you to have one strong player on the team, and I think Silas to be stepping up now in the PMGC, such an important moment for the lad as well, considering that he had his slight fall off, right, during this year. The rest of the team sort of had to rally a lot. Halsey was unbelievably consistent for them, but Silas is back. But only for the main stage, apparently.
He brings it out when it matters most. What can you say? Defending champions as well, right? They are defending their title on their home ground, and they really, really want to try and keep up that pace, because Stalwart, Alpha 7, they will break that lead out if they are given that opportunity. You cannot let up for one moment, otherwise it will slip through your fingers.
The difficulty with this team on your screen at the moment is that Alpha 7 do not miss out on points, right?
No.
Every single game they're going to put up point after point after point. It's what made them so difficult to chase over in their league. It's what made them so difficult to chase over in the actual league stage of PMGC as well. So I think this is the scary thing for a lot of teams, is that as soon as you start to falter, as soon as you start to let up a little bit on the gas, well, the boys still have fuel in them. They're going to keep on going. So there is definitely teams here that can keep up with their speed, you know. Even the boys are on DX Xavier, they've got themselves a Lamborghini. Surely they can keep up at this rate. But again, remains to be seen. This sort of is the start of PMGC, as Jason said, because realistically, this is when things start to get a bit more cut in stone, right? This is where we start to see things be sculpted in the storylines. Who's going to have that chance tomorrow?
Who's going to be able to make it look good right at the top of those tables? I think, yeah, as you re-highlighted there, as the desk has said, it is that benchmark that we're looking to set today. I'm imagining we're going to see about 8 teams at the end of the day be in competition towards the top of the tables. I think probably realistically only about 5 or 6, probably more like 5 in competition for that top spot itself. But there is always the case that everything can change on a dime. Everybody being careful, everybody loading up, getting ready for Sanhok, making sure they are all prepared. You do Alliance on your screen right now, I believe, as we've got a little bit more performance from them, I think, than maybe a lot of teams were, or a lot of people, a lot of fans would have been expecting from them coming in to yesterday's matches. But they did show quite a lot of, I would say, rotational presence, sometimes faltering in fights, but I think that their decision-making has been good.
I think if you're talking about fans, the Malaysian fans, they give it, right? I love the Malaysian fans. They are so excited, so proud of their teams. So I think for UDO Alliance in particular, I think there's a lot of fans that are rooting for them all the way to the top side of things. So you could be very, very excited to see more from UDO Alliance. I think they're a smart team. They base their rotations around what they can see, what the rotations are happening from other teams on the map, and they're able to slip through those gaps very effectively. And I think that's a really important factor, especially in PMGC, where a lot of times you are forced to fight other teams, which is where you see S2G, you see Alpha 7, Stalwart, with players on that side that can easily man up to the action. You know, UDO Alliance, on the other hand, great in those endgame moments. They're not as confident in their team fighting towards the beginning of the game, so they just cut it out completely with some very good cerebral plays towards that early game.
The first early game is upon us. We are heading over the jungle with Sanhok the first to go. The first map on the card, we'll only see the one today. Following this, a triple bill of Erangel, and then obviously the desert dessert of Miramar at the end of the day. Sanhok, though, has to be waged on first, and the war will rage through, I'm sure. South side on the plane, a little bit cut away from Hatin, but small enough on Sanhok to not pose a threat, to not pose a problem for the time being. We'll see if those hot drops continue.
So here we are, kicking it off for day number 2, match number 1. It is Sandhog. We've got the boys dropping around the map, Stalwart over towards boot camp, but a very special little hot drop on the cards for us at the beginning of this game. It is Paradise Resort, S2G versus DXavier.
They will continue to fight for this position. A little scrap, I'm sure, picking up weapons. It looks like everyone's fairly well armed at this stage. Enough to take the trades. I wonder about the armor, though, and it's the first blood drawn by S2G. Second step out, and it seems to be going well for S2G on their home turf, but hang on a minute. They have started to suffer 2 eliminations sent back their way. A knock for DXavier, so even Stevens right now on the small engagement, on the hot drop. Hamzy G looking to turn the corner here, but moves up to his teammate. Could hop over the wall here and find another knock, but just about staying out of the sightline. Steps out wide, might be in danger now. As DXavier continue to rage on through. The Paradise Resort steps through, and DXavier might just be able to get the edge here. S2G still holding on, but the last player stands. Levi's for S2G is going to be their last barrier, and he goes for the spray. The UMP up the stairs, they're sticking the res.
1v1 on the cards right now, soon to be a 2v1 once that res goes through. And for Levi's, last player alive has a chance to maybe get 2 with Paragon. Levi's left all in his lonesome. S2G down to 2 players, not ideal, but 3 eliminations start the game. Great news. 4 Miracle Vibes here versus Loops. Loops down to Cardozin. Once again, the story repeats itself. And for Loops, this has been a disappointing tournament.
You've got 2 third-party presences as well. Pasija Evos on that northern shore as cheeky little shots from Apex for MV. They need their quota to be met, Blank. They are up to 4 now, so they'll need the 1 more to be able to make it work. That 5 elimination quota that we saw from them yesterday. Morph on that south coast, taking a look over, making sure they've got all that intel. Looks like S2G are still going with 2, DXavier just on that 1, so not much more action over in Paradise Resort if that's what you're worried about. But Pine Iron also being sorted out. Seems like both these hot drops have gone poorly for everybody involved.
Yeah, 4 Miracle Vibes down to just 2 players. Unideal, I would say. Circle over towards that eastern side, so pretty similar circle to what we saw yesterday. Could still swing up towards that north side, but for S2G, the fight hasn't gone as cleanly as they might like. We'll here fully stimmed. There's a definite chance for him to potentially take down these 2 players. But again, Kelsey, Hamzy G, no one to turn your nose up at. Very good players here. But again, it's that issue for S2G now is that their Sandhawk most likely is going to end around about 4 eliminations if they're able to pick up Levi's as they exit.
For me, then, the question is, what can Alpha 7 do? What can Stalwart do, right? Because this is their opportunity to open that lead. We talked about it before the match. If you let up on the gas a little bit, these teams will start to accelerate away from you. The 10-point gap that Stalwart currently have over S2G shrunk by 3 by the elimination points that S2G have gotten. So they're 7 points ahead, but still, they're all 4 alive. They're in a really priority spot on the east side of boot camp right now in terms of where this circle sits. They've got a lot of control of the rotations from the south, moving out the west side of Quarry. They can take a lot of oversight there. So this looks like it could stack up to be a great game for Stalwart, which is terrible news for S2G.
With Alpha 7 winning yesterday as well, like, it doesn't bode well for you, right? Where they're going to start to get potentially more points on the card, reclaim that 2nd place spot. For S2G, though, I think they did more than enough yesterday, to at least give themselves that little bit of buffer. It's just the fact that you're right. Stalwart and Alpha 7 could absolutely have 2 good blinders of a game, especially with the majority of S2G going down, who were the ones to put down the entirety of the Stalwart squad, or at least make their lives hell to the point where they had to prematurely exit out of Sandhawk. This time around, a bit more of an easier time ahead of them. U2 Alliance on our screens versus IHC. Ooh. The elimination machines. Looking to churn a couple more up in the factory.
Zeol not quite finding the angle just yet. They're not getting too ahead of themselves on this engagement. U2 Alliance skirting around the hills. Obviously, those vehicle sounds will be very well heard by IHC. They'll get ahead of it near Barn. The southeast side of Paradise Resort. Nongshim Red Force currently sits south of Paradise Resort in that area towards those hillsides. Stalwart still stretching out their line from the south of boot camp out to the east as well towards the roads that sit there. Titan right in the middle, the north point of Quarry. A really pivotal point for them. And again, a team in a pivotal position that wants to start to carve out their legacy in this tournament.
Titans yesterday didn't go all that hot. A little bit cold, like the weather here right now. 23 points. That's not too bad, but again, it's one good game away.
That's all it's going to take. Oh, Major Pride. They've spotted a player from Stalwart. That line that I was talking about from Boot Camp out towards the east. Major Pride have spotted a weakness, and Action will pay the price for it. Hasn't been flushed just yet, so chance for a response from Stalwart is yet to come through on the elimination feed and yet to come through on the battlefield as well. Can they get back to Action? Can they pull him back to his feet? A regroup probably more necessary now for Stalwart, and they're going to have to shrink their influence, shrink their presence on that part of the map.
This is a pretty typical split here for Stalwart, in fact, with Nerzed up towards that north side. Usually it'd be Icy holding down this compound, but again, with Action going down, sending your boy Nerzed. Not ideal. Very good player when it comes to facing off against multiple players, so you can kind of leave those two guys interchangeably. For Major Pride, I would say they got quite unlucky on Sandhawk yesterday. It was a case of just getting completely outplayed by Silas. But I suppose you don't see that single player making those types of moves, and Major Pride need to realize that right now they're at the PMGC. Not a single elimination is going to be easy, not a single knock's going to be easy. It's not a case of a 4v1 is a granted win. We saw an incredible amount of 1v3s, 1v4s yesterday. What's always going to be in your mind, everything's got to be well calculated. Circle off towards our eastern side gives U2 Alliance a bit more land to play with. They've claimed a decent space. They decided to opt out of the engagement between them and IHC. Fair enough. I wouldn't sign that contract either.
That's a real tough time if you want to go for that one. Someone's going to have to do it, though, if they want to win out the game. We'll have to wait and see. Titan also being proactive in their position. They were in that north point of Quarry. They've now moved up. So have Nongsh and Red Force, these two teams, the Chinese and the South Korean team, both being proactive. Ayala doing the devil's work over in Painan earlier.
Man, 3 eliminations. The question really is there is like, how did they lose that engagement, right? So 1v3, he wins it, yet they go down to a single player in Cardozo. Again, we were just speaking about how, you know, 1v4 is very possible. Can't count out those last players. You have to be very careful at how you approach it. Titans, you were mentioning how they had a decent spot to play around with. I do like this position. Eventually, you would like to transition over towards the buildings next to Suki. Much more defensible, sort of invite players and teams in towards the buildings that are on the low ground. But right now, Titans are very happy to hold both positions, especially considering we're only in stage 2. Still a lot of time to go. Once again, Redface getting that info in.
Just gathering it up, Major Pride moving through, unaware of the danger that lurks beneath in the grass of Sandhawk. But it's always there, especially on Sandhawk. Redface passes that information back on over. He is a backstop for Procedure EVOS right now, so that means that they are now fully aware of Major Pride's presence to their southwest side, and Redface can jump into action as soon as these players start to get a little bit too bold. Effect might actually be running straight into danger here. Steps up, but he spotted him. Effect on the swivel, really heads up position there. And there is Major Pride corner over on the other side of the stadium for us. They're pretty happy about that one. It's time for Major Pride to do something. Put up or shut up.
It's a great spot there from Effect, honestly. And he was blasting yesterday. Had a lot of their eliminations in pocket for Major Pride. And the gods work on their side of things. Sort of hoped that Dino and Nomi would step up a little bit more. But it is nice to see a return to form for Effect, considering he was, for a long, long time, considered to be the best player in EU.
Certainly quite a legacy to leave, and if he can bring it back here, if he can show us what he's made of, he might be able to keep Major Pride topped up towards the higher ends of these tables, because 15th place, it's not illustrious. It's not going to be the result they were looking for. They'll want more. We'll see if they can claim that today. 628 currently playing on the northwest side of Paradise Resorts. This is the site, of course, of the hot drop between S2G and DXavier that left S2G on 2 players remaining. Hamzy G and Kelsey. We'll see if 628 can make their way through uncontested.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was talking about at the start of the game, right? Is the fact that there's a very similar circle to what we had yesterday. Now, if I'm 628, should definitely be assuming the FaZe will be approaching from that south side. So I do like this little wrap from 628. It's not worked out too well with the next circle shifting all the way down towards that south side. And Alpha 7 get themselves a fantastic little position over towards the eastern side of Quarry. Weibo Gaming currently playing up towards the high ground on that south side. Gives them a lot of oversight over towards teams like Pasija Evos, who likely be taking up some of those compounds on the western edge. Just force a lot of teams to move off the back of that one.
Let's wrap back to something you were talking about before. Black, oh, hang on a minute. I'll take a pause there because Hamzy G's lighting people up now. It's going to be 628 running into a little bit of trouble. But he hasn't got a knock, and his position's now been revealed. Actually, hang on a minute. No, he did find the knock over towards 628. Dropping those smokes. Sunan wants to keep them as 4, and rightly so. Only 2 players from S2G means that they can't rightly push out, but the nade in hand for Hamzy. He's spotted. What a cover off coming through from 33Z. Keeping 628 in the running. Really, really well played there to keep that position on lock, to keep that crossfire active.
You respect the game, though, honestly. From S2G, I like that play from Hamzy. The nade would have been on target as well to get the double knock, or at least 1 elimination, 1 knock off the back of it. Kelsey spots out 33Z. Sunan will dispatch Hamzy. Finally, maybe 628 can go on their way. Levi's is still in this location on the south end of Paris Resort, just waiting, biding his time.
Kelsey with the shots over towards 33Z, gets the knock, looks for the flush, dropped back behind the wall, didn't quite fully claim it, so still an opportunity for them to get the res, for 628 to pull themselves back up to 3 and try and keep on trucking wherever they can. In the meantime, Major Pride are locked in with WBG across the way over towards Quarry. Looks like Alpha 7 are getting involved as well. Plenty of action starting to play out on that south side.
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me to predict it at this moment in time, probably would be going for Alpha 7 at this point. They have such good sightlines over towards the western side of Quarry, which are really hard to deal with, especially with how many teams are on that western side, and Alpha 7 currently have very free reign on it. It might not end up on the south in terms of the circle, but by the time that Alpha 7's done, should be a lot of area cleared on that south side.
Oh. Looks like Effect's going to have to be on the swivel again. 4MV crawling in behind with the remnants of their team from that southwest side. Effect back up with the rest of the roster. Playing on a walled compound now. A pretty solid spot for Major Pride, but it's going to be difficult to move further north. Look at the cluster of teams that sits up there. Pasija Evos, Stalwart, FaZe, Nongshim Red Force as well, and they're going to have to go around. This is Alpha 7's time.
Yeah, this is very much an Alpha 7 game here. If not an Alpha 7 game, very much so in terms of eliminations. They're going to be able to take a lot of shots over towards these squads on the western side. Nice shot there from Nongshim Red Force. Takes down 1 player from FaZe, probably the last player you want to see go in Mela.
He's been quite a force to be reckoned with on the FaZe roster. Seeing them into that 9th place right now, currently in the mix, in the middle of it all. And FaZe now down to 3 players. They're trying to make their approach here. Ventura's skirting around on the western side, but not really looking to come into contact now. FaZe disengaging themselves from that fight they were embroiled in. Major Pride, though, not so lucky. Pasija Evos, this is the first team that they were going to have to come into conflict with if Major Pride want to make it through. The first knock goes over to Dino, but they are in the building. They can look for this res in effect. Knows exactly where Zuxy's peeking from.
Yeah, this is definitely not a position that Major Pride wanted to find themselves in. They know how hard this spot is to play. That is an unbelievable corker.
What an aid coming through. Up to the high ground. Zuxy doesn't see it coming. It was a bold push out from the door. Fully broadside onto that angle to get peaked, and somehow it pays off. Major Pride, they found a second opening as well, but they still have so much further to go on this rotational path.
God. Rubber ball turned frag grenade. That was a proper bouncer. Really nice to see. IHC, though, don't give up the ghost. They demand conflict coming through from Udo Alliance. Stalwart, though, in conflict their own with FaZe. They're down to 3 players, and Action takes a heavy hit. Vittoris running through them like a spear.
With the DBS, moves on in. Looks for the rest of them as well. Stalwart cut down to size, 2 players. And again, this is Alpha 7's time, right? They have got Stalwart in their sights. They've lost 2 players. S2G kind of in the dust at this point. They're only playing with 1 player, and Kelsey, I think, has just gone down, eliminated. With those 3 eliminations on that northeast side, the fans are happy. They'll take those 3 points, I suppose. But they won't be able to go much further in this match. But Alpha 7, 4 players alive, central location, a great start to their day 2.
Stalwart down to 2 now, Alpha 7 still at 4. I think it's absolutely amazing that the fans still cheering for S2G. And it must be a really nice thing as well, considering you go down, you get the cheers. It's almost that case of we'll go again next time. It's all right. You still have more chances. In the meantime, though, 628 continuing to do damage here, leaving us only with Top, one of the more legendary players on the side of Stalwart here. Onzen's off in the distance, Effect cowering down in the blue.
I'm looking at which teams might have a chance of taking on Alpha 7 here. WBG, southeast side of them, going to have to make their move. They're starting to encroach now. IHC and Morph going to have to resolve their conflict on the northeast side as well. But Titan, this is a team that I said was being proactive towards the start. They have probably got one of the better positions to face off and survive, if nothing else, against this Alpha 7 position.
Yeah, for Titans, they haven't actually had to move all that much at all. I think they took up residence in this compound quite early in the game and then have just sort of stayed here. So for Titans, very fortunate, but you need to turn that type of fortune into points as well. Top dealing with Onzen's right now. I think for Top, all that's on his mind is those eliminations going forward, seeing out many more players he can pick up on this western side. He is sort of safe here. FaZe does go down. Vittoris loses the player. And for Top, let's put it this way. He has that guard of Alpha 7 on the eastern side. And he can just chip points over towards squads like this. Major Pride, as well as Pasija Evos. Misery.
Oh, he's broadside. This is going to be so difficult for Misery to survive. He needs a miraculous shot, but it's not there. And Major Pride continue with 2, but they're cut across with Alpha 7. Carrillo looking for the shots to try and slow them down on the quarry opening, but seems like they've made it to cover. We'll see if they can keep it on going. 4MV have been crawling in for a long, long time, and finally they get spotted. It's WBG to take that honor. Last player now to stand for them. And Apex will try and continue on the run from Painan. Their exit made all the harder by those early frags that they came up against. A rundown and a hop out. Brilliant stuff coming through for WBG. They are getting bold with it. Southeast side, they're just going to shift away from them again.
IHC on your screens, getting far into this match, surprisingly. Then again, it is Sandhawk, I'd say. This is where their playstyle really does thrive, but not allowing anyone to slow them down. They spot the shots coming up from up the hill.
Ooh, Ming looking to try and suppress the rock side. Demo behind the tree, pops the heal. IHC keeping themselves together now. WBG wanting to find these picks, because WBG going to have to move as well with that shift that I talked about before. Ming looking for the close angle, but Demo keeps cutting across this open ground behind the tree again. He dips left, and how has he made that dash? Demo with the fancy feet. What a cross.
Wow. Lose fire in his footprints as he speedily makes it across towards that rock side. Instant heal. Has a good outpost, but they do need to keep moving forward. Nade sent in by Bamboo over towards Rock. Godless is in the open. Bamboo will take him down. The distance, a good spray, locks in.
Stalwart will be eliminated as well. And it just continues to get better and better and better for Alpha 7. WBG, though, 4th place. Remember, they're looking to push up over S2G, try and catch up towards Stalwart as well. A chance to put a dent in that gap. Titan fighting to jump up as well. 6 eliminations so far on the match. They want to find a couple more. Demo's not done for IHC.
Takes down Bamboo. Difficult push here for IHC, honestly, because Titans have so much cover, yet IHC's rocking up towards where Weibo Gaming's playing, as are Alpha 7. But Major Pride making far into this match.
They do. They managed to get across that quarry position as well, which is a very, very tricky crossing, especially with the positions that Alpha 7 held. They fought off against Besieger Evos and made their way through. Pretty great fashion. Major Pride, 2 eliminations though. They want a little bit more in the meantime. IHC will fall, 4 eliminations, 3 placement points. Not the best result, but out come Alpha 7. They are on the hunt. They want to rack up as many points as they can here. Close the gap and open a new one against Stalwart. S2G fans not best pleased.
Not happy about it. But A7, they've got the secret sauce here on Sandhawk. I know some of people don't. Second win in a row of days here if they manage to make it all the way through. Weibo Gaming praying for an Eastern shift here. If they do, A7 will have to fight uphill towards them. Will not make life easy. Mafioso keeps watching out as well. The Major Pride down below, but the circle shifts up towards that northern side. A7 want to take control of those central compounds. The Weibo's not going to let them go quietly.
The wall is still in for WBG, but they have to make that crossing sooner rather than later. Because the blue zone's going to push through. Major Pride finally go down on their ascent from the quarry. It was likely to happen. And here's where they will bite the dust. 3 teams now remain.
Ooh.
Shadow, a Lone Ranger, WBG, bold with the crash, up in the vehicle, but the cut across from Mafioso's good. First knock found. The high ground still occupied, and Carrillo will be going down as well. Taken down, flushed away. Alpha 7 lose an opening man. Ming is there, but there's an answer from Revo. DBS in the shack, and it's brutal. A spray down from Mafioso, and Su will fall second. Revo with the spray for the flush. And now it's up to Senab to try and hold face as well against 2 players remaining for WBG. Titan still in the background, could do something here if he's lucky. Revo finds another knock, and Senab will fall down. A response, and Shadow for Titan might be able to get a little bit more done. Alpha 7, 2 players alive, and it's Mafioso. Lost Ranger, 1v1v1.
Oh my days, it comes down to this. Mafioso comes out clutch when he needs to do, but it's Mao and Shadow. Chinese team stepping it up a notch today, that's for sure. Quick first aid kit, and it feels like there's some hatred over towards the Alpha 7 players coming through from both these squads. Mao unleashes the Molotov, nicely placed.
Shadow looking to bide his time. If Titan can take this one down, it will be an incredible performance. Drops the smoke out the front. Mafioso has to move first here. Shadow, position known. Looks for an angle with the DBS, wants to push out, but it's a bit of a stalemate. It's going to come down to the blue zone, and nobody's towards the center blank.
Weibo Gaming, embrace the power of the DBS. They bring it to the international stage to see what they can get done. Shadow in, alongside with Mao. It's a two-way conflict. Mafioso finds the first, looks for the second, and he makes it happen. Once again, Alpha 7 cannot be stopped on Sandhawk.
They're able to take it home in the jungle. The shrinks went to them. The circles were in their favor. WBG put the cat amongst the pigeons with that final crossing, with the crash across the road. And Shadow looked like he might have a chance there, but towards the end, the Brazilian team were able to blast it away. And with a shutdown, those quick 2 eliminations, it was the S12K blank that did it.
Funny that, 2 Chinese squads using the DBS. Mafioso's got nothing but an S12K, takes a leaf out of their books and does them dirty with it. Anything you can do, I can do better, apparently, coming through from Alpha 7, but second win in a day here on Sandhawk looks fantastic.
Really solid stuff. They held down their zone. They closed the gap between them and Stalwart. They're looking to try and keep that top spot under control. S2G went down a little bit earlier. They're going to drop down further in those points totals. See, they're pretty happy with that one. You got to be. What a way to kick things off. A lot of valuable points earned by Titan as well from the middle of those tables to try and push their way up.
Yeah, I think for Titans, this was an incredibly important game. For Weibo Gaming, I think another thing to talk about here, John, is the fact that, you know, realistically, looking at their games yesterday, they certainly stepped up in performance towards the end of the day, and I think my question about them was whether they're going to be able to continue that going into the future, right? And today they have. Certainly with that first game. Again, both Chinese squads that were doing not so great yesterday have started to turn things around a little bit. It always is the case when we come to these international tournaments. As day one feels a little bit rough, and they get the hang of it. They start to understand the mechanisms, what goes into some of how these teams play, because it is very different from their home format.
I think what we've learned from that match is that the hot drops are not going well, is what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah.
You got DXavier and S2G, both of them losing. It was 2 players for S2G, 3 players for DXavier in Paradise Resort. Over in Painan, you had, I think it was Loops and 4MV going down very low. Loops going all the way out. 4MV managing to survive quite a while on 2 players, but still getting cut down to size. Not working out here on Sandhawk. We'll see if they're going to learn their lesson for tomorrow, because that's going to be the last one they'll play. But we're putting Sandhawk to bed for now. We're going to be moving and turning our attention to Erangel in a minute.
IHC getting caught in a pretty difficult location, but still find the eliminations at the end of the day. Let's put it that way. Alpha 7 though, great start for them, and looks like it's going to be another good day for the Brazilian squad. So Brazilian fans at home, you can certainly be happy about this one. It's always that first game that makes a world of difference to this squad. They made it happen here.
I was pleased with Major Pride as well during that. It looked like they had a little bit of life in them during that match. Despite having a tough time crossing that quarry, I think they had one of the hardest rotations to make as a full 4 towards the end of that match. And the fact that they were able to get across, get up into the place that they did with those 2 players alive, I'm kind of happy with that. I'll take that as an indicator of maybe a day of...
Well, Alpha 7, back-to-back Sandhawk wins here at PMGC 2023 Grand Finals, and they have put on a statement. 7, you know I'm going to go to you first. Alpha 7 putting on a clinic here.
Mafioso there at the end. I know being able to clutch up that 1v1v1. This was a player that I was wondering how he was going to be coming in today, especially with how his day finished yesterday in Myanmar, not being lucky. But for Alpha 7, I feel like they played that so well, right? They had the 2 splits there in that compound, and they decided to regroup at the right time. This is something that we were talking about when we were watching the game there, Max. And something that I do want to point out, though, is Shadow ended up sneaking up on them. They were a little bit slow to react to Huevo's push towards Carrillo, but the communication after that was on point.
Yeah, it was very, very on point. And I feel especially they're regrouping against WBG. That was the big key point for me. They understand, okay, we're teams that drop on the eastern coast. We know a very small amount of teams are going to be entering that way. We can afford to go for this 2-2 split east of Quarry for the longest time. And the moment a team decides to breach, which in that case was WBG, they regroup onto the western edge. Gatekeeper of the team are trying to exit out of Quarry, which results in them getting 10 eliminations. Again, popping off, getting those wins here, 7, and also getting those eliminations on these big matches that now should push them up in first place.
Since we're talking about Brazil, can we talk about the other Brazilian team?
The IHC of Brazil?
No. More like the Morph of Brazil right now. Because, boy, they are absolutely throwing loops. Once again, we're talking about how we wanted to see them being able to just not take that hot drop in Painan. They decided to go for the hot drop again. Ayala did end up getting a nice 3-piece, but they were only able to convert just one into an elimination. And not how I wanted Loops to start off their day. I'm pretty sure not how they wanted to start off the day, considering where they were at the start of the day in the overall.
And Redface just sees that as an all-you-can-eat buffet. He's just like, 3 eliminations inside of Painan. We're just going to get a few of those on the way. And also, DXavier, S2G, fighting inside of Paradise Resort, which I thought that was weird. They had a lot of respect in that first day. Northern side was for DXavier, S2G taking the southern edge, and they don't really have to fight too much. I think it was just Nongsh from Red Force, the command, brewing that entire fight. But here they just clash right from the get-go, which I still don't understand why it's happening despite having one game going exactly this way yesterday. So it still needs to be changed.
And now they finally decided to take the fight, right? What I don't understand from STG is how they decided to slow down, because they did have the advantage against DXavier. They did have a 2v1, but they decided to slow it down in a big way to the point where they didn't end up engaging, and then STG decides to take a weird fight outside the circle.
Against 628.
Against 628, which made absolutely no sense, and it was just due because of a knock. Once they got that knock, they're like, okay, let's make that push. They still didn't have the numbers. It just made absolutely no sense for me, that fight from STG and 628.
Well, Alpha 7 able to get themselves back into first place here, overtaking Stalwart Esports. As I see WBG as well, getting themselves up to third. A good push here out of WBG, not to mention Titan as well, because Titan, for them, the amount of points they put up, 15 we're talking about, I was saying actually that I think Titan are going to perform so much better today, and we're starting to see it here, able to get themselves into 8th place now, and China, they're coming back for a vengeance.
Yeah, playing strict center. Yeah, 12 to 8 actually, as you say there, 7. And here's centering up so quickly because they understood, look, Barn, Quarry, Aerion, Sanark is a bit rough, so we want to do in a similar fashion what we had on the WBG's game on their angle yesterday that they ended up winning. We're going to just center up, play a compound, and stay there for as long as we possibly can, and just take to a bare minimum the amount of movement you have to do late game.
You're mentioning Corey, and I actually wanted to talk about Corey a little bit because you were looking at your team in particular, Stalwart.
My team.
In a really good position to gatekeep multiple teams. There was what, Presija, FaZe, Major Pride, and then one mistake cost Stalwart that potential hold.
Play into split again. They had such a good position. They sent Icy, I think, over to one of the sheds, which is a shed. Playing as 4, maybe not the easiest. A Gitoon, sorry, I have to say it properly. Thank you, Jason. And they just stay split. And of course, you're going to have, I think, on the very first fight, it's FaZe and also Major Pride collapsing on that position and being split. Of course, you're going to get a player knocked. You can't get the res. You're losing players. You can't take the fight anymore. And you just got to survive and snake your way into the rest of the game. Stalwart. Teams are going to respond a lot quicker to these kind of situations. Splits like this might work in the league stage, might work in survival last chance. It is not going to work at these grand finals.
And it's weird, right? Because yesterday we were highlighting on Star Wars how they could be so dominant whenever they do find themselves in a location where they don't have to rotate, where they're already set. And this right here was the complete opposite. It is Sandhawk, so I'm going to give him a bit of a break since we always do end up giving teams a bit of a break. And now we're going to be going into Erangel, which yesterday they were the team that performed the best, as we're able to see there on the top performance for Erangel. What kind of Star Wars are we going to be seeing on this one if they do end up in a position? I'm hoping it's just a flash in the pan here, what happened in Sandhawk. It's just Sandhawk. I'm not going to freak out. But yeah, I'm with you. I didn't like it. As soon as we saw it happen, we're like, why are they still split?
I don't know. It's weird. I love how every time we make a point on a Sandhawk game, it's like, but it's Sandhawk, so whatever.
Yeah. That's the underlying factor. It's still Sandhawk, so you can't really think too much about it.
Yeah.
But Major Pride, I want to give them credit, obviously in a very tough position as well, having to potentially rotate through Stalwart, but instead they're like, we go into Corey.
Yeah.
And they went to Corey, got 4th place finish. And for them, I think considering the performance they had yesterday, being in the bottom 8 teams, actually lower than that, but I didn't want to go that deep and onto a European team, they need every point they can get. And at least it's a good sign of their understanding of we can play Corey. We've seen it in the past, especially with Nomi playing off angles in this one. But they at least played that one, got some placement points under their belt.
If you're playing around Corey, you want to try and just wrap around and dodge the fight, which is what 4MV ended up doing and actually clashing into WBG. But because they saw 4MV do that exact rotation I think they wanted to do, we just can't go for the exact same rotation, so we have to fight through. But North is going to be Stalwart, who didn't gatekeep too well, but still, they were Stalwart up there fighting FaZe. What we do, go into Quarry, we know as a fact, us, Major Pride, we are not going to get a chicken dinner this game. We're not even possibly going to get a podium finish. Let's just still try and get a few eliminations and a few placement points if we can by playing in Quarry, hugging the ridge side, and just trying to stay out of trouble for as long as they possibly could.
Yeah, and since we're giving props to some team, I kind of want to give props to Shadow from Titan, because the way he was able to time that so well whenever Weibo decided to push onto the Korea side, he waited for the right moment because he was able to see the Alpha 7 players kind of covering where he was going to be pushing in. As soon as he saw that push, as soon as he heard that commotion, he went for it, and he actually ended up getting some knocks, ended up getting some eliminations.
Well, we also have to give credit to the IHC of Mongolia, also known as IHC. They did rotate in a little bit earlier, which was nice to see. We've obviously criticized them quite heavily when it came to rotations. And Max, you talked about how many times where that final match of Last Chance, it was what got them through. We're seeing the adaptations. They got 4 placements. Sorry, they had 7 eliminations, 3 placements, if I'm not mistaken. Able to get something going for them, able to at least extend into the placement category where they've been heavily lacking.
Yeah, if you're looking back on this rotation, and I don't know if you'd agree, Seven, on this one, but I don't think it's about the speed at which they did a rotation, which was a big improvement from what we saw yesterday. I think it was the quintessential rotation. It is the easiest entry point over to the northeastern edge because, again, Eastern Coast, 2-3 teams drop there with a circle that continuously shifts over to Quarry. That is going to be your path of least resistance in that kind of circle. So they read it properly, like, okay, we're going to go from that camp, just play the high ground position because we know we have this space to work with and we can just get free scouting done. Later on, it gets a bit troublesome for them because teams start to take that position, but at least they had an entry point that makes sense in this match.
What I enjoy from IHC is that they decided between Circle 3 and Circle 4, instead of taking those fights, which they could have actually taken those fights, they decided to just focus on that position, decided to go towards the circle, which is completely different than what we saw yesterday. They were willing to take those fights. Maybe they were listening to what we were saying, start focusing a little bit more towards the late game, and maybe we'll continue to see that here in Erangel coming out.
We can not fight?
Wait a second.
cool.
Placement points?
That's pretty cool.
They already got half their placement points that they ended up getting yesterday. They ended up with 4 placement points, so it's good to see a bit of a change, even if it is Senhawk.
And that's what we said. Day 2 is the real day 1.
Yep.
PMGC Grand Final. Let's go back to it. You know, it's funny because if I think back to the For Miracle Loops fight, which we kind of did not expect to happen again. Same with S2G Xavier. I was talking to Scott, one of the Turkish cast, or I guess he's a desk or he's an analyst today, and he was saying that For Miracle are just better aimers than Loops, and I was kind of surprised to hear that. But I think we're seeing it in 2 back-to-back games on Sanhok. But you know what? It's time to see how things are going to break down on Erangel. So we're going to head over to our casters once again to kick off our second match of the day with Blank and John.
We've got our triple billing of Erangel coming up very, very shortly. We're going to be hopping in for the first match after the respite from the jungle. I'm sure it's very much needed for a couple of those teams, specifically the ones they were just mentioning. They're going to be happy to be able to get back into the battlegrounds, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, for S2G, obviously struggling a little bit over on that map versus the Xavier. It's not an ideal hotspot to be going for over on that Paris Resort, especially when you don't win it out comfortably. Yes, there was a bit of a different story where S2G were actually able to win the majority of that engagement, get a lot of their players back up again. They had a strong game off the back of it. Major Pride also able to make that rotation finally. I don't think it's a winning rotation, but it's certainly one that gets you into the end game, especially with the circle they had. Though, John, I think it's all about Alpha 7 right now.
I think I'd agree. I mean, with the position that they had, with the circles that they got, with the elimination count that they're able to achieve as well, putting themselves in the firing line of everybody else gunning for that championship title, looking to lift that trophy. I mean, I'm sure they were very much firmly in everyone's minds. They were my prediction for the top spot as well, and I will bring that up again, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep plugging those predictions, man. But our angle now for our second match of the day, and we'll see exactly what these players have in store for us. Honestly, I was quite happy with the way that we saw the Chinese teams start to pop off a little bit more. I think there was some disappointment over the general media yesterday for the teams coming through from China. And it's nice to see today that they step it up a notch, right? It was necessary, it was required. I think day 2 is where you can't really let things falter, you can't let them slip. It's where you have to re-grasp PMGC, bring it back under control. Hey, sharing is caring.
Oh, look at that. Giving the popcorn over. Very kind, very kind. Dropping those points across. You love to see it. And you're right, I think to highlight the resurgence of the Chinese teams in that last match, although I would say I was slightly disappointed with 628 in the position around Paradise Resort. I feel like, you know, they came into contact with 2 players from S2G, and a heavy toll was extracted from that.
So I think what they assumed was that S2G had already left, and they also had a pretty rough time of it because they made the right decision in my eyes. It was the case of yesterday they got done in, let's say, by FaZe over on that north side. So instead they opt to go for an eastern rotation past Paris Resort, so they don't get locked in over towards the rocks on that western side. Instead, the circle hard shifts down towards the south. They have to re-wrap back around again, potentially facing FaZe, so they have to be a little bit more cautious with it. They get caught by S2G in the process after making a lot of noise. I think that's one of those games where you can realistically say that they got a little bit unlucky.
Let's start off our middle billing of Erangel. 3 on the cards. The first will be a plane path from South George over towards the east side, cutting over Yasnaya. It's quite north-leaning here, Blank, but shouldn't be too hard to find some of those vehicles. Maybe a little bit of a hot drop scrabble for 1 or 2 of them. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like an early break south for 628. Stalwart kind of hot on their heels right now around that Gatka split. See if they come into conflict with one another. We'll have to wait and see. FaZe going all the way up towards Zaki.
I think for this western side, it does get pretty chock-a-blocked. Won't lie to you. With IHC, that southern edge around Crates, you've got Alpha 7. North George, Zaki controlled by FaZe. Right now, we're not seeing a one-on-one action between FaZe and IHC anymore, specifically with FaZe deciding to give it up on that hot drop. Wasn't going too hot for them at all. I like this drop coming through from Stalwart, though. Very nice. You don't see it too often other than in these international tournaments with some of the best teams in the world. It's that 3 out of 4 players on top 4 average damage here on our angle. That's kind of nice from DXavier. But yeah, you don't see it too often with Stalwart, which is this western approach, this western split. Get some vehicles. Some of the buildings, some of the loot around this area is actually fairly decent, so they can happily move over towards the eastern side. They do have to rock through a lot of teams, so I think that's your main major concern. But there are paths down towards the south.
At the moment, their split is kind of pulled apart by 4MV, but with 4MV's path down towards the south, it looks like it's going to be a little bit more cohesive once again. Alpha 7, North George, fairly happy with this circle, you'd imagine. Opportunity to cross south should it be necessary, because of course we don't quite know if it's going to be north or south of the river at the moment. A little bit more south-leaning, so I imagine we'll find the majority of our teams not looking to commit over towards the north side. Udo Alliance taking in the scenery. You know, they're just letting it breathe. They're seeing what they can see. They're chilling up in the sky. Hopefully, no one spots them.
I like that from Udo Alliance. You know, I think they do play their game. However, some other teams are not allowing to do that. They're switching up the rules on them quite frequently. For IHC, there was that engagement between them and Udo Alliance, I believe, on the eastern side, where Udo Alliance were very much not wanting to commit to that fight. They even gave a few times where they were saying, look, like, we don't want this fight, we don't need this fight, it's not going to benefit you in the long run either, you need to get into a better position. For Udo Alliance, just wasn't meant to be with IHC forcing the engagement on their side, and they just could not deal with that engagement. So I think for Udo Alliance, they still want to keep themselves far out of the way, so I do respect the mill to drop on that south edge.
Trying to keep things under wraps, under control. It's like a fairly even split. I'd imagine that the total throwables used is pretty correlated to how long these teams are surviving, because you tend to use a lot more utility towards the later games, I would say.
I am shaking my head here, specifically because you're right and also slightly wrong about that particular graphic, in the sense that it is funny to see IHC there, right? Considering they're not making it towards the end game a lot.
But they are in a lot more fights.
This is what I'm saying. It sort of speaks to the amount of fights that they're getting and
right.
the amount of eliminations that they're picking up. So it seems to me that they really are using that utility to force engagements a lot more, to bring those fights to bear. So it's not just a case of IHC finding themselves unluckily in these engagements. They desperately want to start them. They're a big team when it comes to those eliminations. They need those placement points, though. I think every single team here understands that placement points have to go hand in hand with eliminations. You can put a bit more stock on eliminations. However, eventually they do need to come through if you want to be a top 3 team.
Oh no, Hamzy down, immediately followed by a second, and S2G. IHC are able to find them. Kelsey with a challenge over the top here. Actually doing pretty well, doing pretty good work, but does get spotted. And S2G down to just the one player. A disastrous ascent to the top of Everest. And they will be falling. They've only got the one now left.
See, again, this is what I'm talking about. No one holds that far forward on that side. No one holds that far forward. Typically, if you're the first one up there, S2G assumes they've already taken the northern edge of Everest in that spot, because that would make sense, right? If you're up there first, you take the higher ground, you play off the back of it. S2G assumes that they've got a free spot going in, but IHC, they want to fight. They want to take these engagements. With S2G just going down to Silas, there's still a possibility this guy pops off later on. However, the chances of that are slimming now with so many teams around him.
Not really going to be able to hold onto those buildings on his own.
Yeah.
It's going to be real tough.
Evacuation, not possible.
It's far from ideal. I think we'll leave it at that. Alpha 7, though, they're moving in pretty central on this position as well, in the foothills near Everest, so a really good launching point for them. Of course, the next circle does need to come through before we decide north or south of the river, which I think will be the major break point for this lobby in terms of generating conflict.
It certainly still could head north here. And if it does head north, it sort of splits the map in a uncomfortable way, because it's likely to center up with the river cutting across the middle. But I think a lot of teams at the moment sort of banking on this one going back down towards that south side. currently we do have a huge amount of teams centering up around Everest, underneath Everest, picking up those buildings around the fielded area because they are few and far between. But Silas gets spotted out by Stalwart of all teams, but there's one to start things off. This boy pops off.
And he's popping down. Top was able to put him to bed, but he gets the one. That's what he was looking for. Over onto Icy with a cheeky little spray close range. It's just too much, though, to 1v4 in open terrain when you're getting rolled down on. There's not much to do, but is there a third party to maybe stop Stalwart in their tracks?
Alpha 7 extremely close by, and they just missed out on a golden opportunity there. They spotted Stalwart in the midst of that res. Dear me, that could have been a very different story towards their jump towards the top side. You can see now, just on the leaderboards, 74 points, clear and away ahead.
As we hop over to the southeast side, this is out in the blue. Udo Alliance versus Morph. Morph currently on a 3-1 split with Boboho all the way up towards the north side, near Lipovka actually, just passing through prison. So Morph playing as 3, Udo Alliance, they've got all 4 of their players a little bit closer, but they're still spread out and somewhat, and Olio definitely isolated by the 3 from Morph. Can he find a knock? He does, but goes down in the process of it. And not really going to be able to do too much with it being stage 1. Rocky can get rezzed and Morph can get on the road again.
Yeah, both Morph and Udo Alliance having very similar ideas here to take themselves out of conflict for the longest amount of time. Shift on the circle, coming through shortly. Udo Alliance, Morph, both have to get a move on, but most of the team's already in with them, say 4 Miracle Vibes. Centers up over towards this eastern edge around Rozok School, apartments, some of the southern high ground around Pachinki. Xavier did have a very central position, but will now be forced to move over towards that eastern side.
Nongshim, Red Force rolling up onto an outpost for Titan. The regroup needs to come through. You could see already in the vehicles from the northwest side. The backup needs to come through for 97, but is it going to be there in time? Hops out, drops down, now on the outside of the building, and the rest of Titan have managed to get into somewhat of a position to cover, but it's not going to be there in time. Unfortunately, Titan lose that outpost. Do they re-aggress onto this position? It's going to be rough against Nongshim. There has been no knocks found, a little bit of damage, but that's it. Titan abandoned.
Yeah, not worth it for them. IHC versus Alpha 7. Coming down from the hillside, taking on a lot of the top dogs. Still slightly disappointed in 97 there. You can't beat them, join them with the DBS, but puts the DBS away in favor of a nade. Greedy play, I would say, especially with the supporting sight lines from the rest of his team. Just had to hold his ground with the DBS on the front side of things. Loops have 4 players. A miraculous turn of events, I would say, for the Brazilian squad.
Staying alive as 4, I mean, that's the first step, right? That's the first step to trying to clamber on up a little bit higher on these tables. Trying to keep up with Alpha 7, maybe too tall of an order now at this stage. But they might be able to earn a little bit more moolah if they're able to pick it up the pace here. Match number 8 of 18. This is what we talk about when we talk about sprints. Having such a short window, if you have a bad day, it is so much more impactful than if you have a longer form tournament. Than even if you're playing 4 days, it's such a different vibe. And it could put a lot of pressure on your shoulders. It's just a question of who can bear that weight. Who can shoulder that responsibility.
Pasija Evos here. They drop down towards apartments around school. On the western edge now. You got Major Pride still hanging around Sunken, so they did leave it. I think they've sort of learned their lessons from the valuable instruction this year that they have met in over towards PMPL EU. Staying in that spot for too long is very much unideal.
4MV trying to stretch out on that south side, south of Pachinki right now with the hills to the west of it under their control, but Stalwart might have other ideas. Next zone just about to pop. A lot of open ground to the north of Pachinki, and it covers a lot of it as well. The area around ruins, those rolling hills in the middle of it, all just presenting such danger whilst looking quite inviting in those central hill areas. It's really, really easy to just get picked off, get torn down, a player, two players, and it just cascades from there. You need to be very, very careful, really vigilant when it takes to controlling those areas.
Yeah, it's a lot of open space now going forward for these squads. But DXavier held their ground over towards its western side, decided it wasn't really worth it for them to move too far over towards that eastern edge. Tizzy, it's ripped to pieces here. Wings next on the menu apparently with some hot sauce.
I think FaZe were able to pinch the point away from Major Pride there, despite Major Pride getting the knock. A little bit of a crossfire, and that's the open ground that will be so tough to navigate. 4MV close by to Stalwart. Stalwart having already lost a player. They're going to be playing on as 3 on that southwest side. Loops as well, trying to swing through. So a 3-team engagement potentially in these Pachinki Hills on the southwest. Stalwart, 4MV, and Loops all coming into conflict now. But it looks like 4MV looking to disengage, send north, and maybe closer to 628.
It's the first time I've heard the Major Pride crowd actually somewhat outweigh the Turkish house here, honestly. Yeah. It is a mansion. We've got tons of people.
The drums ringing through.
Here in Istanbul, live with us. Which is always awesome to see, but even nice to see that there's not just Turkish fans here. Everyone from around the world has joined us to support their particular teams. Loops now trying to get away. Weibo Gaming went up against Pasija Evos, in fact. It's a good pick-off as they just about creep themselves in towards that western edge. That's Misery going down, and Titans getting involved at the same time.
Hey, it's Titans again. You know, they are picking up these points now, starting to gather themselves, maybe on for a bit of power like we saw from WBG towards the end of yesterday. Major Pride finds the end of Pasija Evos. And with that point earned by 628, that puts both Indonesian teams right at the bottom of the tables, Blank. It's not that great. It's not that great for them. I'm sure they wanted to perform better here, but they've been denied that opportunity.
Yeah, I think Pasija Evos has not done a bad job, honestly. From the run they've had this year to get here to PMGC, the return of the twins, the rising stars and Misery and Redface. I mean, it's been nice to see. I'd like to see them get some more points on board, but like we said, the more games that go on now, there is a gap to be formed. Can't keep up with the front pack for the entirety of the tournament. Nice shots here, starting things strong, but just cannot find it. If Mythic gets at least one knock, look for some more, and this is IHC, I believe.
There's 4 players on Loops, though, and that's something we rarely see. It seems IHC starting to suffer, but they are giving as good as they get. Look at the damage they've managed to inflict. They force Loops up high, and look at the nade high from Alex. Goes on top of the room, tears Loops to shreds. Only the one player now up and in action. He's split away from this fight as well. Nowhere to be seen. And guess who it is, Blank? It's Cardozin. He's all the way on the south. He's close to 628. He's nowhere near.
Alex looking like a squirrel's hideout, because damn, that was nuts. Excellent stuff coming through. This guy always clutches up. And Cardozin down to the blue. What is Loops doing?
I have to question that split from Cardozin. It feels like there is a disconnect between this player and the rest of the roster. And I think we've sort of been on the edge of calling it out for quite a while now, because he is always the last to survive, or he goes down individually. It is neither, it is one or the other, really, and he needs to play more cohesive with the team. I'm not sure what's going on with them, but this is not the Loops that you saw back in the group stage.
I mean, the boys on the desk even commented that its 3-1 split is not working. It's time to switch things up, and you have limited time coming into this one. Last night should have been a big wake-up call for Loops in the sense of, let's go home, we've got to rethink this, okay? We have not performed how we should perform at all, considering this is one of our best teams from the PMGC League. And they had to change something last night, and it just has not come through. We're doing the same thing coming into tomorrow, and whoop-de-doo, it's not working.
I mean, I think whoop-de-doo is a pretty apt summary of what Loops have been able to do this match so far. Certainly disappointing, but the good news for Brazilian fans, of course, is that Alpha 7 still very much here to play. Playing on the southwest side of this circle. They're in a pretty solid spot for this next one. Major Pride continue to rack up a couple more points. We'll see if they can go the distance. IHC still very much as a full force, but FaZe now the next challenge for them. And 1 and 2 put to bed. FaZe having a tough time of it.
Even when FaZe dropping in Zaki as far as they can away from IHC, still locate them. They got the radar set to FaZe right now.
Certainly seems that way. They dread them, and they're trying to run from them. But IHC are inevitable. Mormon, Mela left alive, and to be fair to Mela, you've still got the mischief maker himself on board.
Yeah, Mormon's also a pretty decent player on that squad, and we have to remember that IHC is being pushed in by the blue, chased by it, hunted. They've got to pass over pretty open ground to get through, but I think they're more than likely going to go for a bit of a slightly more northern split. Some bombastic grenades coming through from 628.
4MV with some shots, but not really able to do too much as the nades continue to bobble on down. 33Z wants more, he wants the spray, he wants the challenge, and another knock is sent out the back lines of 4MV, leaving them at their last man standing behind the buggy.
Nice.
And it's curtains for them. 628 on the southwest side, able to stay as 4, and convincingly so.
Yeah, lovely shots coming through from 33Z. Really strong player. He used to be very much touted for his long-range capabilities, and you can see it right there. Spray control is gorgeous, to say the least. But Major Pride's still going. And it feels like that first game on Sandhawk gave him feeling a little bit more hopeful. IHC on the same trend. 8 eliminations, once again. Very early on into this game. Stage 5, though. Is this going to be a placement point match?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to wait. Because they are outside the zone right now, and they've got to fight through ruins. They're no stranger to a fight. Nongshim Red Force only have 3. On the southwest side, FaZe only have 2. A potential to try and force them into one another and third party on this position on the south side. IHC could also try and leapfrog, but then you've got DXavier in the way and the threat of those teams behind them coming on through. A Mormon spray down, finds a knock, and the vehicle goes up in flames. 2 points. Retribution for FaZe.
Yeah, nasty little shot there coming from Mormon. Definitely assists his boy Mela. Now Zjol and Godless have to make their great escape, and I lied. It's not a placement point game for IHC.
They still got 2 alive, come on.
They tried. I'll give them that. 2 more eliminations, they kind of be on track for a good average again.
Mela nades over to Sporter. Nongshim Red Force coming under the purview of FaZe right now as Wings goes down, but it's just a little bit too late. Unfortunately, the spot goes down onto FaZe, and now it looks like IHC want to move, but Major Pride have turned their attention out to this direction. On that northwest edge, a lot of gunfire's been heard, and they want to rack up those points where they can. 3 eliminations already found, and they are going to turn tail and instead turn their attention towards Titan. Further out to this east side, Titan playing as 3 players, and in this ditch, they need to be careful, but they find the knock onto Nomi.
It's a bad first knock to take here onto Nomi. They're not allowing to back off whatsoever. Dino gets really lucky. Good shots from Effect in the back, playing as that backstop. Not allowing to peek up, but another lovely nade over the top should shred Major Pride. But Dino, Naomi, back at it again. Nades going through. Another one almost blows up in Naomi's face, but looks away just at the right time.
Shadow ate so much damage from that nade before, but already had the first aid up and in action. This time around, though, not so lucky. Suppression continues. Effect now looking to reposition the res as well, potential. Bamboo wants to keep this nade going over towards Naomi, but how does he keep dodging this? He steps down from the spray and Effect's on in, but it's not going to matter. Morph chime into the engagement and put an end to the proceedings. Major Pride staying alive.
5 elims so far as well, doing some good work right now. 7 on the side of 628, feeling themselves in this game. And when this team starts to get a little bit aggressive, they start to look fierce in these matches. Alpha 7 down to 1 now. Picked to pieces by DXavier. 628 off in the distance.
Spray downs from Xavier on the inside there. Nongshim trying to rotate in, trying to backfill on the egress from Major Pride, but look at that regroup. Naomi moving back on in, as well as that send coming back on towards the north from Dino. Both of them now holding face against one player from Nongshim Red Force. Can he hold his nerve wings behind the buggy? Gets one onto Dino. Now maybe looking for the second as well, but Nomi able to shut it down. Major Pride needed to go back and reinforce that northern flank. However, they have done so successfully, and they are up to 7 elims.
Weibo Gaming, third place right now. 2 elims on this game. I mean, they've been consistently good with it on the placement points towards the end of the last day.
Alpha 7 have gone down.
Yeah, they went down there to DXavier alongside with 628. It was pretty good, and now DXavier not finished yet. Saw that some of their eliminations stolen away by 628. Coming strong, some lovely nades coming through from Chua, as well as Levi's will take down the rest of the pack there on 628.
You can only carry 2 main weapons, Blank, but each of these teams seem to have a pair of cannons on those arms every single time. These nades have been impeccable so far. I'm really loving seeing this utility usage. It's what you want to see. Spray downs towards Stalwart, and maybe another team in the top 3 taking the knee. Morph looking to slow them down somewhat. Icy now really the last force. If he can get action back in it, if they can get that heal off, might have a little bit better of a chance, but you got DXavier with other ideas.
Bobo Ho from Morph attempting to get themselves out, but it's DXavier once again looking over towards Stalwart. Major Pride get the circle, but one more obstacle in their way before they start to feel safe on this game. Good shots from action. Major Pride looking to take the fight now to Weibo Gaming.
That's the big engagement for me, and Nomi opens up the bidding onto Waimau. Needs to try and hold out on this hillside. You can see the reposition coming through in the distance with DXavier moving. I'm looking at the picture-in-picture on the bottom right of your screens right now, and look at that, DXavier actually flanking around. Major Pride have trouble now on this ridge side, and you can see they've read into that. They've heard those vehicles move. They know they need to keep that reinforcement there.
That's a strong rotate coming from DXavier. They saw the move made by Major Pride, instantaneously take the high ground from them. Now Major Pride feeling a little bit uncomfortable themselves. Still have to move further in. Weibo Gaming gets handed an olive branch here.
Potential moments of respite for them to look for those reses, keep that 2-2 split in action. Because Waimau's very, very low there. Needs that heal, does in fact get it. A full forward send there on the buggy, trying to gather that information. Getting a little bit more intel towards that Major Pride outpost. Effect now in a 3-1. He is the straggler of it. Effect looking to try and handle it. Chua has got 3 nades. Potential to be able to land this one onto Effect, but he's holding his nerve nicely. The 2-2 split from WBG has been maintained, Black.
It's a bit risky though, let's be frank about it. Could have gone very wrong. Sort of saved by the bell there. Circle moves back up towards that north side. DXavier really happy about their rotate now. Stalwart though, very far into the game. Again, a little bit further would be nice, especially with just the 2 players they've been running with for quite a while now. This is an achievement. The backside, Weibo Gaming take another knock here. It's Bobo Ho locks in.
It's so unfortunate for WBG that their forward position, their north of the 2-2 split, is so suppressed by Morph and by Stalwart, to be honest. If they can get rid of those teams on their south, they have a much easier time of regrouping and keeping that position on the hill that they hold right now. This circle is better, I would say, for Major Pride than it is for DXavier, as Major Pride continue to make things happen now. Looks like the crowd might have been swayed by it as well, as the S2G fans now rooting for their regional comrades.
Dino keeping tabs. The guys in from DXavier allows Effect to move further up. I think Effect had a couple of nades left on him. Morph makes the terrifying run, but Lamborghini stops them short in their tracks.
Bobo Ho on the back lines now for Morph, trying to keep it together, but it's got to be a little bit too hard for them. Waimau stays alive for WBG, and they are all there, but by the skin of their teeth, to be honest, it is very unlikely that we'll see all 4 of Weibo getting back up from this one. Bobo Ho still crawling in. Secret Agent Cody Banks on the southeast side.
Your DXavier here. Send a couple down. Try and get a bit more of a spread on. Lamborghini will finish off the remaining players. DXavier find themselves with 10 eliminations in this match, eclipsing some of these other squads in the performance they've had here. Gorgeous rotate earlier on. Great read from Major Pride's push over towards Weibo Gaming, giving them real chance into this match.
The duo forwards for Weibo Gaming. Major Pride trying to shimmy down this hill. You can see the divot they hold right now has such an open angle towards Weibo and DXavier. Such a difficult cross. They've got a vehicle though, so potential to drop a smoke or two and get across, take that fight against the duo from WBG.
Effect has a big mission on his hand here. I think he just about spots out Levi's. Don't know if Levi sees him, but the fact they send him up here, he has to be the linchpin in this situation. His first move is going to be the most important one. That nade doesn't tag anything either, so information not passed back, and this is the dangerous push.
This is what they were looking for, the 2v2 now, up and on the hill. Naomi, Dino both moving forwards, Wymau burning behind the vehicle, steps up for the trade but can't find it. There he is in the back line though. They've still got one more player to deal with, and they're falling. 2 players down now for Major Pride. They need to find the DBS shot, but it's all going to pot. And WBG hold in a 2 versus 4. DXavier now looking to roll over the top of it and put this one to bed. DXavier turn the tables on them, and it's the team from Vietnam to be able to take them down. What a masterful set of rotations from this roster.
Sick game coming through from DXavier. Goodness me, Major Pride blow the vehicle up in their faces. Sick hold from Weibo Gaming, keeps them on track, hold it down. Imagine if they didn't go for the 2-2 split. At the end of the day, maybe, just maybe, things could have looked a little bit better towards the end there, but it is PUBG Mobile. Things can always go awry, and having that 2-2 split allows them to have at least one strong position towards that end game. But that might see Weibo Gaming even further up the tables. I'm not sure where they'll land, but this has been one hell of a rise for that team.
Absolutely. Major Pride did very well in that match as well in terms of their points. Really, really good to see. I said I liked what I saw over on Sandhawk. It looks like the adjustment from this team has come through. It was a very unfortunate final fight there. That kind of was the only play that they had available to them, though, to try and take the north point of the WBG hold.
Yeah, there was certainly a chance for Major Pride. Fluffing that approach a little bit. The issue you find is that you have the players 2 different locations. Usually you'd stack up, so for Major Pride, just all eyes down towards the player behind the vehicle. You see Gap up in the distance just get free money, free reign, essentially. And it's DXavier. Huge amount of damage done as well. A really, really clean game from them. 11 eliminations, I believe. 13 eliminations to clean things out. That's a nice chunk of points for them.
That certainly is. It's going to do wonders for their standings on the table. We said we wanted to see them stand up a little bit like IHC were doing yesterday. IHC also still getting like 8 elims in that match, remember? But DXavier certainly popping off really, really well. And you talked about their heads-up rotation to the north to take that hillside against Major Pride. They hadn't have done that at that point. There was no way they make this win.
It's one of the best things that DXavier does in a lot of these games is that they are not just quietly watching, right? They're not just sitting on the sidelines. They're constantly feeding that information back to one another of when's the right time to go, what they see, what they can do off the back of it. And the decision-making on that squad, so nice. So nice.
Really great stuff coming through from DXavier. A critical end game for them as well. Really, really great stuff to see. Alpha 7 going down a little bit earlier, S2G going down a little bit earlier, a chance for WBG, of course, as well, making that 2nd place to be able to earn enough points to be, again, still in that conversation for the top spot. But we're going to be heading over to another conversation over on the desk.
Well, DXavier no longer the IHC of Vietnam. They take themselves a chicken dinner. We're never going to mention this again. It's not coming up again. We're not even going to say those 3 letters together a single time after this moment of IHC getting the eliminations, but no placement points. Playing off Everest, but let's talk about Xavier first, Max, man.
Yeah.
We knew they could put up frags, and we finally see they can close out games.
Yeah, and taking really smart rotations, not being overcommitted to these fights, right, 7, especially going for that engage onto Alpha 7. They see that 628 are going to be just committed on the southern western side, and like, okay, this fight, we can maybe get a few eliminations. Going further than that in that kind of terrain is not going to work out. Let's show and on full display our terrain knowledge in this kind of area by wide wrapping it over to the northwest, having that ridge that keeps you safe from your WBGs, from also the side of Major Pride, and off the back of that, when you know the fight is engaged, you can flex out and secure yourself the win. This has been the best game of Xavier by a significant amount, not only in points, but also in how they executed their game plan.
Exactly how they executed the game plan. Going back to the first couple circles, the way they were able to kind of rotate towards the south of Ruin, setting themselves up there, and then towards the end, what really impressed me is the way they were able to take onto that fight with 628, as you were alluding to. They sent a 3-1 split just to make sure that they didn't have to worry about that, using that map knowledge, using that terrain knowledge that you were alluding to as well, but also the awareness that they were able to showcase during that match. That's what kind of impressed me the most out of them. And yeah, they're no longer the IHC from Vietnam.
No more. We said no more.
After that,
you get one, Max.
I get one.
But 7 and I both used ours.
I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, hold on to it. Okay, well, you can see here, Xavier getting themselves 23 points. Major Pride as well, a team who's been kind of underperforming so far here in the grand finals. Well, I say underperforming, but I say it with a pinch of salt, because I didn't really know what to expect out of them coming into the grand finals, as we obviously saw them make their way through into this event. But 14 points, we saw Dino actually being the one to play the off angle at some point, watching their back towards the I think it was like the east, southeast, northeast side. And Nomi was kind of playing more with his team at some point. So a little bit of a switch up, but obviously failing to clutch things out when it was a 4-on-2.
For Dino, I know I've been not hypercritical, I've been giga-critical about Dino in the past. And he's really, especially throughout the fall season, and now this PMGC, has slowly risen as one of the top players that I'm looking at when I am focused on Major Pride. And it had that really cool game here, 7 of a dodgeball with a Titan Esport Club, just chucking nades over that little ridge in the dip. Of course, in that situation, only one comes out on top. It just happened to be Major Pride, but rotating from sunken cities while teams are dodging all of those northern positions, especially Ruins, you're going to have a lot of space to work with. So Major Pride, cool game. I want to see what happens in a case where a circle does not come their way. That's when I want to see Major Pride step up, and if they do, that might be the change we wanted to see.
How they're going to be able to adjust, by the way. Talk about a bit of a drop-off here as we go to the overall rankings with S2G.
Remember, the fans are right in front of you.
It's okay. S2G is currently throwing today, and you're seeing it on the overall ranking. I mean, they're currently in 5th place. On that last match, too, they decided to take the fight on Everest. They were going to be scouting. They decided not to do that, going up against one of the stronger teams when it comes to fighting against IHC. And the crazy part, too, that S2G did is I felt like they did absolutely zero scouting, because you could see it too. They were sending in with the motorcycle. Easy pickings for IHC. IHC ends up taking those eliminations, but once again, for IHC, we want to start seeing those placement points.
Yeah. I understand how a fight like that with IHC can happen on Everest, okay? Like, you don't have any scouting because it's Everest, it's a high ground position. The moment you have the slightest bit of information, a team is up there, it is not worth the fight for, because you're supposed to get information off the back of a position like this. If you're losing players, scouting is never going to be worth it. So right there, SGG should have just left it.
This is really interesting, actually, considering we've had now 4 Erangels. You can see Xavier with the most eliminations on this with 14 placements. Obviously, 10 of those coming with a victory here. But you can see, like, Stalwart, 15 elims, 20 placements. Weibo, 17 eliminations, 16 placement points. Crazy to see that these two teams on the number 1, number 2 have been able to put up so many eliminations. Just imagine a world, though, if they were able to close those games out. I think our top 3 would look dramatically different right now if that was able to happen.
Yeah, but DXC just did it. Xavier, there you go, just said it. So and they were able to do it in this match in particular. So it's a good change of pace. Hopefully we can see more of IHC. Though, talking about IHC, we had an interesting split from a team pushing on their location from your boys of Loop 7.
I don't want to talk about it.
You like that split? That was a really cool split. From Cardosin. Want to talk about that?
I don't want to talk about it. All right. By the way, can we talk about IHC? Alex, that nade on Loops, that was a nasty nade. Loops, just let's move on.
I didn't hear any do Brazils out of him anymore.
He's calmed down a bit.
Not yet. I'm letting them Yantasho. Means let him cook.
The Chinese casters have been teaching him quite a bit. Some of them, hopefully most of them, you do not say on air because they're not appropriate for the viewer base out there. But we can see the road to glory currently going on as well within the game. You can get exclusive rewards. Just make sure you guys check it out within the game. Not to mention the esports supporter title, which I have. Do you have it, Max?
No.
He doesn't have 7. Do you have it?
Have what?
Do you have the title, esports supporter?
Yes,
I don't. I have some other one though.
What's the other one?
Don't you have ultimate creator or something
Yeah,
like that?
ultimate,
like super cool,
ultimate influencer.
Ultimate influence. Oh, I'm really influenced right now.
All he did was influence our losses when we played some Pogi Moga together.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What you mean? Max and I have been carrying.
Yeah. I just got no ace this season, so no, I'm just flexing my rank.
Okay, okay.
You know what? Rank doesn't mean everything, okay? It's not all about that. It's about your contribution to the team, your communication about trees coming at you.
Very important.
And the amount of times you get run over by cars.
I love that you say as soon as rank doesn't matter, John's over there like, yeah, keep it going.
Play casuals, yeah.
Well, also, not to mention, hopefully one of these days we can get one of these bad boys in front of me, the Infinix GT10 Pro, so we can become professional esports players because they were born. Keep your hands away. You know we got security guard Steven over here watching you, and he's going to tackle you.
Oh, yeah, he's looking very scary right now.
He's looking very scary.
Whoa.
Look at him. He's just staring us down like, do not touch that phone. You guys can pick it up for yourselves. Obviously, all the players here are participating on them. Official smartphone here at PMGC 2023.
Security guard Steven needs to watch out because they've been throwing those drumsticks.
Throwing is a very broad term. It's more of slipping out of hands and happening to almost hit him in the head.
And almost aiming at 7, Evan, since you talked about S2G.
Butterfingers.
Got close, yeah.
Just like SG. Huh?
On my phone. Oh, I guess we're dead.
They are right behind me, too.
They literally are right behind you, and I'm pretty sure I could see one of them, like, jumping in over the stage to come dive you.
But I feel like you were calling it, too. We were kind of talking about this, right?
Of course I was calling it, but I'm not afraid of them. No, I mean, to be honest, that was what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was talking to Scott, one of the Turkish casters over there, well, analyst today, saying that, you know, I don't know if I have the faith in S2G to be able to bring it back today, and I want to be very quiet because they could potentially hear me from behind. And he said there's a curse for Turkish teams when they perform well day one, they seem to fall off day 2, 3, obviously later on, and obviously they still have a chance to turn things around, right? It's only been 2 matches, still have our 3rd match to come up, but we're gonna head to a short break to get things ready for that 3rd match and to give S2G that chance for a breather.
Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
He looked real hard at that previous shot. You could see us. We're about the size of 7 like he is on the desk, but we are there. We're here live in Istanbul. Poor guy. He's got a box under his chair to make sure he's high enough. He's got a high chair over there. Just Kaplan.
I can't lift it up.
Maxman there in the middle.
No, I like it like that. That's cool.
That was solid. That was solid.
That's good.
Almost fell on my box.
You know what was also solid? Huh. Not stalwart this game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why you gonna look at me?
I mean, they're your boys.
I was 70 good. No,
Yeah.
Stalwart did bad. Yeah, Stalwart in particular this game, I think there was a lot of indecision in this match. Unfortunately, they were playing the southern edge of the map. They were playing west of Pochinki, which of course you're going to have some positions that are tough to transition outside of those warehouses. You had two options in this case. Or you go to the west side, fight the Xavier, or you go to the east side and fight in those dips around of the Church of Pochinki. Morph in that case, and unfortunately did not make any decisions, went for the straight center position, again gate kept by two teams at the same time. In this scenario, you can't just send in the center, you have to pick one fight, fully commit to it, win it hopefully, and then transition in circle.
Well, you know what? We're going to transition ourselves.
No. Cool.
To our commentators.
Yeah.
John Allen and Blake, take it away as we head into our third match of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just bread. Just all the time. Apparently, toast sandwich, meant to be good. I've heard at least, but it's toast and then just normal bread in between. All right, we'll give it a go for you. We'll let you know how that goes. Right now, the triple bread sandwich is looking quite tasty for us in particular over here on our third match of our angle. Rainbows. Good stuff. We like to see it. Doing fairly well right now. But yeah, I think that right now heading over to our third match of our angle. Major Pride of that last game doing fairly decently overall. It's nice to see. I was pleased by it.
I think I'm back. Hello? Can you hear me now? Hopefully. I think I might have been muted there for the start of it, but we'll see if we are in fact going to be getting on in. Not entirely sure. Got a lot of people running around trying to look at some wires, so we'll see if we're getting on into this next match. I was going to start highlighting Major Pride for just a moment. I was really a fan of some of the things they were able to do there. They obviously got a lot of points to try and clamber back on up, but I think WBG for me, other than DX Xavier, were the stars of that in terms of being able to hold that 2-2 split.
Not only just holding the 2-2 split, but more than that in the sense that they're continuing on, you know, providing even more points towards their corner. And I would say that if you're looking at this from a Game 3 standpoint from yesterday, John, I don't think anyone would expect Weibo Gaming to be towards the top of the standings right now. It's an incredible leap that they've had, huge leap that they've had, in fact. We'll be leaping right into our third game of the day here on Wrangel with a plane path from Stalber down towards Primorsk. Again, we love these types of plane paths, gives everyone the opportunity to go wherever they need to be.
Should be fairly nice and organized. Are we going to see IHC and FaZe drop it on one another? Well, probably not, with FaZe dropping out towards Severny, Morph a little bit closer to them. Maybe they would like. Could be a little bit of trouble over on the North Point, but not with IHC.
S2G heading a little bit further down here. Udo Alliance actually up towards Stalber, taking the high ground for themselves. It's been a bit disappointing for Udo Alliance today, not being able to get themselves some big, consistent points. It's what they're known for. A lot of teams taking this now to the next level, especially with new teams starting to pop off, especially over on those Chinese squads with Weibo, Titans. To get a little bit more done here. DX Xavier in particular, very impressive on that last game. Bit more what I expect from them. And IHC, once again, running those numbers.
Trying to run up that flagpole, see if they can represent. South Circle Keeping a little bit of that military island in, so 4MV can get back into the fold, but likely we're going to end up somewhere in between Quarry and Pachinki, that sort of area of the map, almost over towards Gatka as well. We'll see just exactly where we do finish out, but the teams over on the east side going to have to start to shift over. That's going to force people around that Potato Hill area, around that Pachinki area, down towards that coastline to have maybe a little bit of a fight in order to make their way on in, because there's a lot of open ground to cover there.
Massively so. It's a difficult circle as well that we've got with the amount of water in it. To be honest, it's difficult to work with, but there is at least that caveat that on that eastern bridge, there's potential for a lot of teams to be moving through that position, looping back up towards the north side. It's a bit more respite, honestly, because a fair few of these teams look more than likely to be locked out on the edge. Nungshin Red Force, where have they gone? Really would like to see a bit more from this team. Still putting up points game after game, though. Currently 6th place, 55 points, looking good. Pretty clear top 3 at the moment, John.
Seems to be quite a solid distinction, but Xavier, they're in 4th place. They're looking to try and chase. Obviously, if they can repeat their performance from the last match, they'll be in with a pretty decent chance of jumping up to meet them. The Vietnamese team would be very happy to be able to do so. I think that would be quite a turn up for the books as well. You liked Xavier. You had them in the conversation for quite a while. And obviously, I'm assuming you're going to be pretty happy to see them knocking on the door. 10 points behind the top 3.
Yeah, honestly, I was not a big fan of Xavier at all. And I'm not afraid to say that. Last year, even though they did fairly well, I do think a lot of that came down to luck. And there was a lot of camping going on, not a lot of smart rotations. But, you know, watching them grow this year, a few new additions to the squad, on their core, they've made a massive amount of improvement. I think that's the thing that really does earn my respect, in particular, is just improvement. And I think you can certainly see that with Xavier. So I would be pleased to see where they've come in a year's time to now, with the smart rotations, excellent gun skill, really honing in on those nades as well, to be in a top 3. I think it will be tough for them to lap both Stalwart and Alpha 7 at the moment, who look like to be the true rivals. I mean, I called them arch nemesis apostrophe before this tournament started, which they certainly are, because both teams neck to neck right now.
Trying to keep pace. Easier said than done. Needing to find any advantage wherever they can. And to be fair, you're talking about improvement over the next year with the addition of that extra Super League season over in the SEA region. A little bit more chance of development as well, a little bit more practice on board. So we'll see if they're able to leverage that and continue their careers moving forwards. But for now, their sights are firmly set on Alpha 7 at the top of the tables. Weibo Gaming, 3rd place, tied right now with Stalwart, but the tiebreaker goes to Stalwart. The chicken dinner difference right now. What's keeping them apart?
S2G on their rotates, now moving down through the field. Locking in as central as a position as it gets, considering the amount of water on the south side. CG Evos also attempting to make a rotate through on the northern edge, just the south edge here of Everest. We do have Major Pride on our screens, you know. Nice improvement from them in terms of point standings as well, now up to 10th place. It's a good place to start as well. You know, it's one more good game away from getting in towards a top 5 bracket. Difficult to bring that sort of thunder back to back though, especially in a PMGC tournament.
With the circle shift, teams are taking up residency around the Gatka area. S2G drop on that split, but they've regrouped together. Playing up as 4. Pasija Evos a little bit further west, and Nungshin Red Force looking to fend off their position on this gas station, but it's only Sporter really in this locale. Suki, 97, turn the corner, and that's going to be curtains for the outpost of Nongshim Red Force. And you said it earlier, we really haven't seen much from this team, not in the way that we did in the first day. I talked about them a lot as in terms of this bastion of consistency, but it's starting to get a little bit watery here, Blank.
For Titans, yeah, I think that they've had a really good improvement today. It looks a lot nicer for them, you know. 3rd place over on Sandhawk. Managed to get far into that last game as well. So for this 3rd game, I'm hoping the Titans can do something similar. 8th place. Similar position right now to Major Pride. 1 good game away. Some good consistency coming through from them. See what they can get done this game, though, because I don't really see a star player on their squad as of present. I think Shadow's definitely lightened up a bit.
I mean, certainly over on that Sanhok, right? Getting into the final 3, snaking his way forwards, had an impact. Did go down in the end, though. Alpha 7, just a little bit too strong. Able to get that SK12 to do wonders for them. But it is not the performance you expect from PEL champions. Coming into this one, placing 8th right now. Instead, it's Weibo, who have had a little bit more practice in this international lobby, who are putting the hurt down. 71 points, a resurgence, of course, from yesterday. They were down towards, after the first 2-3 games, they were down towards 15th, 14th place. A real change up from them.
Some good circles on their side. We'll put it that way for now.
True.
I mean,
ooh,
despite that, for Weibo Gaming, doesn't matter if you have good circles, you still have to convert, and I think that they've been doing very well on that front. And they've deserved some of these holds that they've been getting, especially versus Major Pride in our last game. That was not an easy one, but they managed to make it happen. Always, both those teams were always going to go down to DXavier in the end. It was really up to them who would be coming second here. CJ Evos rolling on through.
On the south side as well, trying to make their way towards this circle shift, which is pretty nasty. A lot of teams on this northern shore going to have a tough time of it. 4MV, who stayed on that military island, going to have a better time for themselves. IHC and Major Pride coming into conflict here, and Major Pride will be losing out on a player. A knock sent back to IHC, but that's not going to get flushed because Major Pride just want to get away with this one, just want to get towards this next circle, but actually maybe towards S2G here.
Yeah, likely to wrap that way. And I think for Major Pride, they assumed that they would be heading over towards that western side.
Alpha 7 playing up on Ferry Pier. Playing the wall right now, nice and covered off. A little bit tricky to leave, though, if there is a team looking out your way who's aware of your presence, and that will be 628. A little bit further northeast of them, on the east side of Ferry Pier. DXavier as well, conglomerated in the northeast point of it. A little bit split. It's a 3-1 right now for DXavier, but they're on the inside. They don't really have too much to worry about, especially with 628 on their west.
Stalwart tempting to get themselves. They're on the south side of the fields right now. Obviously, this is a pretty stinky circle, let's put it that way. Very difficult to play around with. It's sort of half and half, and I think that's the difficulty for a lot of these teams, is making that critical decision to head down towards the south edge on Sosnovka, because it could genuinely head there at the end of things. DXavier lose a player on the way in. Lamborghini, rough knock to lose Lamborghini early on.
But they do make the cover. They do make that crossing and get into a building, get into a position, which is more than could be said for a couple of these other teams. It's going to be rough going for everyone. Udo Alliance, they've taken a knock. FaZe are looking to try and capitalize. Mormon, nade over towards Olio, but doesn't quite get the knock. There's an answer, but it goes long. And Mormon evades the damage. Has another one cooking. 2 more in the back pocket. Wants to try and continue the engagement. Olio, unfortunately, steps into the nade. Takes the damage, and FaZe continue to move on through. Another knock sent to Udo Alliance, and they are really starting to flag right now. FaZe not going to be slowing this one down, and that is a shift. You said it was possible, Blank. I didn't quite believe in it, but there it is.
Yeah, it's half and half. That's the problem with it, right? Is that potential that this does head down towards the south side, and the only team to make that gamble was for Miracle Vibes, and I respect them for it, because this is one of the few circles where you can have that rare occurrence of heading over there. Can't really quite see the teams on the bridge right now. I wish I could tell you who's got the best opportunity to cross. Nongshim Red Force is around here, so is Weibo Gaming. You can see them now making the swim.
They're going early, and that could be critical. Not taking the bridge and going early might be actually a mistake here, as Nongshim Red Force moved up to the opening of the bridge, and they are certainly keeping their eyes peeled towards the water. Having to surface for breath could prove to be troublesome, but there's players across the bridge as well. 4MV are moving into position to make Nongshim Red Force's life harder.
Nongshim Red Force. Let's me wings on a embarrassing amount of HP. I think Weibo Gaming makes a mistake here to cross so close to the bridge. There's definitely safer paths in. And with this being at the PMGC right now, there are so many teams that want to take center earlier on. So many teams understand that this is a critical position to be holding. IHC has the right idea of it, getting underneath the bridge first. You can use these pylons as cover to get across underneath. Quick heal up inside the vehicle, underneath the water as well. Smart choice. And S2G now coming in from the backside. It's been a late entrance from them.
Going for the 400-meter freestyle blank across this water gap. Got about 4 teams trying to make that. Obviously, Weibo Gaming not so lucky on it. Vittori's with a challenge against Loops right now, but both of them back off for the heal. The fight not really breaking out fully. Chief launching an aid long on the arm. Not going to find the tag just yet. Launches another, giving that smoke cover for Ayala to move on back. Ventura's lucky to avoid that one, but Ayala's very, very low. 2 tags, 2 tickles. And the first aid needing to be popped now, but Ventura's is cooking up. Something, it's Mel, however, to find the mark. And Ayala goes down, forward position for Loops.
And for Loops, there's really not a lot of confidence in these guys anymore. They just don't seem as strong as they used to be. Mythic at least finds Mormon on top of the rocks. They're locked in now. Towards this position, Chief out on his lonesome. Mela looks to put him down. The shot's coming across towards Cardozin and co.
S2G making their move, trying to get across the bridge on the top, and not actually too much resistance over the top of this bridge here. 4MV on the far side of it, but S2G can take a valuable spot here now. They've managed to get ahead of a lot of the teams who are hesitant to go across the bridge. However, there is very little cover from these sidelines. Ray-Z somehow not getting tagged up here and trying to stay alive, but it is unfortunate. S2G starting to come apart at the seams now. Nongshim Red Force still on those underpasses, but it is such a dangerous crossing to make, and S2G make the gamble.
Yeah, the issue is for S2G there is they try and cross the bridge, and there's a position on the bridge itself where you can actually force the buggy underneath. So you cross underneath the bridge onto the riverbed and then cross the actual channel itself. So for S2G, the 2 players crashing in the back has to change their plans.
2 teams that I'm looking at who have gone for that swim. Alpha 7 already across. They went far west, almost from beyond Ferry Pier, actually. DX Xavier crossing a little bit further out than Weibo Gaming. They've managed to make landfall on the far side, but they have lost a player. And in fact, Levi's is still out towards the islands, out on the swim. Titan trying to get away from this one. You'll be lucky. And I don't think it's going to happen for you. Pasija Evos actually taking a trade out their way. That's going to come from Titan, but the rest should be very, very possible. Pasija Evos can keep up as 4. However, the circle finally fully committed to the south. Sorry.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, they made the smart decision very early on, which was to wrap on that western side. And they made the gamble, actually. They might not have already been on that south island, but they were already swimming before that circle hit. And they knew they could do this because they claimed so much space on the western edge of Ferry Pier that they could always come back. It's really difficult crossing through Ferry Pier in the first place. There's so many open sight lines to really shut you down. Stalwart, again, another smart crossing here. They don't go too early like Weibo Gaming. get shut out. A lot of teams are now far too concerned with one another. Stalwart take a very, very opportune moment to cross. But yeah, I like the gamble from Alpha 7. I like the gamble from 4 Miracle Vibes. I do think the Alpha 7s was maybe a little bit better, considering that they assumed it could go either way, right? And they had paths to come back to the North Island if necessary. So a very, very cool play from Alpha 7. Xavier across themselves. See them off in the distance on the beachhead. They're going to be loving that position as well to give them a huge amount of points coming into this one.
The bridge now a main option for about 3 or 4 teams over on the north side. Still looking across. Misery looking to light them up, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Titan hold the nerve. Suki and 97 both still in action, but Shadow is down and 97 soon to follow. Just Suki now remaining. Pasija Evos wanting to look for these reses. It's very, very tricky to find them though, and Suki has more in the back pocket. And he's going to be able to pull it out there, finding more knocks, finding some heals. They are just transferring these meds over, trying to last as long as possible. Stalwart on that central island have so much control over everybody else trying to cross, but as soon as that tank runs dry, they're going to have to make the crossing themselves, and they will be the fish in the barrel.
Yeah, it's tough, and I think you have to wait for this next circle to come through, which is why Stalwart's hovering on the edge of the circle here on that northwest side, because they understand that they need to wait for this to confirm down some place. That is probably the worst place for it to confirm as though, because if it moved over towards that further east, teams would have to head towards the ridge side, potentially down towards the buildings. But Xavier now can live here forever, which means at some point Stalwart's going to have to fight. It's a nice nade from east up on high.
Spots it as well, doesn't super give away the position. 4MV have been holding this bridge really, really effectively, but with the circle moving away, they're going to have to look for that transition. And IHC, they use those bridges, that bridge cover that you were talking about, to get that swim. 4 players still alive, making the landfall though the major task ahead of them.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, and 4 Miracle Vibes will happily pick up the pieces. They actually pushed very hard forward, did 4 Miracle Vibes. Curious play from them. Suki lobs a nade, red face, happy about it, might try and lob one of his own, but it's east up on high to silence him.
Pinched away there, Suki able to find the plinks, and east going to be denied that opportunity. We'll have to move it out. Suki not long for this world, but now with the shots ringing out, IHC going to be aware of this presence all the way up on high. Not going to be too phased by it. Actually, Loops still have their Lone Ranger going. Chief this time around, uncharacteristically, not Cardozin. And there's the peak. And immediately Alex is on the ball. 2 players alive for IHC, and 4MV want to change that fast.
I respect this from 4MV. They tried to get forward. They wanted to pick up as many eliminations as possible, but hasn't been majorly successful. 4 eliminations total from the amount of teams that had to make their cross is it's not a juicy one, is it, really? Let's be honest.
No. I think we've seen better bridge holds in terms of the points result for it. Alex down, and that is IHC out. Make it 5. 4MV, they've met their quota now. See if they can do a little bit more from that bridge position. But the circle moving away, let's talk about the lay of the land now on this South Island. Everyone who can cross has crossed. Alpha 7 on that southwest edge in a really, really solid spot. Xavier playing with 2 players, have got the compound on the northwest side of it. Morph as well. Looking to move in on the east.
Yeah, likely to be an Alpha 7 win here from the position they hold, and it's just been, again, another masterclass from this squad. Well, they wanted to play it out. Nerzed getting ripped to pieces. Either way, Stalwart took their chances. They took their time with it. Top has to make an insane cross. Dips down, but East is going to keep firing, but this is one of his last clips.
He's very, very low on the ammo. I mean, that's the unfortunate result of holding out on the bridge, is nobody's actually managed to make it across and deliver you their crates with the ammo inside. So you need to be a little bit more careful, need to be a little bit more proactive now, try and roll over some positions where you've taken people down. Looks like Doc's pretty healthy on the ammo though. He's got plenty. Try and distribute that. 6-8, their last player falls to a nade. I wasn't expecting Sunan to be able to make it much further, and he will be out now.
4MV's going to be careful, because Morph's actually headed up towards this ridge side now. You can see that. Alpha 7 wins. But for Morph, they've got an excellent angle over towards 4MV. Nerzed goes down, but Both stalwart players did get themselves into a fairly decent spot. Some really nice long grenades does take down top. Action left remaining, who is taking some gorgeous shots over towards him.
East trying to shimmy out the side of the rock and get an angle on the ankle of Action. Baron dipping behind the vehicle, steps a little bit too wide, and maybe Morph have something to say about it. Another nade over towards top. Doc's close by. Action knows he's there, but can he do anything about it? With East covering off his position, he can't really stand up at all, and is just pinned in right now to the bunker. A nade, an opening knock is all that Action needs to maybe have a little bit more to do, and that's what he's going to find over towards Baron. He knows Doc's further down to his left, into that smoke. Has to step up though, and it's East for the challenge, and he has it. On the floor, waiting, biding his time.
Mate, what is Morph doing? Why are they giving up on this? It doesn't track. I mean, at the end of the day, you can try and get this high ground over on this side, but you're still going to have to clear out 4 and B at some point.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Mafioso there. Leaves the Xavier down to just the one player. But Morph could have easily cleaned up 4 and B. 3 elimination points. Now they leave the backstab still in play. Not sure I agree with that. Felt strange that it was up to Action in that situation. I mean, he was doing quite well with it too.
If you're Morph, you probably lack a little bit of confidence right now. They are not doing well on the tables. And with Rocky going down, they're going to be cut to 2 by 4MV, the team that they could have swelled on over. And I think it is just a lack of confidence for this roster. Now it's up to Alpha 7 and 4MV, the major forces in this lobby, trying to move in from the southwest and the northeast. But Alpha 7 have taken a knock here. Morph losing 1 or 2 more, and Morph are out.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most clear mistakes we've actually seen in the PMGC so far. 4MV up to 10 eliminations. East with 6 of them. Great hold over towards that bridge side. And Baron trying to wrap around. I am so confused by the performance there coming through from Morph. 4 Miracle Vibes essentially just get a free fight over towards Stalwart. And a free couple of eliminations over towards Morph in the end game. Alpha 7 know they need to get rid of this team. Surely they heard the third party come through. Chua though, just needs to live this one out. A second place, brilliant news for them.
The Xavier would be happy to convert on that match we just saw from them on the first Erangel. Looks like East knows there's a player inside Soda. Alpha 7, Mafioso has got the bead. He almost knows exactly where he is. Look at that. I think he saw a backpack shimming around. Just holding his nerve. And that leaves Mafioso almost forced to maintain this off angle. And he is going to find the sliver of a pixel there onto Chua. But it keeps him on the back line, which means it's a 3v3 on the southeast.
4MV here's the shots, decide that they want a piece of the action. East first to face. There is a knock towards Revo. The call for Mafioso to regroup probably coming through now. Molotov, and Doc gets away, so all 3 players still surviving this one. Well, very interesting finish here, John.
Alpha 7 do fully lose Revo there. Carrillo almost naded out as well. Could have been disastrous. He's caught on the cross. East needs to tag one more shot, but Carrillo hits the deck, gets up again, makes the dash, looking to try and get across to safety. Needs to heal, and with Mafioso over, it's the time for Chua to try and start to move forwards here. Needs to try and find something if DXavier want that second place, but a 3v3 atop the hill. Alpha 7 have the inside track.
Yeah, Baron, I think he knows that Chua down toward the building below. No matter what Chua does, likely that both teams understand that getting rid of him first. Ideal scenario, right? Both teams then confirmed at least a second place.
Getting that smoke out for Baron so he can maintain that angle over towards Chua. Don't think he has a vehicle there. And he is the only reason that this fight hasn't really bubbled over, in my opinion. I mean, you can see Mafioso going back to take this angle after getting that ghillie suit on board. Has the Grozer as well to back up the Mini 14. Chua open into the ground and is doing pretty well to stay alive here, but not for much longer. Mafioso finally gets that tag on. Alpha 7, 5 eliminations and a chance to take another chicken dinner here to try and solidify themselves towards the top.
Yeah, nice game from DXavier. I'll give him that. They got far from a difficult position. A nice early rotate gets them there. Alpha 7 versus 4MV. Mafioso with the Corrosa. Low ammo on it, 2 clips left.
Didn't have a lot of 772. Completely forgot the numbers.
762.
762, there you go. Goodness me. Got completely muddled up there, but the Groza a little bit lacking on the ammo. Still plenty of Mini 14 left in the barrel, and the rest of the team as well to back it up. So you're really going to need at this stage. To this point, you see teams start to drop those backpacks sometimes. You start to see them shed them to try and get a lower profile out in this open terrain. 4MV shimmying around, and actually it's pretty even on the lineups in terms of who has the center of this circle. Actually, with that reposition coming through from Carrillo, it's given 4MV maybe a little bit of an advantage.
Eventually, 4MV is going to have to take the fight to Alpha 7, but it's Alpha 7 has to crest this ridge side, right, which leaves them open. Mafioso tries to go as wide as possible. He knows that the Groza isn't going to be extremely effective, so information being passed back, so can take advantage of that Mini 14 in the open ground. Doc, though, spots over towards Carrillo. Maybe tries to open things up here, but you can see Mafioso has clear line of sight.
He is being vigilant now. Carrillo trying to bait out these shots. Moving north to south along their line. Not getting anything now, it's going to get a little bit more bold. Dipping into 4MV territory, actually hops out. I think he might have spotted east, I'm not entirely sure, but he's got the nade on target. I'm fairly certain now that he's seen it. The nade is not quite on the target, it goes a little bit long. It looked like it was good, but stepping up now, east has got the shots in the back pocket. Mongolia looking to stop the ascension of Alpha 7. Away from Stalwart, but it might not be that easy. East is still here to play. Baron for the backup, and now there's only one player on Alpha 7 left. Up on the top of the hill, Senab needs to come in clutch.
Senab with a big task in front of him. East moves forwards, looking to finish this off with the DBS of his own. Senab tries to deal it, but cannot. For Miracle Vibes, the Gamblers head down towards the south first here. Will pick themselves up the game. Nice bridge camp there from East, and some fantastic PUBG Mobile at the end there from him. Even just the shots over towards Carrillo, it kind of takes balls, man. To stand up versus him after the first nade comes through, assumes he's going to follow up with another bit of utility. He does with a Molotov, but tracks him wonderfully well.
Incredible stuff coming from 4MV. You called them the Gamblers. They were rolling the dice, staying on that military island and pushing up towards that bridge position. Clearing out everyone on that other angle and making it work to move back down south at the mercy of Morph. Being allowed that opportunity. And I feel like East has to be the MVP here. It's got to be.
Yeah, I think for 4MV, there is that slight thing in your mind that they get gifted a win off the back of Morph just running away. Yeah,
maybe.
They had a couple of boxes that fight items run away. They chose run away every single time. Was a little bit unfortunate because they could have absolutely taken the second place themselves. Could have Morph if they just committed to that fight. 1,400 damage, 8 eliminations. What a game from this lad.
Incredible showing, and to be honest, it was Doc and East doing the majority of the heavy lifting there in that scenario. Baron and Apex, though, I mean, Apex didn't really do a lot there, if we're honest, looking at those numbers, but Baron was pretty important towards those later stages, making sure that that low ground was still available for East and Doc to move around.
Yeah, I think Doc was sort of hand in hand with East there at the end. It was a strong showing versus Alpha 7, but I do think this is the type of games where you get a lot of adrenaline running. You get a lot of wind at your back as well from taking that spot on the south side of military, and you're like, this is a game we can win, absolutely. And that pushes them very, very far into that end game. And then dealing with Stalwart into Morph, who really could have had them. I think that just sends you into overdrive. But you can see that from Alpha 7, almost 55,000 meters traveled. a really, really long game for Alpha 7, and to get second place off the back of it sort of shows why they're currently at the top of things.
Absolutely. They were one of the few teams that were able to make that crossing across the water, getting that swim wide out, not being watched over by anyone, getting everybody over to that south shore. DX Xavier as well went for that swim and stayed alive for a long, long time. They were able to keep that one rolling, but in the end, it was the Military Island team who was able to take it home for MV, claim a chicken dinner.
Well, for Miracle Vibes, I'm not gonna lie, didn't think they'd win that match considering one man in particular, Alex.
Apex, he's out.
Sorry, Apex. Yeah, got Alex on my mind from earlier, but definitely Apex there.
Stop talking about IHC.
I just can't help it.
Can't help it. Yeah, for Miracle Vibe, of course, here, 7 on that side of the island on military, and able to just play himself such a good game in general, able to gatekeep the bridge against a lot of the teams. I was a bit skeptical, though, at times that split was a little bit overplayed. Off the back of that, they do lose Apex, but then they just tend to regroup, play together, hold the fight against Alpha 7. I was scared at some point here, 7, but it worked out at the end.
Yeah, I don't know what you just said, but for me, I mean, with Apex, him being out in the middle of nowhere, getting destroyed by Alpha 7.
I said Alpha 7, that was for you. Talk about Alpha 7.
There you go, I can hear you now. Sweet. So what were you saying?
I'm talking about that Alpha 7 rotation.
Yes, I liked it though. They actually ended up swimming out of fur up here. They did it very early on, and that's something that we were kind of pointing at during that match, how quickly they were able to do it in comparison to WBG, right? Given though WBG wasn't in the perfect position, but the difference of the quickness of what they were able to do as well, and where they were able to do it from fur up here, being able to rotate towards the south military, being able to control certain the south area of that circle as well. And not only that, not only the fight that they took against Apex, also how they were able to take control from Morph, because Morph was thinking about maybe rotating that way. They were able to eliminate one player from Morph and ultimately allow them to kind of end up with a top 2 situation.
And actually talking about Morph, as you bring them up, 7, one of the best rotations in this game. They see the entire madness happening on the Western Bridge.
Yep.
We want to avoid that as much as possible. Let's go for the wide wrap, dip into blue for a bit, go onto the Eastern Bridge, and off the back of that, you're sharing most of that landmass on Military Island between yourself and 4MV, which of course they don't end up winning the game, but if you want to have a chance of doing so, that rotation from Morph was going to be enabling you to have a potential setup later on in the match.
Yep. I mean, they got about 50% of their total points over the first day from this match alone with 7, but for Miracle 24, honestly, there were so many things we could criticize about their play. Now let's start off with the first one. Obviously, we see the zone shift back over towards military, and they had this wide spread, Max, and we had a little chat about it. I was saying I kind of liked it initially, because you can see all the teams swimming across, you get some early damage in, but there was one way you thought that it could be improved on much better. Yeah, I think that when you have a split like that and you know as a fact 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 or 7 teams are going to be pushing your way. Maybe 8? Could it be 9 though? Well, that's a bit too much. That's a bit too much. But there was going to be a ton of teams swimming, trying to cross over the bridge, going for maybe rotations also. I think Major Pride were attempting something like that. Having that bigger split where you have 4 players individually in their own spots, if you get a single player knocked of a team like Going on the Beach has the perfect opening angle on you, chances to go for that res, very slim. I think you go for the 2-2 split, Jason, which is what I was talking about during that game. It is the best way to hold it down. But Apex thinks, I can 1v4 Alpha 7. You can't do that. It's not going to work out.
And I think that's why I enjoy what East was able to do earlier in the match, because he was the player that was on the bridge. He was the player that was kind of keeping an eye out for teams that were going to be passing by, trying to cross that bridge, and also crossing through the water.
7.
Oh.
I know you're not that tall. Maybe you can't see it. Who's that 8th place?
Uh-oh. 8th place?
S2G again.
I can't say it. The fans are staring at me. I already said enough earlier.
What's that red dot on your forehead right now?
What's going on? Damn, Max!
They got an Orman and 8-tech scope right now. They looped it up.
So anyways, Alpha 7, first place. Right. You see Star still hold on to 2nd. Weibo in 3rd as well. Before Miracle able to push up to 5th place off the back of this one at 64 points. Still very much in reach, considering we still have a day and a half of play left to go.
Yep. One team that I actually want to talk about is WBG. No. We're done with that one. But WBG, even before this match, we saw them there being able to end up with 0 points. they did end up continuing on the momentum, and that's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning of the day. What kind of WBG we're going to be seeing at the start of the day. So far, even though if we kind of take away what they were able to do here in this last Erangel, they've been able to put up some good performances. They've been able to put up those situations where they can actually win the games. And they're the only team that's been able to put, in the last 6 matches, they've been in a top 3 situation 5 times out of those 6 matches. So the consistency that we're seeing out of this team is good. I'm hoping it continues on. And if it does continue on, Stalwart, Alpha 7, you definitely have a challenger on your hands.
I mean, Nova Esport got himself the championship 2 years in a row. I'm telling you, there could be a new Chinese team that takes the trophy home in China this time around.
I asked Paraboy, non-biased, who do you think is going to win?
Nova.
WBG. Nova next year.
He's like, Nova. Like, wait a minute. But obviously, taking a look at that WBG, I mean, Suk on the team. We cast him back when he was in 400 men and in the first PMGC Season 0. And good to see him back yet again and potentially have the chance to lift the title himself. And sitting a little bit loud here, as you can see S2G behind us, obviously, walking back in. But you know what, gentlemen? It is time for something a little bit extra special here.
Oh.
It's a show match. Wouldn't be PMGC without a show match. And we got one coming your way here. So why don't you gentlemen take us away?
Thank you very much, Jason. Indeed, we're going to be jumping into some good old T.
D.
M. There you go. Don't know what we're trying there. We're going to have some interesting games ahead of us for 2 show match, actually, we're going to be having here. Of course, starting things off with some TDM, which I cannot play because there's too much pressure. There's only players all around the corner 7. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit lost. But here, we're going to be playing in these apartment buildings that we typically have next to school. So we know how to play these spots pretty well.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I love that Dogokan decides to go to the airdrop right away. He's like, you know what? Let me get that level 3 as fast as I can. Let me see what's in there. And
Infinite DBS ammo.
That's what I was going to say.
And the Rippagers.
Keep in mind, by the way, we got Loxy and Solke here.
Oh my word.
Oh,
he's back.
Nice arm shot right there from Boris.
Yeah. Loxy and Solke, of course, going to be possibly carrying a little bit.
And on top of that, RPGs, though, I need to play this. I want to play this TDM.
Where's the zombie?
Where is it?
Let me
we need to go back to Zombie Arena right now.
You know what we need to do? We need to write down that creation code, and we need to test it out ourselves.
Yeah. wait, we had 2 names for some previous TDM maps that John and Blank came up with. Okay, John in particular. We had The Room, we had Zombie Arena, Apartments.
Blanky B's Apartments.
I like that.
I creatively challenged the seeming to run here on the desk.
Yes, I've learned from the best. Okay.
I actually would have liked the buildings or the apartments.
We'll change it. The Apartments, the official name here.
It's not even close right now. Blue team is currently just dominating.
Yeah, Barish G with the DBS, of course. With the DBS, you got infinite ammo, and Solke's got it too. Loxy's got it on their side. You know they're just going to be popping off here. 13 points going over to the blue side, though, but pushing these staircases, 7 with the DBS in hand is always going to be such a tough task at hand.
It is going to be a tough task. And here we go, throwing out some smoke, see how much that's going to be of help. As the blue team is waiting for Dogokan, just waiting for the right option to take those shots. He's going to be able to take some shots. He's going to be missing some shots, too. Looks at Solke. There you go.
With the UMP.
It's an elimination. You know what? No more DBS. I like it. I like the different pace.
He just grapples up there. That's so cool. I mean, you don't have to go up the stairs with against the DBS if you can just grapple your way up to the rooftop of these buildings. So I'm seeing some players also with the tag S2G. Don't think they're part of the squad, but with some orm shots also from a distance. Hey, going over the windows, one single shot here. You'll have tier 3 helmets and vests, so you can't quite get that single shot to connect. But right there, he gets it, connects it, and that's the Lynx AMR coming in play, 7.
Yeah, you don't want to stay too still, especially if there's an AMR around. He's going to be able to get it. Oh, nice.
Oh, he missed.
I love this maps. I love this creation code. As soon as he said that, he gets sent back.
Like, oh, I'm going to do such a cool play. Okay, guess not.
Decline.
Going back the other way. That fan in the middle, though, when you're able to build some kind of fortification, you have really good information with that third-person perspective of each individual window, so you can just give some free info to your team. I'm intrigued. How is the IGLing going?
That's the beauty of this, right? You're kind of combining a lot of stuff from different modes that PUBG Mobile has had and added it into the team deathmatch. The building, everything else, I like it.
They just locked him out of the top floor of the apartment there, as you saw as well, with the ice wall. Like, you can't come out. This is our building now.
Hold the door.
Blue's getting really close to winning. Only one more elimination, and they're going to end up winning this TDM.
Now, the Lynx AMR, come on back. That wall was asking for it. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. Blue side able to give himself some good elimination, and it's Loxy from Regnum Carrier, my favorite game.
If only you could have did that in qualifiers.
No, they did not do it. But a good attempt here.
Well, Solke kind of showcased what Fireflux is on here.
Hey, there it is, 7. 7, get it, quick. 0.
Oh.
He tried.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's a hide and seek coming up next.
Oh.
Now, we play hide and seek, but the problem is,
I would be so good at that game.
you just can get in areas because they're so small that none of us can get to.
I would just blend in.
And then my nose would stick out of wherever I hid.
You just, hey, I walk in the room, my forehead's a flashbang, no one can see. It's fine. No, you're free.
Well, I mean, it's the other way. It's going to be pitch black, and you're going to be like a lantern in the middle of the room.
He's right there.
Is that a moon inside?
It's actually going to be helping you out if you're the Seeker.
Just channel it into a flashlight.
He's just going to point his forehead towards where he thinks somebody's at. He's like, oh, they're right there.
I know exactly where they're positioned. Okay, though I have no idea how this is going to work out, Seven, to be completely honest, but I'm intrigued to see how hide and seek works in PUBG
the
Mobile.
exact rules, actually, of how this works.
You hide and you gotta
So
find
you
them.
hide, and you can transform into different objects. We're seeing here, of course, the books. You know, where would you put books?
That's going to be so hard to hit, too.
On the floor, obviously.
On the bridge.
Or on the shelf.
The perfect place to hide if you are a book, on the bridge. That's exactly how I would do it.
I love that he was trying to get up on the shelf and he was a little bit struggling there. You know, if
Sounds
you
like
get
story of your life.
If he
Where's
gets
the
there
ladder?
though, it'll be a great spot. Should have brought a box though.
You know, where do you put the food? On a shelf.
See, the thing is, right now they're being able to hide, and now
What
is
is
when the
that?
search begins.
It's food. It's like food.
Is that like an ice cream sandwich?
It's a little teddy
I
bear.
think it was. I think it's an ice cream sandwich.
Turn it around. Okay, hiding behind the.
You gotta up that sensitivity here.
I know exactly what they're talking like. Don't get close to me. You're going to give my spot away. Just go somewhere else.
Now, keep in mind, they can't hide as much as they want to, but there is going to be a sound that they're going to be
Yeah, the
emitting to the
whistle.
other one. Yeah, that's what you see the countdown there towards the top.
What would you transform into to hide?
Max, you go first on this one.
Ooh,
A ball?
in this map, I think the books are the play. I think you can hide anywhere with the books. You got some bookshelves you can go into. You can't reach them, Seven, so you can't, but I can. And I think that would be my approach.
I think I would be a snowman. I feel like I will fit it right in.
I would transform into Karatozin and become unkillable in the game. No? I think that is the best thing
We
you
just
could
have to
become.
look where no one else is, and we're gonna find you. You're gonna be away from the rest of the team.
Oh, looking under the stairs too. See, this is why I wouldn't be good at this game, because I would be hiding maybe in places that I think it's really good.
Well, here's the question,
It'll be
right?
like super obvious for them.
Do you just stay hidden, or do you change up your location?
After the sound. Normally you want to move right after the sound, then just try and reposition. Maybe also change what item you are disguised into.
If you listen, you can hear it.
Yeah.
Marco, Polo, and then they move.
I thought it was in the game right
Look,
there.
look at the placement of this
that was
book.
so good.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
That's where I like to read,
On top of somewhere.
actually.
But it might be so obvious that people are probably not going to be looking there.
Exactly. Sometimes you just hide
No,
in
that's
the
the
obvious
because
spots and you're fine.
You saw that, right? You saw Boris just decided to shoot at everything that was on that counter. So, yeah, he might be onto something.
Uh-oh.
You're going to
Uh-oh.
check corners, you're
Uh-oh.
going to check angles that
Yanta
normally
Shaw?
would never check, and just being in the open sometimes might be enough.
Nothing there. Wait, the sound's about to come. Let's see if it's going to help him out.
Just use a DBS, you're going to hit like 50%
You're
of
not
the
going to
map.
make that jump, bro.
Just
you
do the
have
Arpica.
my issue.
Just Arpica, everything.
I think it is available in this one.
What
but
if
it would
you
be a good
what if
strat.
you went in the pool with a boat,
Oh.
or if you became one of the rubber ducks?
Just
Rubber
a
ducky.
snowman behind that.
Yes.
Oh, he's going to be spotted. There's no way.
There's no way he's not going to spot him.
Oh,
No.
changed. No.
No. Go back.
Has anyone? Okay, so
Look
two
at the
people
teddy bear,
have been
too.
eliminated.
Got three
3
players
people have been
down.
eliminated.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
It's a lot of just shooting at everything that you can. Oh, he spotted somebody too.
No, it was a fake.
You know what? I
Aw.
think the
I think it was
best
a fake,
best
yeah.
players you probably could have had this. It wasn't Cardozan. It was like Solke, because he managed to disappear from the grand finals.
Oh, we're just brutal on this broadcast. What's happening?
Oh, sorry. Okay, any North American team. Is that better?
I'll take it. That's a win.
Any French team.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. SPG? Okay. They're actually in NA now, so.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
As you do, being a French team, go into NA so you can qualify for things.
Yeah, just do what in hyper.
Professional strat.
Just do it in NA. It's a viable strategy.
Yeah, we got the PPBs on.
And then when you actually make it to a tournament, just don't bring your actual roster. Happens.
We're just attacking teams right now.
It's a show match.
Who else can we attack? I have some in mind,
I
but
have so many teams in mind too,
I can see you
and
guys
players. But I'm like,
thinking, yeah.
it's okay. You know what? I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna hide.
I don't know where they are right now. I think that
They're
the more players
struggling.
you eliminate, you're really struggling to find the last remaining players. It's going to get especially tough when one is left alive.
Or just put everyone in one building each. and then you clear only that building.
The thing is, also you can put decoys, and I think you have a countdown to put new decoys down, so you keep putting like fake objects around the map.
Ah.
And because of that, you can just make it tough to find.
I don't even know where they're hiding.
Yeah. How is there one of the Seekers low HP?
I'm jumping off buildings, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's got that height scuff.
Yeah, they got the zone also that goes a certain color when this player's around you in the vicinity.
I think the Hydras are going to win
6 seconds. I mean, yeah, 5 seconds. There you go.
I hope they do. Wait for it. 2, 1.
Yes. Wait, you said wait for it like they're going to find the last 5 players.
You
in
never
like
know.
2 seconds.
Let them cook.
Let
him search.
See, I was in a hiding team.
I don't know if they get a chicken dinner though for this. I don't know how that works. You're the last one standing, because there's like many of you. I guess your team technically is the last one standing. But that would be cool though if at the end you as objects get to go attack. If you're a book, you go slap yourself
just a
against the players
with
and kill
an
them.
arm, just like, oh, okay, now I'm seeking.
And they're running around with no weapons, and hopefully not a knife, from our experience.
Oh no, those that's a deadly
Yeah,
weapon.
you would think 3 people with knives could take down 1 person.
Okay, too late.
But no,
there's a reason why we're not
close.
playing.
Yeah, there's definitely is. I'm not even focusing you, Max.
We were as a team. I was the first to get knocked by that
I didn't
guy,
say that.
actually.
I wasn't.
You
gonna
got
say that.
knocked, and then I was like, "It's okay, Max, I got you." And then I forgot to take my knife out, and then I got knocked right away. I was like, "Well, that didn't work out."
This guy's too good.
That was an interesting version of rock paper scissors. You try to play with him. Knife versus fist. Well, speaking of that, as we're about to head into our 4th match, right? 4th match. Our last Aaron Gale before we get over to Miramar's. WBG. You've been talking about him. Momentum, Paraboy's on their side, not biased at all.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to win. They're pretty good. I'm actually, to be fair, happy to see the kind of performance we've seen out of them. I don't know, for some reason in my head, looking at obviously the teams who qualified through the group stage, I feel like we've seen a little bit of lackluster performances this year when it comes to like China and teams. And technically within history of PMGC, minus obviously your Novas, right? And I guess technically your foreign your men's. It's nice to see that China does have these insanely strong teams, but more importantly, they're able to perform when it comes to the global finals.
Yeah, I think PMWI, you can even look back at Tiamba that was even struggling back then, right? Tiamba.
Who?
I thought you were seriously like, is there a mic issue? What's going on? But yeah, and of course, it's good to see a Chinese team here, other than Nova, able to perform at this kind of level of play. But, and you mentioned it a few times, right, Seven, ever since match 4 of yesterday, they flipped the switch, it seems. They changed like how they were approaching this game. They were speeding up, and they put on full display their map knowledge, in my opinion, which is like second to none in this lobby, especially on that close to Saverni finish where they ended up winning. The way they were transitioning from dip to dip with just a great game plan in mind, and the execution of that was so strong. I feel like they're okay.
Hide.
Give me the gun.
Wait for it.
Give it to me.
Let me have it. Give it. What is he? Oh, his shirt. I want a shirt.
Headshot. Nice.
No, but with WBG, the thing that has actually changed a lot, being able to find that groove, is that they have started to focus a little bit more towards that center circle. I felt like that's what we kind of saw them being able to, especially in this last match, even though it completely backfired, we saw them pushing it, trying to make that swim. It wasn't going to end up working out, but you can see that that's currently where their mindset is at, being able to focus towards the center of the circle.
I think that when you're in a situation like that for WBG, you have 2 kind of situations. Or you go for the swim early, which I understand because there's less teams that are going to be gatekeeping you on Sumnufka Island. Or you gatekeep your position north and hope that the circle might end up coming back your way. You just have to commit to one play. They went for the swim. It didn't work out. It happened.
It was such a hardship. I'm not going to hold it against them, especially with how they've been able to play.
You know what? Forget them. What about Alpha 7, man? I'm so happy to see the composure, most important in that last match, knowing, all right, let's send it quickly, get across, and let's just relax. Let's just wait. Because at worst case, they're just going to get placement points.
Yeah.
Because they knew so many teams had to rotate in through bridge, and they knew they had to just play out the time and wait things out. You know what? We don't have time to wait anymore, Seven. I'm sorry. You get to talk later on. We have to
Mafioso, I love you.
All right, you heard it here first. Seven loves Mafioso, and we love John and Blake casting.
We're going to be going into this one looking and seeing if Alpha 7 can maintain that top spot. We are over the halfway mark now, Blank. We are in to the closing side of this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think anyone loves Mafioso as much as Seven.
Yeah, not quite as much. He definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, he's quite... He just loves that team so much, man. And I mean, fair play to him.
It's a special relationship.
They're a good team. They're a good team. But yeah, we are getting back into the swing of things here with our 4th match of the day, heading back over towards Erangel, after a lovely time with all the hide and seek, the TDMs, good fun, showcasing all the weird and wacky and wonderful world of wonders that we have just experienced.
Wow.
But overall, I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into the games, back into PMGC.
Oh, a little bit of love from the fans there. Love to see it going on in. I'm sure that was probably for S2G, but
you never know.
You never know. Could be anyone. Could be Major Pride.
No.
I've been observing their corner. It's on the far side of the stadium.
I feel like you're Major Pride's #1 fan right now.
Well, someone has to be. Don't know.
Fair play. I mean, maybe they can do well. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see.
But we're in the double digits now. Match 10. Back over to Erangel. West to East here. See if East can get something done here over on Erangel as well for 4MB. It was a nice little game from them last match. They're getting a couple of the Erangel average points on board. You Alliance out at 1.6. Really not having the best of times here on this map. On the other hand of things, Xavier, 11.8 points total on the averages. That is a CTT.
Certainly is a championship caliber team. Seeing if they can take the title as well. Xavier on the hunt for those top spots. A lot of actually of the Mongolian rosters as well. IHC were up there, I think Stalwart were up there, and 4MV off the back of that last chicken dinner were able to pump those Erangel numbers on the averages.
We're looking at the elim totals here. 14 for Levi's, but IHC, for Miracle Vibes, all bringing themselves back to the table. Used to be all DX here over on Erangel for quite some time, but it's nice to see some new faces. Eastern Godless making it onto the average damage board too. But checking out where people are dropping off, another really grim circle. I'm having deja vu every single game.
Exactly the same, I think. As close as you can get to being an identical circle. The difference is the plane path, Blank. It's a little bit more south. Is that going to change up much?
Sort of depends really, because I think our last one we had it where teams were very much chock-a-blocked over towards that western side a little bit more, so we had teams being able to get into position much quicker. For instance, Procedure Evos, south side of school towards the start of that game. He's curious though, a lot of very similar circles coming through on these maps. For Miracle Vibes, they know what they're doing. Back to Sosnovka.
They haven't quite made it there yet, though. They are still on the northern shore, closer to the Nongshim Renforce than maybe they'd be comfortable with. But Nongshim 2-2 split right now on that south side, not really wanting to get amongst it just yet. 4MV slowly making their way across. Doesn't look like East has a vehicle, so he's going to be looking to hop in something soon enough. See if he's going to get picked up by Doc further along the road, or just grab a little bit more loot on this side of the crossing. S2G on their Gatka split a little bit further up towards the north. They were a little bit late trying to go for the crossing last time around, but they had a decent spot before it committed to that military finish. We'll see if it's going to go there again, because I feel like at this stage, it would be fairly unlikely to go there once more, but stranger things have happened.
50-50, right?
It either does or it doesn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, could do, could not. I mean, it's just flipping the coin, realistically, at the end of the day on that side of the map. Again, could definitely head over towards that western side, in which case we cut Sosnovka off completely. We don't want to go back to Sosnovka, that's for sure. It's a cruel, disgusting place to be. I think teams looking for those average points on these matches, especially Erangel, reliable map. You don't want to be worried about having to swim to Sosnovka, having things ruined. But you do see that our top squads know how to deal with that kind of circle, even when things look very rough for themselves. Stalwart got across, Xavier got across, so did Alpha 7. Currently, we do have little bit of a small gap between third and fourth place with Weibo Gaming not getting any points on their previous match. And Xavier managed to pump up to 69 now, just 2 points behind third place. But Alpha 7's not as far ahead as they might like, right? I feel like at this point in time, they would like a bit more of a buffer, but Stalwart ever close behind them.
The Mongolian region, just in general, so powerful in this tournament so far. Stalwart second place, fifth place, sixth place, both Mongolian teams. 4MV, IHC, both of them taking up that mantle. High up on the tables, doing work. to try and keep in and amongst it. Certainly available to jump up even towards that top spot for any of these three teams. See if they can do their region proud. Stalwart, we've seen this story from them so many times, being just on the precipice of being able to take home the title, but denied so frequently. Is it their time to finally overtake the person in the lead? Because right now they're only 8 points behind Alpha 7 towards the top. After a tricky military circle, that lead was opened.
Interestingly enough, S2G very close right now to 2 players from Stalwart. With Nurzed in action over towards that northern side. They do get in vehicles, start to move downwards, but that could have been a tricky fight for them considering they were so far split. S2G currently running a death ball right now as it sends on down towards that south side, towards 628 and Primorsk. Stalwart's on their way to regrouping. But you are right, Stalwart really do want to get close towards that top side, and they are in reach right now, and it's been a while since we've had a big Stalwart game. I feel like we're owed one. But similarly, I think the storyline exactly the same for Alpha 7. So close, year after year, to that PMGC trophy. Never quite laying hands on it. But only one team can take it at the end of the day.
And only one team brought it here, S2G, the defending champions on their home turf. At the start of today, I mean, they were absolutely just completely in reach of it, right? In there with Alpha 7, with Stalwart, with WBG. And now they slipped all the way down to 8th blank. 55 points so far. This will get away from them very, very quickly. They need 3 good games now to keep up that pace, because 31-point difference between them and first place, it's just not going to be doable if they move into tomorrow in a similar sort of gap.
Well, S2G better like Mongolian sandwiches, because they're in one right now between IHC and Stalwart. Above them and below them. 2 teams that pack a hefty punch. Be very careful, remain hidden. Don the camouflage. Keep the bellies low to the ground. There'll be another bad start here for S2G. And again, we might see a little bit of clutching take place, John.
Weibo, with their position towards the coastline, have a lot of opportunity into these next circles. They're a little bit further on the east of that central pack right now, but they've got the open ground of the fields to the southwest of Pachinki to move up towards the edge of Quarry should the opportunity be necessary to take. See if they can keep that one going, because there are teams that will try and move into that ground. 628 under pressure. Stalwart have taken Nurzed as a knock, but he is quite isolated. You can see him all the way out in the east. The rest of the team can move in, and with 628 being taken very, very low, losing player after player. They're only down to 2 now. Xing looking to try and suppress for the res, but looks like Stalwart have other ideas. Icy with the spray down to try and catch it. Gets the first headshot through the back, but not going to be able to find it after that. Unfortunately, Icy will not be able to find something, but S2G, they rock straight on up to this hill, right outside of the town, and Silas is the first to draw blood. Top sending for the drink, and he will not be able to stomach it. S2G roll on down for a cheeky little third party.
That's nice there from S2G. They hear the fighting. They take their chances, but more shots flowing through from 628 on a distance. S2G in a bit of an uncomfortable position now with the sight lines. Circle heads over towards the western edge. Still tags being found from Sunan, but finally there's a backstop going through from Hamty G, but Sunan's not done.
Not just yet, not out of it. 628. Thrown that life ring by the S2G rotation. A hard west shift. Alpha 7 moving in on the north side now of this engagement. They have got a lot of the west coast under control, and this is great news for them. Teams packing in around Quarry, starting to make that area busy on the south side of the Gaka fields.
Silas not rezzed yet, but was dragged, kicking and screaming over the top side. Provide that res to come through. Stalwart decides that, again, another salvage match on the cards. Icy will be confirmed by Kalsi. bringing them up to a strong total of 2 eliminations at the beginning of the game. Nongshim Red Force taking the warehouses on the south side of Quarry.
Stalwart getting into the marsh. Only 2 players remain. It's unfortunate timing for them on that third party, but very heads up from S2G. It looked like 628 were done for there, but they're allowed to keep on going for the time being. 2 players still alive. Nongshim, as you said, on that north warehouse of the Quarry. So we're taking a look at a lot of these open hills. Alpha 7 out on the west, no one really at their back. S2G might try and wrap up that west side. Might be a little bit of a problem for them on that position. Might be one of the few teams that's looking to crash on in. And a native from Action finds another player. They're not done with 628 just yet, Blank. They want a little bit more. Down the stairs, trying to find that basement position. Steps out with the DBS, sorry, the SK-12 actually in hand for Action. Looking to get the shot, and he's on the swivel. 180, quick as anything. Blink of an eye. You might miss it. And Nerzed looking to get rezzed.
Very nice play there coming through from Action. Deep in the action with it as well. Instant turnaround as he moves through the door. Crushes the hinge on the hand. DVS to the face. 628. Thought they got away with murder. Apparently not.
Nongshim still just playing that high ground, a lot of oversight onto the ground around them to that north side. No one really going to be contesting from the south edge, so we'll see what they can do here. We've not really seen the consistency that we've become accustomed to from this South Korean roster. The strength they displayed before, not really here today so far, and it's their chance now. Same story for S2G out on that west side, but they've got Stalwart and Alpha 7 to push through. That is a tall order.
Yeah, difficult stuff. Nasty shift to the northern side, really scuppers some of these teams down towards the south. That's Weibo Gaming, 4MV, Alpha 7, S2G, and Stalwart, who tried to set themselves up in fairly central location to deny serious shifts like this too much. Problematic conclusions.
Uh-oh. Tough times for S2G, losing 2 players up the top of the hill, and it's to Alpha 7 as well, who move out of their compound, I think, and just straight up crash back into S2G. And they take down 2 of them. An easy res onto Revo as well. Now it's just Ray Z and Kelsey left.
Like I say, John, tough times. Tough times never last.
Neither do S2G.
Only tough teams last. Right now, that seems to be not S2G. Udo Alliance, there's some shots over towards Yoru from Morph. Does back off, nade in hand. Olio is pretty decent with the nades, but overshoots that one by a long shot.
There's a little bit left for Yoru. Thinks he's behind the smoke, but Pepenk is there for the pickup. There's the trade. Yoru does go down, though. Have to get that res. Slow them down somewhat.
Yeah, it really is frustrating that Morph isn't doing well because, quite honest with you, I'd like to be able to say Pepenk, Olio from Udo Alliance, as well as Bohoho from Morph.
Yeah, Bohoho is...
they're very fun to say.
It's trippingly off the tongue, you know?
Boboho.
I mean, it's the battle at the bottom of the table right now.
Up close and personal.
15th and 16th for the 2 Indonesian teams. The Malaysian squad topping it out just on 14 there, though. And it has not been great, to be honest, from these teams. Despite Udo Alliance, I said before, I feel like making some good rotational decisions. They just don't have the firepower to back it up.
Pepenk rotating.
What about Boboho? What's he doing?
Not sure, actually. But I'm saying it whilst I still can. I don't know how much longer they're going to last here.
How much longer who's going to last?
Pepenk.
And?
Boboho.
There you go. Give you 2 more. You can take that one.
The greatest names in PMGC.
Do you think?
I think so.
Okay. I could get behind that. I could get behind that.
I
feel like Shadow's pretty cool.
It would be cool if I was 16.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is a little bit edgy, isn't it?
I still had long hair.
Oh, dear. Perhaps.
Yeah. But not anymore.
Oh.
Major Pride, central position though. Not sure how many players they have left. It looks like either they're very tight-knit or they did take a couple of casualties earlier on. Weibo Gaming also takes a few knocks themselves. A little check-in. 3 players still alive for Major Pride. But another hard shift. This has been a difficult game. Pretty much everyone involved. Alpha 7 wide wrapping over towards the north side. Close in contact with S2G. 2 players for S2G as well. Close to FaZe. It's getting difficult for them to actually move. But Boboho actually finds a knock over towards U2 Alliance.
They're still alive. Weibo Gaming went down in the shack in the meantime to DX Xavier, who are looking to put the pieces back together. Nongshim Red Force have players to deal with from Pasija Evos. Looking to try and fend it off. Nongshim already losing 1. I said this was their chance to try and inflict some damage onto this lobby once again, but might be being snatched away from them. Zuxi rotating through. You can see he's playing that backstop. Luxi is up the top as well. Misery playing up with him. Zuxi on the off angle could be really very dangerous, but Misery's there as well. The nades onto the stairs, nearly finding both of them, but they will just survive just about. Another nade up on high from Zuxi, in through from Misery. The nade finds XZY and Wings looking to try and hold strong. Sporter on the ground floor. Can he hold his nerve? Misery has the nade from the teammate to back it up, and the nades continue to pour on through. Zuxi cleans up the staircase, and the rest of the team soon to follow. Renongshim Red Force down, but now it's Morph to crash down onto U2 Alliance.
It's Boboho up front of personal against U2 Alliance. Pepenk not far behind himself with the DBS in hand, about to peplink away at these teams.
And they find what they are looking for. Boboho and Pepenk leading the charge there, but unfortunately a turnaround and a knock over towards Pepenk, who's going to need to get this one back up. It's 4MV now pushing in behind on this position, trying to sweep on through for a third party. Nades continue to pour through the windows, and Yoru's down. Cardozin for loops a little bit further across as they are sitting ahead of this one, crunching Morph into this engagement. Mythic spraying through the door, but Morph are surviving for the time being. They only have 3 players alive, and Boboho is down.
They come through from 4MV. The 2 teams that are rivals over on Sandhawk form an alliance versus Morph. Violet sets his eyes on the afar opponent over in 4MV, potentially looking to find a knock of their own. S2G sent central, gives them a good spot. They'll live the game out for quite some time, actually. It's a nice little rotate from them. Alpha 7 opting to try and take control of the Western Ridge, whereas FaZe bank over towards the north side in Gaka and the compound itself.
FaZe on the northern side might actually be able to get a lot of power here. The compounds that they hold around that Gaka area, it looks like they're almost confused that there's no one in that southeast spot. Why would you go for it? You know?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for Titans as well, Pasija Evos, there's potential for these teams on this side to do well off the back of this game, because you do have compounds still with the amount of hard shifts that we've seen so far. I would be not surprised to see a hard northeast shift or a hard south shift on this one.
Okay.
Which we do get indeed. This is a game for Pasija Evos to not only prove everything to the international teams, but also to their home country. Rocky goes down. The montage comes to a close.
Unfortunate for Morph. They'll be denied that opportunity further. Baron is down on the inside and loops are descending to try and shunt 4MV out of this circle, to try and keep them at bay from that east side. As the nades start to pour on in, Mythic gets the flush, turns his attention to the window frame, but it's a little bit too slow. East is far too quick on the draw. Chief, though, managing to get the best of him. Apex now last to stand for 4MV, and Loops have managed to do the work here. Ayala finishes the job, and that is 4MV out. Loops have lost 1, it's Mythic, and they can get Cardozin back to his feet. In the meantime, Alpha 7 looking to crash the party of FaZe. Actually, hang on a minute, it's the other way around. FaZe have moved all the way through to sweep.
FaZe still lacking on Zens. This is an interesting sweep coming through, and I mean, they had to find an entrance somewhere. Action from Stalwart dealing with their Mongolian brothers over in IHC. Gets a good nade off, keeps them at bay for now, forces them over towards Alpha 7 and FaZe. Could be a crushing little fight on this side with Major Pride still in it, right on the edge of the circle, but down the hill slightly, so can't get too involved. Mela decides not worth it. Starts to move away.
Just backs off somewhat. So do Alpha 7 though, because they know they have to move as well. FaZe looking to try and get ahead of them, but Alpha 7 have other ideas. Mafioso moving down the hill, roaming through, but as you say, Major Pride still in the way. IHC beyond that. Everybody looking to move east. DX Xavier really in the most secure team on this west side. And they're going to be looking at this Pasija Evos compound and thinking if they can get their way in, but it's just so difficult to make that crossing. Alpha 7 going to try and make it work, trying to leapfrog everyone, trying to get ahead of the game and throw them all for a loop. Alpha 7 up in 2. Naomi not going for the spray down. DX Xavier now have to challenge Alpha 7 in and through the smokes, going all the way around the houses, and IHC not even taking shots. Alpha 7 seemingly phasing through these bullets. Nobody taking the shots.
Alpha 7 released the new film of Mission Impossible, apparently. I think we're on like number 9 at this point. But great push across the field. They do start to take knocks now, though. It was only a matter of time. Levi's high eliminator here on our angle for DX Xavier. It's a clean shot, clean angle. IHC still pumping through as well. Major Pride suffering from the Wizard Tower. Could potentially get some points for this match.
The descent of that hill on the west will be fatal for most, but Alpha 7 managing to keep 3 players alive. I thought it was going to be way more casualties than that for them, at least 3. But no, they have managed to keep it together. Effect also landing a tag over towards IHC on the south side, getting the spray down and getting that flush. So IHC humbled somewhat. Northwest side FaZe still trying to cower underneath these smokes on the hillside as well. S2G's position now going to be afforded a little bit more power, but it's Pasija Evos, the headline of this match, on that compound on the south. They're going to have to fend off a little bit of a push for Major Pride onto the Wizard Tower. 2 players down, Effect on the grass, and he's going to do them dirty as well. Another knock on the inside, and on the ground floor they handle business. Naomi wants the res, but the blue zone's only 30 seconds from closing. Another knock onto Dino, and it's FaZe to rock up for the third party. Major Pride gone, IHC out, and now there is another couple of shots. A volley sent their way up the hill from FaZe.
FaZe sweeping right now. Sent A7 away. S2G still in the game. Accruing points as we go. Ventores takes a couple of shots. Pasija Evos desperately hanging on for as long as they can here. The crowd happy with the resilience coming through from S2G. They're staying power from this team despite the rough day they've had so far.
Had a very tough time losing 2 of their players early on the hilltop engagement with Alpha 7. Ventores spotted. FaZe trying to move forwards, having a bad time. 5 eliminations now for Pasija Evos. A nade trade between DX Xavier and Alpha 7 to try and decide the western hillside. FaZe starting to crumble as well as Alpha 7 keep it together with their 2 forward-facing engagements. But Revo's down, and now it's just Carrillo versus Onzent. Out to the backline, he's spotted, and Onzent makes it work. Handles business. Unfortunately, though, there is DX Xavier right over the hill. Alpha 7 out, but so are they.
Alpha 7 going down like that. Hurts to see it, but good hold for as long as they could. From a pretty unwinnable position as well. But it's DX Xavier's time to shine. Potentially even leapfrogging over Stalwart by the end of this game. S2G looking to get further into this match, into a top 5 from what was a pretty scrappy position on their side of things. Brazy gets the toe blown off.
Titan, similarly to Pasija Evos, in a very stronghold spot for this next circle. Loops are picking up some points here as well. A little bit of a resurgence from some of the lower down of the tables teams. Titan, Loops, Pasija Evos, all with a really solid result. But through it all today, DX Xavier still alive. 5 eliminations, all 4 of their players. And with the western side, they're one of the few teams on the outside, which might give them an advantage if the circles shift away from these buildings.
The main problem right now for Pasija Evos and Titans is that they've got no ammo. They're really low on everything. They haven't been able to get too much more off the back of this one, so players on the outside edge certainly going to have themselves a nice amount of loot to work with. Utility-wise, they'll be happy. Assaulting the buildings with nades, smokes, almost necessary. But getting Procedure Evos out of these buildings on this south side will be difficult because the circle is more than likely to center up around here. But Procedure Evo's going to have to start giving up ground. Levi's, the rest of DXavier looking for that opening to be shown to them. But Procedure Evo's currently not giving an inch.
The road's still in, so maybe a little bit of cover, but DXavier going north of that would pretty much be a death sentence. A survival game for them, but they move forwards 2 and 2. They've got some cover as well. They're going to play off it. They have got a position in the circle now. That foothold is existent. Char close by to Procedure Evos. You can see the terrain keeping them covered off from a lot of the angles that Procedure Evos could take. On the rooftops, that's where they're going to be mostly worried about, but Procedure Evos can't really access that with the presence of loops on the southeast, with Titan across the way.
Procedure Evos here, this is a bit of a greedy play that they're going for. Playing the 2-2 split across these compounds is rough. Most of the time you want to give up this position down towards the bottom. We've got Zuxi playing him. Potentially allow DXavier to move in, right? But Zuxi and Luxi are holding up front. It's a greedy play. Question is whether it'll pay off or not at this stage of the game. It'll all be down to DXavier's push later on. You got Levi's Paragin in the back here, looking for a potential opening. Loops doing the same. The furthest we've seen this Brazilian squad make it in a game in a long, long time.
Cardozen and Chief up on the high ground. You've got Ayala as well, backing them up, playing as 3. The numbers disadvantage for them. The rest of DXavier moving up to this ridge now. And they take a commanding position on it. Vehicle smoking. I think that might be the last move they can make with that. Maybe a final crash up to Procedure Evos, should it be necessary. Still got the one. Actually, they've got 1 or 2 that they can still make work, but would be very, very dangerous to move in those smoky vehicles. Titan holding strong in their northeast.
Cardozen potentially looking for a nade here. Tosses it down and under. Look at the utility on all of these guys. Procedure Evos, 36 smokes, 10 grenades, 19 nades on DXavier. A veritable arsenal between them.
Not a lot of smoke for DXavier, only 5 in pocket. If they can roll over another team, you see how many smokes are available, right? So that might be the first on their priority list, should they be able to find a pick, but it's difficult maneuvering now. Going into stage 8, it will close central after this circle blank, which gives Procedure Evos the inside.
Ayla opening up now with the rest of his teams on the smokes to move down towards Procedure Evos. We'll see what they do. Potentially back things up towards the high ground, maybe holding that outpost as long as possible. For Indo fans around the world, it's a big moment.
Been underrepresented so far, and now they'll have to hold off against Loops. A double push. Chief and Ayala move forwards uncontested as Procedure Evos looking to regroup a little bit more. Shots down their way to slow the roll, but Zuxi biding his time. They know that Loops have moved up to this position now. They are fully aware of it. Chief and Ayala have the low ground building, but they're on the outside of this blue zone crunch. Cardozen moving up as well now. The last player from Loops, and he's on the level with Procedure Evos, makes it into the building.
Chief underneath. The Titans over on the other side. Full squad move out their buildings. Over towards Procedure Evos right now. DXavier locked out on the edge. Shadow playing a nice little cheeky position on top of the rooftops. Scuttling along the slates. Back and forth here. Attempting to find something. Nades going far, going too short. Not landing on their mark.
They're sweeping that close angle and clearing out the potential angle that they'll have onto 97. They're forcing DXavier to take further back spots. And that might not be the best idea. Forcing DXavier into a corner doesn't quite end well most of the time. Paragin opens up onto 97. A lot of damage pouring through the Molotovs between the smokes. Difficult to navigate for Titan. They've already lost one and almost had it flushed away. Char with another nade in hand, and Nox continue to pour on through. They're abandoning 97. They'll play on as 3. Titan cut down.
The ship is sinking. And the battleships keep taking damage here on Titan's side as DX sends torpedoes their way.
Look all the smokes that are being used. Look at that. Titan down to 0, Loops down to 1. It's only Pasija Evos who are about 30, I think, before, who have still got some left in the bank. But that's Pasija taking a knock from Cardozen. Loops have opened the bidding on towards this central position, but Ayala is the trade-off for it. Actually, that comes from Chief, who was able to get that knock onto his teammate. That is really unfortunate for Loops.
The smokes are out, we're on foggy seas, and the waves only get higher.
Oh.
But it's Redface coming through with a tsunami of punishment on the DPS. Quick Luke, give me all those smokes, yes please. Any nades you've got, medkits, it's fine. DX, finally, they take the lower building. Pasija Evos had to regroup a little bit earlier, but it seems like they've got things under control now.
Cardozen, last player for Loops. It had to happen even this late in the game. 4 eliminations for Titan. They've been a little bit quiet, but now they need to be louder. Cardozen with a 1v3, it's not going to happen. Pasija Evos shut that hope down. 6 eliminations though, and 4 placement points, a 10-point match. Great news for Loops. DX Xavier now looking to try and storm through the compound, and a nade from Redface opens up a flank for them. Might be able to find another as well, as Shadow's right underneath this window, and a second knock come through for Redface.
Redface right now on an absolute spree. Moving through, Suki's burning. They cannot handle it. Nice little Molotov there coming through from Pasija Evos, assisted by Lamborghinis. Redface, more nades coming through. Absolute king during this match for the team.
Now the final boss, DX Xavier, who have been on form today. Completely barren in terms of that utility. 1 nade left for Pasija Evos, and Redface looses it forwards. Will it find value? No. It's even Stevens now. They still got, actually, hang on a minute. One more, no, it's just updated there. Zuxi first goes in, Paragin falls, Pasija Evos looking to try and take them down, and another one. Levi's is last, and it's just going to be Lamborghini left, and he can't weather it. It's Pasija Evos standing back up for Indonesia from the bottom of the tables. It needed to happen at some point, but is it too little too late? I have to wonder. However, they'll be happy with that nonetheless. A raucous finish for them.
The Twins come through with the back-to-back. Felt like they were underwater at one point during that game, but they come up with a big breath of air and a sigh of relief at the end of that one. They desperately needed a win. It's a big chicken dinner, good amount of eliminations. They've kept up with decent point scoring. Not likely to send them far towards the top side of the table, but at least maybe finish this PMGC with some pride in pocket.
Let's talk about DX Xavier as well. What they were able to do this match will have a profound impact on the overall standings here playing. With Alpha 7 going down a little bit earlier, with Stalwart not having the best of matches, with Wave War Gaming as well, also having a bit of a poor game here, that door has been opened, and DX Xavier, they are ready and waiting. They are primed to storm straight on through. Luxy taking the MVP spot for Pasija Evos.
What a game from these lads. It's been tough as well for them, but you know, almost we're looking about 2,400 damage across the board here, a little bit more than that, but again, it is a really, really nice game coming through from Pasija Evos. This is what we've been missing out on. Zuxi and Luxy working in tandem. Again, reads through that Luxy has just leveled up his game, and Pasija Evos have evolved alongside with him. It's nice to see. It really is nice to see. But DX Xavier getting more points in this one. Titans once again standing up tall with their brothers Way Above Gaming. It's gorgeous, honestly. Some really nice storylines coming through from today.
Yeah, absolutely. It can all change in day 2, which is, as the desk always love to say, basically day 1 of, of PMGC. I mean, it has been kind of topsy-turvy so far. Alpha 7 still going through though. DX Xavier standing up a little bit taller on this.
Yeah, just like my catchphrase, PMGC day 2, that's day 1.
That is your catchphrase, you're right.
That
honestly,
is
exactly what you always say.
This is where I always say that things get a little bit more frightening, a little bit more intense at the end of the day.
You do always say that, which is weird because it's not always PMGC, but now it is very much applicable, and we are going to be going over to the desk to break that last match down.
Well, Blank, quoting my quote, PMGC Day 2, it really is a PMGC Day 1. Appreciate that, Blank. Well done by Procedure. We talked about him all day today. Well, not all day, quite a bit today. As you were talking about Max and how you talked to Junior and what they said, what they're doing with their lineups based on certain battlegrounds. However, we've not seen this lineup too often. Link's out and the Twins in.
Yeah,
and
Misery,
Redface still there.
Yeah, Redface, Misery, and the 2 Twins are in. And I think you mentioned it also, right, Seven, that we're happy the Redface stayed in play. He was so impactful in defending that compound. And phase 2, phase 3 circle, what happens? Nongshim Red Force go for the breach in what ends up being the winning position, the winning compound of this circle. And we had a lot of back and forth about how that breach happened, right? But especially entering the western side of that compound is very rough because you're just going to be suffocated in that position by nades, utility. And one thing you pointed out, Seven, is they even sent a player wide to have an even better angle on the engage.
Yeah, that's the thing, pretty much suppressing them with all those nades. They knew exactly where they're going to be at. They threw a bunch of nades. They're pretty much going to be waiting by the stairs. They're going to be coming in with the shotguns. Easy elims there for Procedure Esports in 22 points. And boy, did this team need it, because coming into this game, they were only at 25 points. So for them to be able to get 22 in just one match after only getting, what, 25? Yeah,
You know what
it's a
they
great
say?
improvement.
I got the magic handshake. Got to shake Lux's hand yesterday at dinner. He's like, I was like, you remember me? And he's like, yeah, you're Jake Kaplan. I'm like, oh my God, you're so sweet.
And then I was like, hey, he's been talking bad about you for the past 2 years.
But he didn't hear that. But a big game, though, also for Xavier, to be fair, Max, because of Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports going out early.
Yeah, it's really big when you are one of the top contenders and all the teams around your position on the leaderboards are eliminated early. It's just such a great opportunity. And throughout today, Seven, chicken dinner, 13 eliminations. A third place, less eliminations, still getting placement points on board. Back now by another strong podium finish match. Really, Xavier have also found their mojo, just like WBG yesterday, it seems. This is the day of comebacks we are witnessing. And right now with points like that from a lot of these teams, Xavier could also be holding on to the ground.
And I think this is why we were kind of hyping up the team, right? We're being a little bit extra on them, talking about how there was the IHC out of their region. No, now they got their placement points down. They've been continuing to get those placement points, and I feel like it's really, really good. And as we see some of the stats here from Luxy, 5 elims. This is what you want to see out of the Twins. They ended up, both of the Twins ended up with 7 eliminations out of the 10 that the team had.
I do like how we are seeing, if we look at like PUBG Mobile Esports over the last 4 years, not even technically like a little bit before that.
Yep.
I think the Twins have been some of the longest standing players in PUBG Mobile Esports history. Would you disagree with that? I think they're one of the OGs, one of the originals.
They are, for sure. Yeah, they are. Like, I don't think you can argue with that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I brought it up, because I like to have no one argue against me. But for them to be able to maintain and play at this level this long in is phenomenal to see.
I think a roster change when they won BTR was necessary for them to get that mojo, get that that drive back.
They're maybe getting too complacent in their like back-to-back wins they've had year in and year out, being the most dominating team, and then there's like, oh, there's actually other really good teams out there, and they needed that maybe a little bit of a shake-up.
I would need that for Gladiators too at some point, but it works out here for the side of Procedure Evo, so
I
cool.
mean, we know some potential players who could go on them. Maybe they rebrand to another team.
Procedure making the jump there to 10th place. That's pretty much what we want to see, especially out of them. Morph at this point, Morph is just going to be thinking of how to salvage their tournament, their PMGC in a way, because there's no way that I see any of those teams that are currently 13 to 16 even trying to challenge there towards the top. And Alpha 7, one thing I wanted to mention, Alpha 7 not being able to take advantage of Stalwart Esports kind of having 2 bad matches now in a row.
I mean, let's like kind of think ahead, right? Because obviously we're not talking about, oh, you need top 5 to qualify. We're talking about who's taking the trophy.
Yep.
Procedure, 10th place. I still think they're out of the running right now unless they have another big game.
I think this game is the one that puts them back in a race somewhat. I think if they didn't have this game at the end of the day, they were going to be pretty much done. I'm just leaning to be able to see
on the
what's
edge
going
of
on.
his seat, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that was the game that keeps them in a race, keeps them in the conversation. And I would say I could have a whole telestration segment about how they defended that compound against the side of Nongshim Red Force, how they held it down in the later stage, because Loops too, we were talking how had a decent approach playing the southern side, so they're not spotted out by Titan Esports Club or also Xavier pushing up onto Procedure Evos, because that is the best entry point to focus only on one singular team, and yet they hold it down so well with that utility, and especially some individual players like Red Force, Redface, as you mentioned, being so strong in that defense.
Nongshim Redface.
They were not good on that breach, but it was just such a good setup that I think that they've definitely now understood how they want to play their game. They got this team that worked out so good. I hope we keep this iteration of the roster for the following matches.
And for Nongshim, I feel like the biggest worry for me has finally actually become a reality, which was this team. Can they actually continue you after day one, because I remember on their league stage, day one, they were very, very strong, but then they were not able to adjust to some of the other teams being able to now adjust to them. And that's what I was actually talking to you on the way here. I was telling you how after day one, they weren't able to get any wins, and I feel like it's starting to be the same thing here in grand finals. They're not going to be able to adjust in time, and now they're going from that team that I thought, okay, this team, if they're going to be able to keep it this way, if they start off a little bit hot today as well, maybe they're going to be a champion contender. That's starting to fade for me.
I feel like you had a lot of space in day one where you could go for those plays, send it center, and play off the back of that. Now the circle barely pops and just like, you just send it right in the center right away. So it's really tough to get those POIs when so many teams are aiming for those same spots.
I'm just trying to get you to jump off the train, Max. That's what I'm
you got
trying
me
to
off the train. You know?
Okay.
I stopped at the station disappointment. You know.
All right.
Is that okay? That's fine. Okay.
So Nongsham's gonna win next game. Got it.
If that happens,
the thing is, he got off the train right before it crashed and burned. That's the thing.
You stay on that train, you know. You stay on it.
All right. Well, it's time to head to a short break while we get things ready to go for our back-to-back Miramars before we finish off our second day here at PMGC 2023 Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
'23 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner? New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here with our 5th match of our second day at PMGC Grand Finals 2023, of course. Jason Kaplan, Max Men, 7 Worlds Gaming there on the end. And my man on the end really wants to talk about a certain team in particular. Can you guess who it is at home? Correct. It's WBG.
It is WBG. I bet you if we actually go back to the comments, people are going to be like, here goes with Alpha 7 again. No, it's actually WBG because they have now we're starting to see it WBG from first half of yesterday, where they're not being able to do good with those performances, right?
Yes.
Now, with this team, they're starting. I was talking about how they tend to focus a lot towards the middle. for this last 2 circles, it hasn't actually benefited them a lot, and I'm hoping that we'll start seeing a bit of an adjustment from them. I'm hoping that we start seeing, if for some reason center of the circle is not an option for them, I want to start them seeing playing the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I think though, when you're looking back on yesterday, Miramar has been a really big standout map for them. They've been very successful on that battleground. I feel like we could see them maybe build a bit more confidence on that map heading forward, but it does seem... There was that map where it did go back to Sunoka Island. I think we can just forget about that one.
Yeah,
but even outside of that, it seems like they are slowing down a bit, which also might be a knockoff effect of the other team just speeding up their movement so quick. Like, Persija Evos understood we need to center up so quickly for one of these strong compounds, because otherwise we're not going to be in a competition anymore for first place. So teams are going for drastic plays to hopefully try and redeem themselves.
Also interesting to note, as we did see our top Miramar performers, Stalwart, 19 eliminations, WBG, 14 eliminations. Thinking back to Erangel, where we had IHC and DXavier have over 30 each. It's kind of crazy to see the drop-off of those 2 teams in particular going into this match, or this map, but also the level of consistency you have to have if you want to be one of the top teams. But speaking of consistency, we're going to be consistent as ever as we throw it on over to our commentators of John, Allen, and Blake.
We have a double helping of our desert dessert coming up. Thank you very much, Jason. Consistent as ever over on the desk.
That's right.
Always there, always claiming credit for Blank's quotes. You know what he's like. But either way, I have no idea what Jason's trying to tell me there. But we are going on into Miramar for the first time today. He's still... He's still giving it. I can't hear him, so I have no idea what he's saying. But that's the power that having a microphone active affords you, is that whatever you say is the truth.
He's just furious that he just can't really get my catchphrase right.
No, it's all right. Like sometimes he just misquotes it, but
yeah,
you can't beat the original.
You can't cite
like
me.
Zuxi or Luxi, the originals,
Look,
like you said.
I've got the Harvard referencing for that quotation.
True.
Okay, he does not. I've got it written down somewhere. It's documented. At the end of the day, what we're documenting right now is the PMGC Grand Finals. Okay, right now we're here. the PUBG Mobile Grand Finals. That's where we're at right now.
Something like that. I think that was a Jason quote.
Jason did that one.
Yeah. Jason did that
The referencing does lead back to him.
Yeah, we can see that.
But yeah, heading over towards our last 2 matches of the day right now. We've got Miramar coming up very, very shortly your way. Persija Evos obviously been able to win out that last game, look fairly decent, but DXavier today has been consistent indeed, picking up a lot of points. You can see him here on your screens. Lamborghini to your back. FaZe also, you know, they're trying to get some stuff done here.
There has been some mischief, but most of the time it's been managed fairly effectively.
Yeah. Stalwart, I've had some pretty rough games today, but I think salvage-wise today have still looked good, right? You know, they're remaining in that top 3.
Still staying up there, but DXavier have entered that top 3, right? Overtaking Weibo in that 3rd place position and jumping on up to that top 3 position. I don't think anyone apart from you would have called DXavier being in the top 3 towards the start there, but you've got the faith, you know?
It's just like my catchphrases. They're always right. My predictions.
That's another of your catchphrases.
I'm always right.
I'm always right.
Yeah, that's a good catchphrase from me, honestly.
Yeah.
Damn,
That's
we just blinded someone in the crowd there.
Yeah.
So sorry. We're
just shine bright lights in people's faces.
Contractually obligated to blind a few people in the crowd.
That's definitely a quote, and you're always right.
I'm always right. No, honestly, I think this DXavier earned my vote of confidence, less because I thought they were going to be in the top 3, but more with the amount of the effort they've put in this year. And I do think that if that continued into Istanbul with the improvements they've been making, and they can improve alongside some of these incredible teams here we have with us in this Grand Finals, I thought, you know what, maybe they could get themselves into a 3rd place. But I'm not out here to say that I'm some kind of prophet. I'm always right. But it is a really fortunate circumstance that this has occurred, and I'm really happy for DXavier. They've been able to make it up here. Stalwart and Alpha 7, though, still battling it out between the 2 of them. There's still a lot that can change. Things aren't set in stone just yet, John.
No, they've yet to fully form. You said at the end of today probably we're going to see a little bit more solid on that one, and you are always right, and I believe you on this one, Blank. I think it's a reasonable take to look at a top 5 set of teams at the end of today as the
Blank's base take.
Based takes with Blank, seemingly predicting the future every single time. Major Pride hoods up, focus in. They need something special if they want to be in that conversation for tomorrow, if they want to be chiseled into that masonry.
Get themselves ready to take on whatever tomorrow throws at them. After these last 2 matches, just 6 matches remain until we are all done and dusted.
Lights on.
Lights off.
Throw out the deuces. Going into the game soon. 30 seconds before we make it work.
They've rehearsed it.
No.
Paid actors.
No.
Paid actors.
No.
If ever I saw them. 100%.
Rubbish.
They were waiting for that one.
Can't be ready for it. That's the whole point. It's candid.
This time is not lying to you, by the way. This is definitely 10 seconds away. The game is now imminent. So don't go anywhere. No drinks allowed. I know it's the desert, but don't worry. You're only going to be strapped in for a little while on this plane flight. No drinks.
Right.
Only PUBG Mobile.
I didn't mean it. Sorry. I do. What we are certain of, though.
If you want a drink, get it now.
Right now. 3, 2, 1. Okay, no more drinks from here on out because Miramar is on the cards. The desert will dry them up lickety-split. We're going south side over towards El Pozo on the northwest, so cutting out areas near Tierra Bronca, Torrejomada on the northeast.
It's a disgusting plane path. We'll put it that way. He's really cutting out a lot of the map here. It's a massive map, and cutting out the majority of it over towards the northeast side is real difficult to deal with, John. I think a lot of teams are going to be crunched up, squeezed together. Some of these teams will be a little bit happy with themselves if they're playing down to Puerto Paraíso or Impala, but then again, you may just have a couple of extra neighbors to be dealing with.
Not great for business, if we're honest. Oh, those extra neighbors. You want to be making sure you're maintaining that space around you. A lot of players out near Los Leones, you can see, just over towards Picado as well. I think I'm seeing about 4 or 5 different colors there. Various teams looking to drop out. They will be aware of one another, of course, spotting those parachutes, figuring out if they want to divert, if they want to stick to their guns and go for this hot drop. We are past that halfway mark, Blank. Match 11 now of the 18-game sprint for the finals. Luckily, the circle fairly climbed to the plane path.
Yeah, that would have been real doozy if it was the case of going up towards that northeast side. I think players would have been pretty mad. We might have had a rehost, which I don't want. Okay.
Where are you seeing that?
Oh, I'm saying we might have had a rehost. If the circle's up towards that northeast side, someone's defo intentionally disconnecting with that playing path.
I don't think anyone's doing that at this stage. The referees have got their eyes on the prize on that, I'm sure.
I'd sneak a rehost.
And that's why you're not playing.
Exactly. I am a loose cannon at the end of the day.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
You're always right.
I'm always right.
But you're always
and I'm a loose cannon.
Chaotic.
Morph. I don't want to talk about him. Pasija Evos, on the other hand, is an Indonesian team that I do want to talk about.
All right.
Really good stuff from that last match. I was happy to see it. And I'm pleased that it was Luxy that stood up because I've been talking about this guy for a while now. I really do think that he's probably, people are going to hate me for this, but out of the 2 twins, he wasn't, I'm going to get so much hate for this, oh my god.
Let's go.
At the start, I think that Luxy was way under par versus Zuxi, right? Zuxi was so good in comparison. Yet, they were still a good, strong duo. But as the time's gone on, I think Zuxi has fallen off a lot. He's done so much recently to get back on the wagon. And I'll be honest, you know, he was out of the game for a little while doing some more stuff outside with collegiate side of things, getting that spark for the game back. But I think Luxy, despite everything, has consistently kept up form, kept up pace throughout everything and anything that life has thrown at him with PUBG Mobile. And I think now it's quite clear that Luxy is the better player out of the two. And I think it's a nice story to have because it really does show that despite the amazing talent on the side of Zuxi, that hard work from Luxy has paid off in the end.
I think I agree that you'll definitely get a lot of hate for these takes, but I don't think I disagree with the takes themselves inherently. Luxy was always more of that, blank space takes. Luxy was always more of that long-range, off-angle guy back in the day of the two, and it was always Zuxi, and I think it was Ryzen playing along with him, and Microboy at the time in that roster, just pushing forwards, being very aggressive, and Luxy was always that backstop. So a little bit more calm and collected, and over time, I think that from what you've said, it has paid off having that sort of mindset. And Zuxi now starting to flex back into that sort of mindset as well, taking cues from his brother.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, though, because I do think that Zuxi sort of needed the boot, right? You know, not the boot out the team, but in a sense, you know, a little bit of a kick to get things going again, because it did feel like that talent was wasted at one point. But I'm sort of proud of both of them getting back here towards PMGC, because it really has felt like 2023 has been a bit of an influential year for the both of them. I really am having just a big TED talk about the two twins right now. They've been with us for a long time. I want to talk about them a little bit. But that's all I'll say.
This has been Blank Space Takes, brought to you by the Infinex GT10 Pro.
Exactly, yeah. With infinite dimensity. Well, technically the dimensity is only 80/50, but I think that's big. That's big dimensity.
That's pretty much infinite, right?
Is that a lot?
It's like nearly infinite.
It's like quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Many.
It does sound very impressive, I won't lie.
It's true. I've heard it is. S2G, they've been a little bit less than impressive today, I think it's fair to say. Only getting 5 points in that last match. They will be playing on as 4. They lost 2 players early on against Alpha 7 in that last match. And today, in general, fall off. I think it was 7 who was saying they're basically throwing today. And I feel like maybe I won't go that far, but I kind of see where he's coming from on that front.
I do think throwing is... That's quite a...
It's an intense word.
Yeah. It's out there, right?
They are throwing their lead away, for sure. Not on purpose,
I think that they're losing. I think it's a better way to put it, right? Is that you just haven't hit your shots.
Yeah.
It's not a case of they're intent... Like, throwing is intentional, right? Like, come on.
Well, hang on a minute, because then why would you call it intentional throwing? If it's not basically intentional.
You're throwing.
You're just throwing. Even if it's unintentional, it can still be throwing. I would posit that. This is John's pedantry takes.
Okay. You know what? Acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, okay, they're throwing their lead away.
Yeah.
But only by a small margin. I don't think they've done badly by any means today. I think there's been games that they've had to salvage quite a bit. There's been engagements that maybe they didn't need to take. But if you do look at a team like Stalwart and Alpha 7, Dick Xavier, in fact, as well, I'd even throw into the mix there. I think that it's very clear that these teams know what to do when the advantage is not going their way. I also need to take back my words about 4MV with their quota, just 5 elims per game go out, because you know, at some point you got to swallow your pride and say that 4MV might be a good team.
They seem to be doing pretty well. They're right up next door to Weibo Gaming in that 5th place. You can see them 2 points behind, but there is that gap that exists now, 4-3, 11 points difference between those two teams, between Weibo and between DX Xavier, who were able to blast out today. But that top 3 is looking mighty close. A draw settled by the chicken dinner discount between Stalwart and DX Xavier. Alpha 7 still 7 points ahead, but that is a very small gap to be comfortable enough to lift that trophy towards the end. Closing out the day, you do want to be in that top spot, but you want a little bit more of a buffer than 7.
Yeah, right now, 7's not a large guy either.
No,
so
7's a very small buffer.
Yeah, it's a very small buffer.
Tiny,
you know?
If anything.
5'2".
You want a Jason buffer, really.
You want a Jason. Exactly. You want a buffer of Jason. That's around about 20 points. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Major Pride, take a knock from East. Doc looks to finish it off. He will. Circle. Went over to the western side. You guys saw that one. But we are getting in towards our second shift right now. Towards stage 2. We'll see where this one lines up. Right now we got Alpha 7, Stalwart, other side of the map. But DX Xavier very close to Alpha 7 on this backside. Alongside with Loops and Titans. Wow,
okay.
That is a mean circle and a half over towards the western side. An interesting circle though, one that I've always enjoyed watching. Teams will be heading for the hills.
I'm looking at that ridge line to the east of El Pozo, the hills to the south of Crater Fields. A little bit of sanctuary there. I think Alpha 7 are looking there as well, trying to move a little bit further west right now and have a lot of priority over those fields to the southeast of El Pozo, because there is so much deadly terrain in that area. We've seen time and time again teams try to play around it. It just doesn't work out that strong. Alpha 7 actually taking position in the compound to the southeast of those fields towards El Pozo, and it is a very central area. I'll tell you who else is slap bang in the middle, is S2G. Just a little bit further southeast of that, in the middle of Monte Nuevo, El Pozo, and Power Grid.
Yeah, it really depends where you manage to get to with this one. S2G do send a scout out up towards where Mafioso is playing. On an off angle here. Titans looking over towards Loops. Mythic spotted and tagged, in fact. There might be a wheel going.
They are just over the hill, though, for Loops, and actually ahead of the curve in terms of getting to this next circle for Titan. They are going to have to figure out how to mount up, get in through. They were trying to maybe get a pick onto Loops to weaken that hold on the northeast side, but it is not to be, not this time around. S2G, big high ground from Silas. With Alpha 7 having Mafioso a little bit further north, S2G maybe in that crow's nest position to command the south.
All Miracle vibes coming through over towards Major Pride. Naomi here. They did lose a player already, and Doc is just hunting them down. There's some nice shots, dude, actually. Not going to lie. Love to see it. Cleanly pops him out for the headshots.
Well found there. Naomi trying to answer, but really getting anything done. I wanted more from Major Pride today. They started off looking really, really improved. Don't laugh at me like that. They did. I defy you to tell me I'm wrong on that. The first two matches from them,
11th place.
I liked it.
I mean, yeah, fair enough to you.
But the next games just did not continue that trend.
You love Major Prize.
They are so good.
You are
oh my goodness.
literally Major Prize #1 fan.
I am.
I don't think there's been
Major
a
Prize.
game that you've not talked about Major Prize.
I'm wearing their jersey right now.
He takes it off in between games. It's
true.
Crazy. Levi's up on top of the mountain. Got a cheeky peek downwards. Gets shot at. I don't think he knows where from. Diving back and forth here. Eventually avoids the bullets, realizes the direction they're coming from. Titans have taken shots at absolutely anything that moves so far. Sure. Wants to give some back though.
Answering with a volley. You need to be very careful on those high ground positions. If you get knocked, it is a massive mission for your team to come and get you. So taking those trades, whilst you might have an advantage, if you're losing maybe 30% of the time, that's 30% of the time, not only do you get knocked, you're basically out of the game at that stage. You do not want to be taking that many risks unless you are very, very confident in winning out those trades. The circle shift goes a little bit further down, back towards the crossroads near Monte Nuevo, and gives Alpha 7 a massive, massive chunk of it as they regrouped down to the compound to the south of those open fields. A lot of open terrain around that. The hills slope away from them down towards the south, down towards the road. And they're really quite safe. With S2G being on that split right now, the 3-1 to their east side, they are very protected from that angle because S2G aren't going to want to move in. Not yet, anyway.
Mate, I am loving the crowd right now. Look, see, every time I was getting shot, I was just hearing us screaming from one person in the crowd. Just terrified about them taking damage. That was amazing.
I think it's the Indonesian casters. They're all the way over there. No,
it
they're
might have been. Who knows? But Zuxi does get taken down and flushed. Red-faced Luxi, Misery. Last players remaining here for him. Titans have been on a bit of a war streak, but not quite found any eliminations just yet.
They were starting to heat up, but the tempering of this lobby has just been such that it's not quite fine, that alignment just yet. And on the northwest side, Titan want to close out their day strong. They still got 2 matches to play, including this. They want to scrap. They want it now. Taking a knock, getting some healing done. That's what they're looking for. Morph trying to skirt around. They are 4 players alive, but they're very, very split again. Boboho and Pepenk on that northwest side blank.
Yeah, Boboho and Pepenk.
Boboho and Pepenk.
Boboho and Pepenk on the way. Don't know for how long. Lamborghini.
Sounds like a child's cartoon, doesn't it?
Boboho and Pepenk.
I'd watch that.
I'd watch that. Pepenk's dead.
Oh dear, I wouldn't watch that anymore. That's not suitable.
Mate, Boboho's down as well.
Oh no.
We got
Bamboozled.
3 Bobohos and Pepenks within the space of 30 seconds before they died. This is ridiculous, guys.
Hey man,
Come
those
on.
rates, we've got to bump them up. Well, you know what I mean?
They're rookie numbers.
Yeah, well. What can
It's
you
like
do?
they know. They know that I'm trying to get the names
They
in
Bobo
at
know.
the time. They Bobo know. But yeah, over towards the next shift coming through very shortly. Pretty influential shift as well, with a lot of teams' lives on the line with wherever this one does head over towards. It's definitely going to the fields though. It's just the way it is in these matches.
IHC, slap bang in the middle of this next shift, with the hills that stretch away from Alpha 7 down towards the south side. IHC going to have to fend off against 628, against Titan, probably Pasija Evos, although there is potential to maybe swing around through DXavier, but DXavier going to move down south as well. So Alpha 7 have a challenge on that east side, as S2G are going to have to figure out what they want to do. Do they want to stay on the edge and hold, sweep through later, or try and make a crash towards the middle and challenge Alpha 7 for a position?
Loops, Mythic, looking over towards Udo Alliance, who taking a bit of a severe beating so far. Junction Red Force down to 3 players, 61 points, 7th place. It's not bad. They're still pumping points. This is the second time I've seen Cardoza knock himself in the vehicle there. Paragin easily finishes him off. Maybe he had to jump out. Getting shot at would make sense in the meantime.
Certainly would. Be probably the kindest explanation, and I'm assuming it was correct. Cardozin going down. At least he was with the rest of his team, or close by anyway. The rest of the loop's going to have to try and make their way through Silas, through S2G, past Alpha 7, past IHC. I just don't see it going well. Morph similarly being punished, but Bamboo is going to have a little bit more of a challenge on his hands. Suki able to win that one out, and Morph will go down. Just the 1 point, actually. Titan losing 2 already. Shadow very, very low, under pressure behind the buggy for Suki. As 628 want to try and take them out here and now.
Yeah, 628 got some great angles over towards Titans. Xing sees the movement outwards. Shadow move in between the lines. Gets a roundabout to a decent position alongside with his teammates, and 628 can't spend too much time out here. Have to eventually move away. 4MV damage over towards Major Pride there. I think that was a flush, maybe a knock over towards Effect on Major Pride. They're down towards that southeast side. They're dealing with both 4MV as well as FaZe.
Shots over the top for Venturas, and FaZe have racked up a pretty hefty elimination count here. 6 eliminations so far on this match already. Playing from the east side, they've been through it quite a lot now. And they'll want to try and keep it nice and tidy. They haven't got the best of positions, but they have got a position. That's maybe the best they could hope. 6 points already on the tallies. Looking to try and push further up the tables. Over that 60-point margin today would be a nice little approach for them, but they're going to want more this match. With the 6 eliminations they've already got, potential to stretch out to that already on this match 11.
Nomi pulls out the nade himself. Quick back off from the window. Here's the nade, whistling over towards his position. Whiffs the smoke as well. It's a nice nade. Wow.
1 for 1.
Double knocker.
Silas and Paragin up and down. Looks like Silas might actually have the backup, though, to get covered off. Silas, this is that 3-1 split that I was talking about before. It's going to require S2G to send someone through. It looks like Hamzy is going to take up the mantle of that task. They're going to have to come back after it. It's going to take a while, but DXavier, they're similarly very split. They're not going to be able to make this one happen. Only the 1 player remains for DXavier. Levi's across the way definitely can't get this res.
Yeah, it's a hard one to go for, and I mean, right now he's out in the fielded position, so likely to be a case of he just tries to live this one out as long as possible. Alpha 7 still have a strong spot, but S2G equally have to move. pick their buddy up, put him in a vehicle, send him back down towards that south side, mail him, ship him back to safety.
Certainly unsafe right now for Nomi. 4MV bearing down upon him. Gets the heal off, but East has a nade. Shots coming through, a crossfire, I think from FaZe, further up to the northeast side. Potentially even from Stalwart if they have an angle. I think it's more likely that FaZe have, taken a couple of shots. You can see Ventora's just up the top there. Having been in a scrap, a nade goes long over the bus, and it is just perfect for Baron. A second one to follow it up, but it's not needed. Major Brider out.
Yeah, it took about 2 hours to do, but eventually they get it. Must have felt quite frustrating as well, it only being the one knock and then in the instant flush. Wasted a lot of utility on that one player to move forward, but maybe they could have just gone for the 4-man push.
Ooh, Silas under pressure, regrouped with the rest of S2G. FaZe have them now in their sightlines. You can see the ground starts to open up beneath that Alpha 7 position that rolls away from them. Similar story in the area of IHC, but Stalwart are trying to challenge them for it, and 6 to 8 behind that have a little bit more of an advantage. Nades over from the shack from Loops, find Kelsey, and S2G are already on 3. That knock brings them down to 2 active, and more damage is pouring in. Ray-Z now trying to survive for S2G, but it's just going to be so tricky to dodge through this hailstorm of bullets. Mela trying to mess up their day to continue S2G's descent on these tables. The nades continue to roll on in, and that is it. S2G out.
Yeah, curtains closing S2G. Maybe 7 was right, after all. Who knows? Loops up to 5 eliminations. Trying to bring things back. Surprising that they're almost up to 50 points now already. So what I would say is probably one of their worst tournaments this year.
We're now on board with 628, who have been at the back of the queue of this western hillside for quite a while, Blank. They are behind Stalwart, who are in the buildings just a little bit ahead of them. And IHC kind of command a lot of this area in this hilltop position. Alpha 7 probably the other well-placed team, but there is always Weibo that you have to be worried about in the compound towards the roadside.
Yeah, it's a really fun position for IHC to play in this match. Just purely off the back of the fact that you control so much terrain from this position. Most teams on the western side, you have to fight each other before they can make it in. Stalwart hitting shots right now, and this is the game that they desperately needed points in because it's been salvage after salvage after salvage. They want to maintain that #1 spot, removed from Alpha 7. They need to start getting some actually good games. Weibo with a compound of their own. This could be very useful to them. But it's Stalwart's come out on top over on this western edge.
They have managed to weather the storm, all the pressure behind them, but only 3 eliminations to show for it. Perhaps they wanted a little bit more value, but either way, surviving later on is its own reward. However, IHC, they've been a little bit quieter as DXavier have taken over that mantle of the streaky team. Can they step up in these Miramars towards the end here? And Cordless does just that. Gap is taken down a peg there. And another point will be found. DXavier will be eliminated. That 3rd place spot will be marked at 83. I think there was a placement point involved there as well, so 84, that 3rd place that 4MV are looking to chase towards. Weibo Gaming as well, going to be looking to rack those points up, and IHC close behind.
Nade will take that action, but he already took quite a bit of punishment coming through from 4MV, so all the smokes get put in play. They're not quite in the circle just yet either, John. Stalwart have got to get a bit further, creeped over the line. Zol in his last nade, tosses it over, hopes to get some more damage. Icy looks to be running towards it.
That looked dangerous. You're right, definitely did. Top, not quite tagging on for the shots. The smoke's blooming in the way. And Stalwart have to push forwards. The onus is on them, Blank.
Yeah, they have to get through this spot. Another good nade from Alex. Will take down Nerzed. Just as action gets picked back up again. But they are expending a lot of utility. This utility has to hit and confirm something. At the moment it's found nada. The guys just get back up, dust themselves off, and look to go again. Action needs to re-lock in over towards 4MV, keep them at bay, whilst the rest of the team attempts to find an initial knockoff over towards IHC.
South side currently being fought for by 4MV and FaZe as well, as we continue to hop on board with this western hillside engagement. Action moving forwards now as they're looking to pop through Demo. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but he's not going to get away with it. Will be crunched under the buggy. Ziol looking for the backlines. Nurzed running on forwards, hits the deck, and action's there. The spray down from Ziol steps up, looking to try and dance around it, pulls him out of the buggy, but you need to be careful. The rest of the team are going to roll on through for Stalwart. Try and take you down if you can. Demo's already been flushed away, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. They disengage.
Seemed like a pretty wild play from Action. I can already sense Max seething on the desk about that. Well, it was a situation where you could have just hopped out of the buggy and maybe looked at him.
Hang on, Alpha 7. They've just rolled up. On the backlines, on the side swipe of this fight, a third party from Alpha 7 to try and rack up some points here, sweep out this northern edge and take control of the north side of the road. They had to leave the compound, and what better time to do it than when there's a fight already raging through. Senab at the backlines now needing to try and hold down this ridgeline, top as well as there, because Icy has already fallen. Ziol is next up on the menu. That's Stalwart picking up that point, but they haven't managed to confirm it just yet. There it goes, up and into the points total for Stalwart. They are losing players left and right, though, because Alpha 7 is sweeping through effectively. Are Weibo going to be able to guard this one out on the edge? IHC find the final nail in the coffin for Stalwart. Just Godless remains.
Come on, Godless. That is mean gameplay hiding in the bush there.
Nade. Tags on. Damage on Godless. Will not be able to go any further. Revo with the DBS lands the headshot. Shots on through. IHC, 8 eliminations though. A couple of points for the placements as well. But Alpha 7 starting to open the cannons now. The gas is flowing. Starting to turn their attention over towards Weibo as well, because they're going to have to descend the hillside. FaZe suffering on the south, because 4MV, they're on a tear today, and they will not let up now. The Mongolian side starting to turn on.
Yeah, 4MV actually looking fairly strong, but like you say, Cutlass is drawn for Alpha 7. Cannons posted up, gunpowder lit, and the wick is burning down, ready to go here towards Alpha 7 to claim that top spot, to go from a 7 buffer over towards a Jason buffer on that top side. Nice and healthy, nice and tall. East, how? I don't understand.
Not sure. Either way, Mormon doesn't quite connect on that spray, and East stays up and kicking. Onsens wants the challenge with East as well, but he's not going to find that. A nade over the top. I think that might have been a smoke to keep him safe or stop a push there. Refolds back to the rest of the team. Alpha 7, in the meantime, have descended from the top of the hill. They're playing up towards the north side of it. Mafioso still on the high ground, though. Onsens finally tagged on by East. And he goes very, very low. The play zone gets the knock, and that might deny the point over towards 4MV, but either way, the FaZe lose a player. Mela looking for that heal, will regroup. They'll have to push on forwards, get a little bit closer to the road.
Mafioso. Decent initial shots there down towards them, but Weibo sort of have been gifted a free game off the back of this one. Circle look coming back for them. Mela, one of the final players on the side of FaZe, out in the open. Ventores realizes he's just going to have to give up the ghost here. Take the L on this one.
Alpha 7, they're still as 4 though. You can't count them out. The forward position for Weibo though in this next circle. 4MV have a little bit more lateral movement if they can use that road to cover. Making sure that it's working for them rather than against them. Will slow the cross. As the battlefield sets itself up, the smoke's starting to bloom. 4MV, mount on in, getting torn apart, trying to move forwards. They don't take a knock, however, and that might be the most valuable move they could make in this situation. They have to cover the road ridge.
It's a difficult push for Alpha 7, and I think they've done fairly decently, all things considered. Nice shot from Apex. Takes down Revo. Senab sort of shaking his head there. Can't quite believe that he survived it. Neither can Revo. On his knees, but still kicking.
Alpha 7 have to push a little bit closer, but 4MV making their lives so tough. Weibo just have such a strong high ground, and Alpha 7, I feel like the jig is up at this point. They're crossing open ground. They don't have the smokes. They don't have the utility. They don't have the players or the firepower either at this stage. Carrillo and Mafioso, sure, they're strong, but how much further can they go here? I don't quite count on their prowess in this scenario. They just right up against it. But there's still 2 players alive. Weibo have yet to really take shots out this way, and 4MV similarly can have to push up towards the roadside.
4MV send the party bus in. Lock it in behind the ridge. Natural made bunker in front of them now. Look over towards Weibo Gaming. Again, it's one of those matches where sometimes the circle comes around, you know, lays the chicken in front of you. All you have to do is put it in the oven. But for Alpha 7, they've worked hard here. And they have been here before as well versus 4MV just a couple of games ago, but they took the win on that one. But now 4MV looking to go all the way. 4MV has to leave this complex. The last circle of the zone.
They will have to leave, but Blank, I think they're a little bit closer to the center of it. I think it zones in just to the north side of the road, and that's going to force Weibo to start to stretch out. You can see they're already laying the groundwork with these smokes. Mafioso down, and that just leaves Carrillo for Alpha 7. I think it's only a matter of time before he falls. Weibo looking to close the gap now, and he is right up and close and personal. Su on the back line with the long nades, trying to give them a little bit of a foothold on the far side, but Apex is closer by than maybe they realize. Right up on the road smoke, Mao and Ming already taking a lot of damage. Su takes low as well, but Apex has fallen in the meantime, and that is a massive opening for Weibo to try and sideswipe through.
Somehow Alpha 7's got both their players up. They have, so it's a 2-player mix-up with Weibo Gaming completely open. I don't even know if they think that there's another team on this side. Mafioso steps up. Surely they see them now.
But they're being lit up from both directions. They can't even find the knock onto Alpha 7 here, and they lose a player in the process. Su also down on the roadside. And 4MV looking to move on through. 2 players on the south, Mafioso forwards. Carrillo is there as well, but the spray down connects, and it's just Mafioso. I don't think he's got a first aid left. Doc looks to make sure that he isn't going to get any healing done, but the bullet's just sending wide. 2 players alive for 4MV, but they're more concerned with plenty of the other players looking across. Mafioso gets the spray, but doesn't quite connect onto the final player. Weibo goes down, and from the south side of the road, it is 4MV with another chicken dinner.
That is some unbelievable stuff there. From Alpha 7, almost finishing things out towards the end, getting Mafioso back up on his feet alongside with Carrillo. At the barest HP, still getting the damage done. Crazy stuff coming through. Weibo Gaming suffer once again to just quite slow gameplay without the plan ahead of them. Really been moving up to the road a lot sooner. Dealing with these targets, should have been thinking about where 4MV was taking shots over towards. They did see the eliminations come through, so they shouldn't have assumed Alpha 7 was out. Could have been the difference maker between them and a chicken dinner, but 4MV, what a day it's been for them.
2 chicken dinners so far. Excellent showing, stretching their legs a little bit. Mongolia, such a powerful region, demonstrating just what they're made of. Doc with the MVP, 1.2k damage. Blank, that is nasty from Doc. Able to do a lot of work for the roster and actually leading by quite a margin, even over East, who was such a dominant force in their previous chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's sort of an unreal number that he's been able to come out with there. Happy to see it. And I think for Doc, the rest of the team's got to be proud of him. East has been really consistent today as well. But for their Mongolian brothers, Stalwart, they'll be very unhappy with how this one's going. Just cannot find themselves any kind of purchase in these games.
It's been tough. It certainly has been for everybody involved. IHC getting a little bit of purchase in this game. Quite a few eliminations found. And they are going to be pretty happy with that performance, I'd imagine, to keep them just ticking over, just to keep them rolling on through, seeing what they can find. But Weibo Gaming as well. Today they've been denied a couple of performances, a couple of matches, super strong. But in the end, they were able to get this Miramar, get very far into it. Despite going into that second place, they held that central compound. No one really could take it from them. And again, credit to Alpha 7. In a similar scenario, very, very difficult situation to try and push through from that north edge, but they make it quite far. They stay alive as 2, but they can't quite cross the final hurdle. That hurdle goes to 4MV.
Well, for Miracle Vibes, able to pull off their second victory today. And Maxman, you noticed something about the top 5.
A lot of Mongolian teams.
Very Mongolian.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other esports or even maybe sports where Mongolia is just that strong, that dominant, that present at the top of the leaderboard.
Not true, actually.
Really?
No. I'm sorry. I did that because he asked me before we came on air. I was like, "Hey, Jason, is there any other esports where Mongolia dominates?" And I'm like, "No."
You would do that. I would see you doing that
go
too.
Ahead, sorry, go ahead.
How could you? But yeah, like Mongolia being that present, usually it would be a team or two. But like the fact that we have 3 teams competing right now at the top of the leaderboard, CS7. Like Brazil was looking strong, but I did not expect to have all 3 Mongolian teams be at the top and dominating as they are so far.
I'm with you, and the way 4MV was actually able to play this match, the way they were able to take the fight onto Major Pride as well. I feel like that was such an important fight for them to even be able to get into the circle. They had to take that fight. We've been talking about teams being able to scout, teams being able to do all of this, a lot of preparation right before taking a fight. It's good to see that sometimes teams just have to fully send it and they have to rely on their gun skill, they have to rely on their skills overall and their team communication and being able to win those fights.
I love because you have 2 teams, you have 628 and Stalwart Esports 7 we were looking at. They took the easy route, they saw the circle, they saw the plane path, let's wide wrap to the west. And 4MV, let's put this game mode in extreme. And it went get himself the 10 eliminations on board of that chicken dinner. So man, they told us in the chat, they'll know soon enough about 4MV. We know. We definitely do.
Well, the question is, does Kalaris know back at home? Which I think he does.
He does.
Definitely. But you can see FaZe, 14 points. Again, able to finally get some momentum going for this team. But Alpha 7, Max, you were looking at the rotations, you were looking at the positions, and honestly, they played that out, kind of in your words, pretty flawlessly.
Yeah, I think that is a textbook play in that kind of position. And especially, 7, to echo your point you made also quite a few times throughout these last 2 days, no ego fights. Mafioso on that hilltop, getting pushed by S2G, Silas in particular, instantly regroup in the warehouses, and then playing that ridge when they see the third-party opportunity between Stalwart Esports and IHC, clear that high ground spot to leave Mafioso scout while the players are going downhill. I don't think there's any way you play that game any better. Of course, position of 4MV and WBG is still in play, but that middle stage game, perfection.
And it kind of shows how focused they are right now too, right? And how much preparation they did from yesterday to today as well, because that wasn't the first time that S2G and Alpha 7 crossed paths. That is now the 3rd time in Miramar. So every single match that we go to Miramar, S2G and Alpha 7 have been crossing paths, whether they do end up getting eliminated. Yesterday, it was S2G being able to eliminate Mafioso. So good for him to be able to learn from that, not being able to take that fight, backing off from it, and surviving.
What noise would Kalaris do with 3 players over 1,000 damage?
Whoa!
I would do that.
That's French Kalaris, actually.
They would do yip yap yo! Wow, he would do that. He would do that sound.
You're laughing 7, but that's pretty close.
That was really close.
That actually is something you
I
would
remember.
do.
I remember PWI.
Well, obviously, another thing we have to mention here is our overall rankings. S2G, 7th place, but they are joint tied for 8, and they're not that far potentially falling onto that 2nd page. And as Banks pointed out for us, they started the day off at 52.
Yep.
They're at, if I'm not mistaken, 9 points on the day.
I mean, what can we say? As we mentioned earlier, the S2G fans are currently in front of us. They keep chanting S2G, S2G, and every single time they say S2G, S2G, I kind of want to reply with something.
How do you want to reply?
Do the chant. Do the chant with me.
Okay. S2G.
Sucks.
S2G.
Sucks.
Okay.
They're right behind you.
I mean, am I wrong?
I remember
the stats speak for themselves. It's not like I'm just trying to shame on them. I'm not trying to be like, oh,
Bro,
I'm not just trying to hate on them.
looking at you, and he's about to jump over the stage and tackle you.
I'm not trying to hate on them. The stats speak for themselves. You mentioned it
PMGC?
too. You mentioned that they were not going to be doing good today. Guess what? You were right, Jason.
What can I say? What can I say?
You were committed there.
But you know what? Another team who's not been doing well today, if we're going to keep on that train, it's the Nongshim train.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, central positions are just not open anymore, right? And we talked about it earlier. It's just central spots like Alpha 7, WBG. All the teams are just so quick to pivot in those POIs. And Nongshim Red Force, unfortunately, really good at defending. In my eyes, not the best when it comes to engages. At least that's how I perceive them. And so far, they haven't been in that situation where they are the one defending those strong positions.
I feel like even when they are defending, they just haven't been on point today. Remember that when they were defending against Prestige?
I mean, they breached it, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, that ended up completely backfiring for them. Yeah. It's just not the Nongshim Red Force that we saw from yesterday, and that was just something that I was
that's the problem, is that PMGC doesn't really begin Until day
tomorrow?
2.
Oh, I thought we were
Until
going to start tomorrow now.
I think Blink said that actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he wouldn't say that. He's a smart guy. Yeah. he's so proud of himself.
He loves when they shoot the shirt cannon behind him.
I want to get one of those and just have some fun with it, to be honest. They keep blasting it right behind the casters. I'm surprised they're not deaf, to be honest. You can't say it.
John
like, what? Huh? But obviously going into our final Miramar of the day, Stalwart Esports have also been pretty quiet today. There's been a lot of the top teams a little quiet, except obviously Alpha 7. But that's also great because it keeps things really close going to our final day with a lot of these teams close in points. And honestly, we can't really predict who's going to win now.
Yeah, I feel like the top of the leaderboards are solidified. We've had some very, very clear favorites in this tournament.
Yeah.
I'm looking still at the bottom teams. I feel like there's still a bit of space remaining for some comebacks to happen. It's going to be 7 matches left now with this last Miramar. I'm looking at FaZe, a really good ending on that previous game with a ton of eliminations. I need to see a good finish here for them to have a chance hopefully tomorrow.
Some teams need to be careful though, because if Alpha 7 does end up having a good match here, the gap's going to get even bigger, especially if 4MV doesn't end up performing. If we have other teams like we're talking about it, right? And Stalwart Esports, we can see there SGG in the background. Oh. We are sucking. All right. Anyways, what we were saying in regards to Stalwart, another team that hasn't really been able to put up that many points today.
Yeah.
They've only been able to put up, I think it's something along the lines of 20-something points, which is not good enough considering what Alpha 7's been able to do. Luckily for them, Alpha 7 hasn't really been able to capitalize whenever they do end up going out. But that's kind of what I'm hinting at. In this last match, if Alpha 7 does end up capitalizing on some of the top teams that are chasing them, going into tomorrow, they're going to be feeling really confident, and it's in a position, and they're going to put Alpha 7 in a position that I don't know how they're going to react, because we have seen Alpha 7 choke whenever they are on the lead.
Alpha 7 have always been a really strong Miramar team. Like ever since we've known these players, I feel like Miramar has been their battleground where they stand out the most. And we know, especially the very streaky team, they've got a lot of momentum. Now they're just hyped up. They know we could be the world champions. We don't want a second place curse like last year. We want to be the champions in 2023. So they're going to give it all they have to now be crowned the champions.
And it's 3 players performing really well for them right now. Mafioso, we've been able to see him do a lot of plays. Revel being able to put up a lot of plays as well, and Carrillo too.
I feel like we had the time where Alpha 7 always had 1 or 2 players underperforming. Like it feels like this is one of the first times on this international stage where every single player has brought a little bit of pizzazz, de je ne sais quoi, in these matches. So I'm really happy.
Did you just
with
whip out the je ne sais quoi?
Did.
Yes.
I want to speak French too. Yeah, I can't. Never mind.
We know some words.
We can't say them on broadcast.
Don't say it.
No, that's a flashback to PMGC in Berlin when we were there. Obviously, though, looking ahead, if you are Alpha 7, you also know anytime you go out early in these matches, teams are going to catch up to you. But in retrospect, if any of the teams below you go out, you know we can play safe. We can play to survive. And we can build up a lead that we can carry through into these final matches.
And I think that kind of goes with what we saw exactly in this last match, the way they've been able to play it.
But they were chilling.
Going back to the no ego fights, being able to back off, putting themselves in a position where they're actually going to be able to either defend or attack a situation, which they ended up doing with those clips that you were mentioning. Overall, Alpha 7, the way they're playing, they are playing like they're going to be the champions.
There's nothing else
is it coming home to Brazil? It's going to tilt some of our commentators right now, I can tell you that for sure. But obviously, I think it's been something that's a long time been coming. Brazil taking home a title, taking home a massive trophy like this. And honestly, for Alpha 7 to do it, I'd be pretty happy. I know I've criticized them a lot in the past, but with the way they've been playing this event, like we've been saying, it's well-deserved. But obviously, it's not over just yet. Teams like 4America Vibes are on the chase. Xavier, the team that I honestly thought was a fluke that they won last chance, they're in the hunt as well. Stalwart, that one's pretty obvious, right? It's Stalwart.
Actually, talking about Xavier, interesting point. It really feels like they are going back to their comfort play of league stage, which is they find really good entry points in these circles. They're not taking unnecessary fights. And because they get better positions when a fight is engaged or coming their way, they have a better chance of getting those eliminations, reaching that late stage and getting placement points off the back of that. So Xavier, I feel like, understood why they were so successful in the league and are trying to bring that back a bit in these finals.
I want to see how WBG is going to end up today.
Well, they've been playing chilling as well, just like we've seen out of Alpha 7. But it's time to head into our final match of the day. It's going to be on Miramar once again with John Adam Blake.
Of course it is. We've got our last helping of the Desert Dessert Miramar going on into the end of the day. We're going to be closing out for match number 12 over on the Dusty Dunes.
we're heading over to that final match of the day now. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you remain safe with us guys here on the broadcast, because you got to know how this thing pans out. Who's going to be on that top spot at the end of the day? There's still a lot that can change with the amazing amount of performance that 4MV's been able to put out today. There's even a chance, if they continue that kind of streak, that they're in first place by the time we finish this. So I'm very curious to see how it all pans out here. You can see 4MV, match 9, able to pick up that chicken dinner, and then again on Miramar. So doing that on 2 maps is kind of a statement as well. Not only are you proficient on Angle, you're also proficient there over on Miramar. So excited to see what Alpha 7 can do to remain in front. Can Stalwart bring this one back? Can S2G have one final good game on the day? Or do they, just as Seven says, need to bring it back?
Oh, okay. I thought you were
I
waiting for
actually
me to.
couldn't bring myself to say sucks.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of do right now,
Stop
though.
saying
Like,
that. It's mean.
it's
I don't like being mean to people.
it's not a falsehood
No, it's
at
not
this
a
point.
falsehood.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Isn't it, Seven? It's all right.
It's
all
all
right.
right.
He says it's all right.
He says all right. He says he loves S2G now.
Yeah, that's what we were
Yeah.
asking. He
Oh,
said
it's not all right for S2G.
Oh,
he
it's
said
not all right.
specifically.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Everybody except for S2G. It's all right.
Yeah.
And more.
A little bit of je ne sais quoi coming through from Maxman as well. Always good to see. Yeah, even with the hand motions, he loves it. He loves it a lot.
Il n'y a pas de point.
I think I understood what you said.
I don't think I did either.
Yeah, I think you attempted to say no points for Nongshim.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I said something. So we'll find out.
Along those lines. Yeah. Maybe there'll be a translation over in the chat.
Let's translate over to Miramar as we are going to the Dusty Dunes once more. Plane path, northeast, cutting down to the southwest. This is a pretty chill plane path, Black. I think we haven't really seen as kind of a plane path so far on Miramar. Whilst it looks like it leans one direction, it's quite accessible to be able to get down even towards Puerto Paris. So should you be so inclined, should you be as motivated as some teams might be to get down to that southeast side.
Are you motivated for the last game of the day, John?
Oh, I'm
I
so
certainly
ready.
am. 6-8, dropping in no man's land up towards Campo Militar over there on the northeast side. Kind of crazy we're seeing so many teams dropping out on the central line of this plane and then just ducking out as far as possible. So much of this plane path not really used up. More than likely we're using the majority of this end tail. Again, our last match of the day before we head into tomorrow, which is the final day to accrue some points, the final day to secure your legacy going into next year as the champions of PMGC, alongside a boatload of money.
And the teams that are in that conversation have been changing so frequently. It's a bit of a mixer up there at the top of the tables, but the one team, well, 2 teams really, that have been the consistent presences up there. Alpha 7. Stalwart, no prizes for guessing those 2 names. Of course, they were always going to be relevant. Coming into this one, I think they were the only 2 teams that were a fix in almost everybody's top 3 predictions for teams to win this one. But outside of that, I think that 3rd place was pretty much anyone's guess, other than mine. It definitely has a major pride.
As I've always said, one of my classic catchphrases.
Classic catchphrase.
Just you wait to see what 4MV can do on the stage.
Classic.
Say this all the time.
Yeah.
I'll say it again.
What are you going to say?
Just you wait to see what 4MV will do on the main stage.
Do you know what? I will.
Yeah.
I will wait.
You don't have to wait. It's already happened.
Oh,
they are
that's good.
blasting out of control. Like Team Rocket right now. They're going to the moon. See what they can get done on this final match. Can they bring themselves towards that top spot? But with a circle like this one, heads all the way over towards that western side on the north. Alpha 7, fairly central right now.
Over in El
Pozo, yes. I was going to say that.
Yeah, but I said
Carry
it
on.
first, so. Said El Pozo, S2G lining that eastern side of the circle. Over in La Cobreria, on a bit of a split, DX Xavier. We haven't really seen that sort of a split be super impactful so far in the circles on Miramar that we've had, but potentially a chance here, but it is quite east-leaning. I'd imagine we're going to see DX Xavier move a little bit further to the west side of Crater Fields.
The Xavier split, man.
It's fine.
Oh, just
Do you know who else does this split?
reminiscing about Gladiators.
I was just going to bring them up. We have to.
Yeah.
Once a day, at least.
A fun team. Definitely did not deserve to be here.
No.
Sadly.
In the end, their performance at the end of this season did lack the luster necessary to
Still
qualify
makes
them
me
further.
sad, though.
It
Still
does.
makes me sad.
It doesn't feel quite like a global tournament without the lads. I mean, they've been together for so long, and let's stop talking about them now, because we'll just get sadder and sadder. Stalwart over on the east side, behind that S2G blockade on the east edge, very close to Loops and Titan Esports Club as well, who are getting a little bit mixed up with things near water treatment. Loops might have a little bit of trouble on their hands, but they'll seemingly move through one another without so much as interacting. Morph on the southwest side, going to be moving up that west side coast. They've already actually sent Boboho all the way up there, so Pepank and the rest of them are going to have to regroup up that edge.
Pepank and the gang.
That's right.
Nice.
We are kind of doing Yoru and Cleon dirty here. A little bit.
I'm pretty sure there's someone in chat called Cleon.
Okay.
And the lore is that the player was named after him, but I'm pretty sure he just took his name.
Okay.
And then has created this lore for himself.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah.
That's
it's
my
bold
name,
lore.
actually.
But I respect it so much.
Either way, it's an interesting story.
Yeah, I love it.
If that's you, Cleon, in the chat, we know what we know your game.
We know your game, but also well done. But yeah, I think it's a curious split right now coming through from S2G. I like the way they've gone about this. They've sent 2 players up towards Creative Fields, and I think that's in the hopes of finding Levi's. Last time they only sent 1 player up. It didn't go terribly well for them. So this time around they sent 2. Kelsey has taken a couple of shots, though, so that should alert Levi's to the presence. But again, there's a couple more players to be dealt with in this location. So for S2G, could get the drop on DXavier. DXavier obviously dropping out of these top 3 that last game. Would like to reclaim their spot for Vietnam.
They have got a pretty wide split right now, given the number of teams nearby. And they have potential danger on the cards, but they have seemingly looked to get Lamborghini back closer to Paragin. Chaz bringing that rotation up as well. So only the 1 player still stuck nearer to S2G. Over on the east side, teams coalescing towards the middle now, fairly effectively and actually fairly respectfully of one another's position. No eliminations coming through just yet. A couple of trades, a couple of bullets being sent each other's way, but other than that, nothing dramatic. Alpha 7 in the middle of El Pozo, holding down the urban environment. Playing on that stadium. Levi's might be changing the peace agreement between the 2 of them, but has to back off that high ground. I spoke about the danger of being on this high ground before. You can't afford to get knocked.
You cannot afford to get knocked up here. It's a stressful experience. Sniper rifle. Interesting. Could come in handy, especially if you can tear the head off from Kelsey. He does spot some vehicles down below. That's Nongshim Red Force. I think Max makes a really good point on the desk there in the sense that all those central spots are just gone now. So many teams are claiming them quite quickly. As soon as you start to sense that the lobby is going more for a central focused style of meta, you just want to take those center positions as soon as possible. And those initial circle shifts can be quite influential in manipulating the way the game goes. Certainly this one, Alpha 7's having time of their life with it. The circle heading over towards El Pozo in the first place does mean they're going to be surrounded fairly quickly, but we know that they can hold their ground. It's Stalwart versus Nongshim. Decent nade over towards Wings.
Very good start. Taking that knock as well. Stalwart with their last chance today to prove that they are still worthy of those top spots. And we'll see if they can convert over onto Nongshim, who have been falling off today so far. Tizzy looks for the shots, and XZY with the angle onto top takes a lot of damage his way, but doesn't quite find what he's looking for. Not just yet. Top allowed to heal on up. Again, on the east side, Nongshim Red Force have got Pasija EVOS down towards the south side of them that they may have to worry about, but they're about 300, 400 meters out right now. So a little bit too far away to take those shots just yet.
Second shift on the circle. This could be a cruel one. Honestly, I'm hoping for a southwest hard shift. Love to see more of the mountain in, but
wrong.
I've been denied. Up towards that north side once again. Towards La Cobraria, the fielded area down towards Crater. 4MV do need to get a bit of a move on here and down towards the south side. Behind Udo Alliance and battling versus Major Pride. Already finding Dino though, so one elimination found already. Dropping them up to 90 points now. Almost in the 3-digit lane alongside with Alpha 7.
Alpha 7, one of the main features of this southeast side near El Pozzo on that route out moving north. 628 on the north side of all of this group of players. Gonna have a potential to try and just guard all of this out, but I'm looking at Stalwart's rotation wide blank, all the way out in the east, moving over the north side, past La Cobraria. They might be looking to try and challenge for some similar spots there. S2G in the meantime in the middle, getting caught out somewhat. Naturally going to have to deal with Weibo Gaming as they crash on into the concrete here. Silas goes down, Arazi very, very low as well. Silas flushed away as Senab is able to get the pick actually up onto that one. And Carrillo is chiming in. Alpha 7 seemingly just picking up these points left and right. Hamzy with a chance, and there's a second knock as well. Weibo Gaming starting to falter as Hamzy crests the door frame. Ming though with the hold, with the chance to take down S2G. Ooh. And he takes it, seizes it with both hands, and once more to cap off their day, blank, it is S2G, 0 points.
Damn, someone was really right. That's crazy. Yeah, S2G going down in pretty catastrophic fashion at the end of the day for Turkish fans here in Istanbul. To me, the disappointments here as well. They were going home.
Goodness me. At least it's not a long trip back home for them.
That's true. That is true. For S2G, though, an unfortunate finish to their day. 7th place. Likely to change with Nongshim Red Force still in the game with 3 players alive, and Titans phase not too far behind. It's 4MV, though, who really have found their wings today. Soaring towards the top side of the lobby. Faster than ever before. Udo Alliance really also having a rough day. I think if we're going to give S2G a hard time of it, we have to give Udo Alliance the same, because yesterday it looked consistent, today it's looked non-existent.
You haven't even seen the sort of rotational plays that they were making before from them. And perhaps that's more to do with the fact that there are more teams going far more central. You're not really able to make strong rotational plays if you're not just going to the middle and holding it out, right? And if you do Alliance on winning fights, they can't really contest in those central areas. And that is coming back to bite them in their points totals today, as teams start to look for the middle more so than before. 4MV challenging for those top spots, losing players. Stalwart with a chance now to get back over the top of it. DX Xavier as well, with a position that they hold on the north side of Crater Fields. Potential to be able to keep up pace with them, but Alpha 7 still sit 13 points ahead, and with the position that they hold south edge of Crater Fields, it's going to be another game where they have a big point scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at Stalwart as well, got to take into account this little rotation they've made up towards the north side of the map. Really, really well done from them. Wrapped around a lot of the dangerous zones. They were on the south at the start of this game. Taking it to that northern side alongside with 628 is a really decent rotate. Could give them a good time. Major Pride sending off, but harried by Pepeng.
Pepeng back into the vehicle. Looking to reposition the rest of Morph as well. Looking to try and wind their way up the western way. Nongshim Red Force phase trading back and forth. Major Pride over on the south side near 4MV, trying to fight through El Pozzo. A little bit of urban warfare on the south side to give us some entertainment as time ticks away for these teams looking to put their final billing on the day.
Titans up against Stalwart here. They got Shadow hidden behind them at the moment, as all shadows are. We'll see if Action can take those shots. Doesn't quite hit it, but they're holding their ground right now. A little bit of a western shift on their rotate. 6-8, plowing them back.
Forcing them off. Bamboo trying to reposition for Titan. Trying to get a better angle because the blue zone is going to make that angle worse and worse and worse because you can't really withstand the force of that one. Bamboo very low actually, taken down low by Icy and pulled out of the buggy as well. A lovely little knock there for Stalwart, but there's a trade. Shadow strikes from the sidelines. A lovely off angle to find that crossfire, and the 3-1 split that we've seen from a lot of teams in this tournament, in these grand finals, Blank, is going to be punished onto Icy.
Does technically work, it's just the way you play it, and I think Icy there takes a bit too much of an aggressive approach. I don't think he needed to go for the confirm. With the circle moving down towards the southeast side, once again gives Alpha 7 another in here. 4MV do go down. 89 points with the 1 point they found, takes up to 90. Stalwart losing Icy though is pretty grim for them. It's not something they want to see at the end of the day here.
It feels like the Circles want Alpha 7 to win this tournament as well. They've just been shrunk on again. Over on the north side, 6-8 going to find a departure from DXavier's position on North Crater Field and try and move over towards Stalwart, towards their engagement with Titan Esports. And try and get ahead of the curve on that spot. Trying to guard them out with a 3-1 split, Blank. Sunan left as a backstop towards DXavier, who actually may be leading a little bit of a salvo over towards this area. They might want to turn their attention further south. Action stepping up, trying to move in behind Titan, and Shadow is caught. Top the one to do the dirty there, and Action gets the flush. Potential to nade over the top in towards Titan on this roadside. 97 close by to the shack. And they've got to be wary of this position, Blank. They have to be careful moving in this open ground.
97 and Suki. Bamboo need to get out of here now. Sends over towards the compound. Loops is very close to him, just edging their way along the circle like a tightrope at the moment. Stalwart have a bit further to go here, but with 33Z getting taken down by Lamborghini, as you were saying, leaning off to the side. I can sense some kind of danger coming through from this side. The map, Nurzed will spot out Sunan. Does a mighty hefty amount of damage on that side, but necessary for that to come through from Nurzed. Forces the heal off, gives him more time to get through with the party bus. Stalwart know that they need more points here at the end of the day. Alpha 7, it's what I talked about right at the beginning. This team doesn't really have bad games. They will just consistently hit those points game to game.
I mean, when you give it a circle like this as well, you've got to be capitalizing on those points. That's exactly what they'll do. Titan Esports now seemingly overwhelmed by Stalwart's position on the northwest side. 3 players alive for Stalwart, and they're picking up points. You can see they're back up into that second place position. 4 eliminations so far. They have lost a player, but they're still in a decent spot here. However, Alpha 7 holding face to a lot of these teams. Again, Alpha 7 on a 3-1 split with Revo on the backstop.
Honestly, for Alpha 7 right now, this is one of those games where the circle shifts on them again. It's fairly unlosable, right? I think that when you look at their position up on the high ground, where it's very difficult to get up there without a long, lengthy setup at the beginning of the game, kind of free.
Yeah.
Kind of free.
Should be. Should be. Top Esports getting a little bit too close for comfort, but IHC and Loops on the north edge of El Pozo trying to leave up to the north is very, very tricky, and you have to deal with your neighbors first. Godless close by to the building that Loops currently occupy, and he's giving them the runaround. Stepping on into the building now, spraying down the corridor. There's backup moving on in the form of Alex, I think that is, right up into the wall. They're playing split, taking control of the high upper floor there. Alex skirting around the edges as well. Nades coming on through. IHC still 2-2 though. They're just looking for an opening. Loops not presenting just yet.
Godless practically on his own here. Pretty bold that he goes to take this push by himself. Loops is behind him, moves through the building, gets upstairs, causes commotion, drops a nade in. Smoke goes through. It's a good Molotov upstairs as well to keep him off. The fact that Godless has been able to get up here is honestly silly. Puts out the fire as fast as possible and gets the kit on. I am unsure what's going on here from IHC. Finally, Alex comes in with some backup, but does get taken down. Demo's here alongside him, and she's very low.
They're looking for the drop down.
Oh,
What a
Godless.
shot from Godless. From the heavens descends, and he will be able to put the final nail in the Loop's coffin. That's the end of their day. Around 50 points earned so far on their tournament, and it's looking a little bit worse for them as well. Another nice pickup for IHC, however. In the meantime, Alpha 7 took a knock. They got the res over on that hillside, and now it's Stalwart and Morph trying to fight for the hills to the west of their side. At the moment, it looks like Stalwart are getting the better end of the deal, but action is down, and they only have 3 players total, remember. Pepenk is going to be flushed away, though, by Top as he looks for the res onto his teammate.
Pepenk down and finished. Stalwart's not, you're right, it's not looking too bad. Weibo Gaming coming up against, I believe this is the last player coming through from 628.
Sunan. Over on the north side for 628. But Alpha 7 seem to have spotted something out this way, and SUK gets hit. Takes the shots from Carrillo. Sunan might actually be able to get the flush down there. Mafioso takes a knock as well. So they do need to be a bit careful here, try and keep together, try and keep these reses in. They have fully grouped up now, I guess 4.
Carrillo, and some replays from him. This was some awesome shots from him to take out a couple of players in the back line there from Luke before they even made it over towards where IHC were playing. Lamborghini also chiming in towards a lot of these engagements. Right now, DXavier is very much playing their own game over in the field on the northern side. Not really poking their heads out too much at all, just banking on this compound. But yeah, this game from Alpha 7, look at their positioning.
On that mesa, on the top, on the high ground. It is so rough to try and do anything in the general vicinity. Bobohofer Morph has actually managed to go through the foothills of this area and get into a very central position for them. Same sort of story for Sporter of Nongshim Red Force. We'll see if the teams from El Pozo can leave as well, because of course IHC winning out their fight over on the north side. They now only have Udo Alliance as their neighbors. Can they make that break across? Because it is so tricky to do with Alpha 7 having sightlines down towards you. Look at the angle that Senab has over to them. There's just no way that you get out unpunished.
Top sees the nade. Whiz on pass and going to try and send one back of his own. I don't think he'll be on target. There's some quick repositions coming through from Weibo. Ming and Weimau. Sunan underneath. Trying to live this one out as best as he can. Titans did go down earlier. Action's going to try and pick himself up some more utility. A couple of grenades, a couple of smokes. That's all there is to it. Alpha 7 very far forward now. Good shots from Ming. Will take down. Final player there from 628. Start to move up. It's Lamborghini and DXavier with eyes on.
Oh, he's got a couple of shots onto Ming, but doesn't quite convert onto a knock there. Has to reposition to the other side of the hill. Sporter unlikely to want to take shots here, but DXavier moving to the edge of this crater. Nades up and down in the meantime between Weibo and Alpha 7, but there's the spot, and Lamborghini is still just lying in wait. Revo pinches the point away from him, however, in the meantime, and gets back away unscathed. Really good turn up, but Mafioso not so lucky. Needs a res, needs a little bit of a hand from his teammate. And now DXavier can start to move up. Carrillo up on the bell tower. Needs to be careful because NerdZ seems to have spotted something.
Yeah, NerdZ got himself a nice little knock there versus Alpha 7, and where they're resing is very much out in the open. They do get the res and the heal off, which now alerts Alpha 7 completely to the position coming through from Stalwart. It's a very tough fight to be taking for Stalwart versus Alpha 7. First nade looks fairly decent for damage, but Revo just dances out the way of both of them.
They maintain that high ground as well for Alpha 7. All important, Ming has a complete blindside here on Mafioso. If he steps too far, that's got to be it. But he pulls out the shotgun, he swaps the weapons at the wrong time, and Mafioso, he gets back in. There's no way he meant to pull that shotgun out. It completely cost him the knock and gives Alpha 7 a chance to turn around, but he just about is able to convert onto a rough situation, and Weibo pick up their 5th elimination.
Xavier here to join the party, to join the fun. Action alongside with Top, getting information relayed back here from Nerzed. The res is coming through. Carrillo takes a high ground position here. 6 eliminations found for Alpha 7 already, but Mafioso goes down to a little bit of overconfidence, I would say. Not checking his angles. Usually he's very good at doing that. The circle continues to close. IHC, despite a lot of teams taking shots towards them, still make the march inwards.
Look at the elimination counts on the teams that are still alive. You're seeing a lot of 5s and 6s, a lot of scraps being had so far in the final Miramar of today, of day number 2 of the Grand Finals. Teams are not willing to give up yet, and a lot of those points are concentrated towards the top of the tables, to a lot of the teams within striking distance of that top spot. I think FaZe the exception there, 56 points total before this match. They have been climbing their way up where they can, and I think today has been a little bit better of a result than yesterday. Been impressed with the team from Thailand.
Bad time to be taking damage here for Action, considering the blue starts to push in. IHC's done more than enough here with Zyolt, as that send out to deal quite a bit of damage. Now Alpha 7 does move off from the church tower towards the central zone, but Zyolt has just been a nuisance down on this side for Stalwart. Really nice little plays from IHC, controlling a lot of the gameplay right now for them.
They got out of the north side of El Pozo as well, which is impressive in its own right.
Yeah.
To be able to make that crossing up and over. They did lose a player in the process, and now it's only Xavier with all 4 of their players alive. Remember, they hid in the crater for a while, and now they're back into the fight. Nerzed looking for the challenge. Just Ming remaining. I mean, he was able to take down one of Stalwart. Can he find the next as well? The last player remaining, a 1 versus 1. Action takes the damage from the shotgun. And the SK-12, the specialists from China, able to enact the punishment over towards Stalwart and cut them out of the final match.
Revo takes a knock as well, and Alpha 7 starts to suffer a little bit as Revo tries to take way too much room. I think a lot of players wouldn't really expect them to be 8 teams still available, but this is what this certain type of terrain does to you. Just underneath Credit Fields, this huge rock face, this huge feature inside the map, splits off all the action around here. Major Pride understand you do Alliance on the way in. 2 players, Flax and Cluck. Could be a great nade from Flax here, and Major Pride aren't doing anything, and it bobbles downwards.
Ooh.
Hits hard. Now just Nomi, good shots from him.
To keep Major Pride in it as well. Naomi in effect both down. They need these reses to stay up as 3. They're right on the edge of the circle. In the meantime, Alpha 7, they took a knock for Revo, and his Carrillo and Senab a little bit split from his position to be able to go for this res. Nades over the top. We're back on board with Major Pride and FaZe on the east side. FaZe forced to take this aggression. Naomi has not been res, so it's a 2 versus 3 for the hold. Effect gets the heal off. Nomi close with the shotgun. Ventora's cooking the nade, spots the player behind the rock, and that should be on target. Nomi goes down, not to the first, but to the second, and there's another one to follow it up. A beautiful clean through with FaZe taking their 7th eliminations. IHC racking up 10. This is a bloodbath, and IHC have another challenge.
This is IHC for you right at the end of the day to kick things up into 5th gear as they plow their way through towards the end game, find themselves their final chicken dinner in Last Chance on rocky terrain like this in Miramar. Now to do it again on the last day of the last match of day 2. But Xavier still in this one to win it. They want to regain that top 3 position. Stalwart spot's now open.
As is 4MVs. They're just about to leapfrog it with the placements. I think they've already earned that top spot there, but can they take down Alpha 7 now as well? Will they fall in this position? Because if they do, it's not out of the question for Xavier to even push all the way up and over here, Blank. They started 18 points behind with the 2 elimination difference right now. They will need quite a few more, but that is one hell of a nade from Ventores. From downtown, Demo decimated on the rocks there. Godless and Ziol now 2 players for IHC. They're turning their attention out this way. Godless not wanting the res instead. He's getting closer. He moves into danger, but Demo taking so much damage from the nade. Okay, he's cowered back behind that rock and looking for the res. The double drop from FaZe. They're continuing to press their advantage here. I'm impressed with this team today, with the step up they've had, but IHC, a tall order to take down, steps out, one good spray, finds a second as well, and the roll down from the buggy. He's absolutely mental. The down shots from the top of the rocks, though, find a little bit of a trade. Now just one player up the top. Can they pull it together? FaZe trying to hold on now, and he's looking for it down towards Godless. Can he hold on? It is 1 versus 1 on these rocks here for both of these teams. Godless further down. No, Demo is up, actually. Behind this rock, he looks for the spray. The blue zone is the arbiter of this fight. It's going to put the pressure on, and Godless stops the drop. Mormon cannot get rest here. Onzens just needs to look for it.
Demo and Godless underneath. Onzen understands he's got a bit of an advantage here, but IHC, they're hungry for it. Rabid animals up the side of the cliff face, sending in with the buggy, hoping to leave Onzen's flat and squashed like the rest of the players on the windscreen of the vehicle. What a finish there from IHC. Just unreal plays, and Godless, he's still going.
He's not got much more left in the tank, though, and I do not blame him. That was one hell of an afterburner. Senab crosses out past the wall. Alpha 7 out. DX Xavier now with just IHC to deal with. It's just Demo on the south. He's super low. He is going to be going down, but DX Xavier with another chicken dinner today. There is so much more to see from this team from Vietnam, and Demo looking to move around the edge here. Can he get a first aid off? I think he might do, but it's not going to be in time. Paragin puts the nade to bed, and another chicken dinner coming on through. What a play from this team on that north side to hide in the crater and resurge at the right time. They are chasing for the top spots flank, and there is so many teams in that conversation.
It's an interesting way to play that game, honestly. Keep yourself out of sight, out of mind for a long, long time, and then come on through and clean it up. Alex on this team deserves all the praise he's getting. Extremely strong, but you cannot count out Godless, Joel, Demo, all really putting in the work there. The swing round the buggy, I ain't never seen anything like this. Honestly, this has been an interesting day, to say the least, but DX Xavier take their win. It's nice to see the nades from Paragin still being just as golden as before.
You love to see it. Alpha 7 surviving very late into that game as well, though. And with the lead they already had, I think they were able to get quite a few eliminations on that match. With the points they got, I think, for getting 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. IHC got 2nd. They were able to put, again, a very respectable performance in. Getting, I think it was 6 or 7 eliminations, something in that sort of area. So Alpha 7 still very much the team to chase moving into the final day. Lamborghini claiming that MVP spot.
And honestly, very well deserved. I think that we sort of expected Chua or Levi's to be the ones that would be stepping up, but Lamborghini, he's brought some absolute rubber-burning rampage to the PMGC so far. It has been very, very fun to watch this team just perform and actually be able to stand up to the test of PMGC at the end of the day. I'm loving it, honestly, John. I'm loving it.
You've been loving it right from the start. DX Xavier charging through that last chance, and now they are seizing that chance to try and take the power. IHC, similarly, been so powerful over the course of the day. But I talked about it quite a bit there. I liked how FaZe were playing during that last match. I felt like they had a lot of strength to sweep through. Unfortunately, they were drawn to a close by IHC.
Yeah, and I think that it was fun watching FaZe, but this is going to FaZe to a tease that they will kick and scream and fight and bite their way towards the top, but it's not going to happen to the very end. But we'll wait for the very end, which is coming right now. But before that, we've got the desk.
Oh man, if we're talking about big movers today, DX Xavier has to come to mind. They have put on a stellar performance today, looking to carry themselves through into the final day in a place that they can almost grasp that trophy on stage. Maxman, you've been diving into the numbers here for the results today. Xavier have put on a stellar performance.
Yeah, sure, they start off with a 15th place game, but after that, chicken dinner, 3rd place, 2nd place, and now another chicken dinner to wrap up day 2. It's a real dingus day here, Jason. Really loving it.
You know what? Everyone loves the Dingoes. 7 on the end here. A great closeout by them as well, not to mention, I mean, we talked about them and how they really stepped up towards the second half of day 1. But I really wonder what place they're going to end up now with their performance here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see it because they started off the day, remember, they started off the day with 36 points in 8th place. If this team, for some reason, continues with this performance, I mean, especially after this match, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually end up seeing them at least in 2nd place.
The one downside, though, I will say, from that last match, is that the team they're chasing, Alpha 7, were still alive for a very long time.
Yes. Though it was a big opportunity because 4MB and Stalwart were both out at the start of this game.
Yeah.
So catching up in 2nd place, feasible thanks to a game like that. And I remember Blank mentioning quite a few times before this tournament started, their map control and knowledge in these positions like this, playing the high ground position, the moment FaZe leave, they exude absolute insane amount of control on this lobby. Xavier are threat to the teams when they are in that late game scenario.
Yeah, you were talking about it, Jason. The difference between Alpha 7 and DX is going to be just 5 points. So if they do want to catch up to them tomorrow, they have to take advantage of Alpha 7, maybe getting eliminated early on. They're going to have to keep track of that, and they're going to have to be consistent because Alpha 7, that's something that they have been able to do today, and I'm so surprised and shocked by the way they've been playing. By the way, we were talking about IHC at the beginning of the day of where they're going to be in regards to placement points. They're getting some placement points here.
They're just surviving. They keep on living
They are
until the very end.
changing the meaning of IHC. No longer low placement. So 20 points, though, for them. I mean, Mongolia, we kind of thought this would be like the year of Brazil. But it's really been the year of Mongolia for sure.
Yeah, we were saying like Brazil or Stalwart. It's Brazil and Mongolia now. Like, it's clear that well now. Alpha 7 and Mongolia.
Are you giving up? Are you giving up on Stalwart?
No, Mongolia. They're from Mongolia.
Okay.
You know?
No. Never mind. Disregard. I was thinking of something else.
Okay. We lost him. Woo! Wah! I have to replace him. Okay.
I have to. I'm going to take these clips and make sure he sees it and
Oh,
get
no.
the Klar's thumbs up of approval.
I don't think he'd give that to me. He definitely wouldn't.
I think he will.
But man, Ziol, I mean, he's had that PMGC experience in the past, right? And we've expected him to pop off in these matches.
Yep.
And the thing is, the threat, we know they could get those eliminations. 7, as he stated, now they're getting placement points, they're surviving more. That is the exact kind of setup you want heading into tomorrow. If they can continue this kind of playstyle, tomorrow is going to be a field day for them.
Yeah, and for Alpha 7, I was talking about how Revo, Mafioso were putting up numbers. Korea as well. It's good to see that setup is right there. Look at this.
Points.
Dang. But DX being able to push up all the way to 2nd place when they started off the day in 8th place. That is a huge day for them, and IHC as well. But IHC tomorrow, when we come back, I want to see those placement points. You can see it right there. The only team right now within the top 6 with 0 chicken dinners.
Exactly. But they had the most eliminations in this entire lobby, in the most experienced, strongest lobby we've ever had in PUBG Mobile. They are still able to frag out like this. This is really a testament to how strong they can be as a team. But S2G, I know you to look down there very far. 8th place, 61 points, tied with the 9th place team.
Yeah. You're looking right now at where the points are. 114 points for 1st place. They got 61. You expect them to get more points. You need to double your points tomorrow pretty much, if you want to even have a chance. Unless if Alpha 7 are having a bad day, which I don't expect them to have.
It's possible. It's honestly, with Alpha 7, it's possible because
I challenge you.
I defy you to tell me I'm wrong.
He's getting on their train.
Please don't.
No, but that's a good point that Max brings up. Like, there's technically a cutoff point we're starting to hit now, right?
Oh, yeah,
61 points. They'd have to at least double, like you said, because assuming Alpha 7 doesn't really get too many points beyond that, it's going to be possible for you guys at home, though. We do have the PMGC play party kicking off right after we finish things off here. You can head over to Face It and check out the PMGC play party, and where the top 500 have will be winning their own choice of 154,000 UC.
Yep.
A lot of money to win. Also, Infinix GT10 Pro. We're just blasting. We're machine getting through all these. This is smartphone provider here at PMGC 2023. Born for Xavier.
That was SG.
I was pointing the stage, not to a team in particular.
Looking a bit different.
We're talking about SG. I actually enjoy that he's doing that right now, hyping up the crowd. We saw some actual fans leave because of the performance today from S2G. We gotta mention it. I mean, but it's in good spirits because that's something that we were kind of asking them at the beginning of the tournament. how is it affecting you having the fans here? Do you think it's going to put more pressure on you? They were saying, no, it's not going to put us more pressure on us. The way that we're acting today, it definitely looked like it wasn't the case, but it's good to see him coming out, giving the fans some support as well as they've been able to give them support. Tomorrow, though, as much as I hate to say this, I don't think they're going to be able to go back-to-back championships.
I think it's done, to be honest. Like, doubling your points on the final day, on the third of the matches left in this tournament, when Alpha 7 are so consistent. 4MV, Dig Xavier keep bringing points on board every single match. I feel like right now the cutoff would be around 6th place right now. If you're in the top 6, you have a chance for the trophy. Outside of that, I think it's done.
On that note, by the way, about SUG being in high spirits, I mean, there's only, this is like an experience of a lifetime for them, right?
Yeah.
You only get to do this once, if ever once, to play in a major tournament in front of your hometown, your crowd, your people. And they're enjoying every moment of it, as you can see. I mean, yeah, they're in high spirits, even though they're kind of in low placings. They're still going for it.
Hopefully they continue to finish in high spirits, even if they do end up realizing that they're not going to be able to become the champions.
And then we're going to have John and Blank representing the UK in next year's PMGC, so it's going to happen again.
The Cup's going home one way or another.
They're going to get disappointed because I don't know of any UK teams around anymore or any really good UK players. But you know what? That's going to be it from us for now. We're going to head down to the stage with an interview with Carrillo from Alpha 7.
Ooh.
Welcome back to the main stage where we are joined by Carrillo from Alpha 7 Esports. I've been working on my pronunciation. I don't know if you guys know. But we've got to first of all talk about yesterday. You ended up in 2nd place and you've had a really strong day 1 and a really strong day 2 as well. So what were you discussing with your team or changing coming into day 2?
Bom, vocês tiveram um primeiro dia muito bom, terminaram em 2º lugar. Hoje foi bom também, terminando em 1º. O que vocês discutiram de ontem para hoje? Quais foram as estratégias adaptadas?
Dünden bugüne oyununuzda birçok şey değişti. Bu değişiklikler sizi 2. sıradan liderliğe taşıdı. Stratejilerinizde ne gibi değişiklikler oldu?
Bom, eu acredito que a gente tenha tido rendimento pouco razoável ontem. Não foi bom, também não foi ruim. A gente conseguiu a 2ª posição, a gente conseguiu ficar no topo. Mas ontem mesmo à noite a gente sentou juntos e conversamos para melhorar tudo que a gente podia. A gente conversou bastante e para não errar. A gente queria chegar hoje, não errar nem um pouco, errar o menos possível para conseguir mais pontuação e assim se manter no topo, que é muito difícil na PMGC.
So yesterday I believe we did reasonably well. We didn't want to finish 2nd. We actually did. So late last night we started talking, discussed a lot what we needed to do to make as little mistakes as possible today, and we believe we did improve, but we want to go even further.
Dünkü oyunlarımızda 2. bitirmeyi istemiyorduk fakat bitirdik. Takım arkadaşlarımızla çok tartıştıktan sonra stratejimizi bugüne yönelik odakladık ve bugün liderlik koltuğuna oturduk. Bu şekilde yarın da devam edeceğiz.
Well, a couple of things to take note of for sure. First of all, it seems like Sanhok is your map, that is for sure. And also an incredible individual performance so far from yourself, so GG's for that. But let's take our minds back slightly to the group stage. Since then, what have you been working on to just make sure that you stay this consistent throughout the competition? Because it's been really impressive so far.
Bom, tudo indica que Sanhok é da Alpha 7, é o mapa no qual vocês performaram melhor e você especificamente performou muito bem. E quais foram as mudanças e as adaptações feitas da fase de grupos até agora para chegar nesse nível?
Mükemmel oyunun için seni ve takımını çok tebrik ediyorum. Grup maçlarına dönecek olursak, grup maçlarından itibaren stratejilerinizde ne gibi değişiklikler sağladınız? Özellikle Sanhok haritası sizin haritanız gibi görünüyor. Bu konudaki tutarlı bir puan kazanmanız, hanenize puanını yazdırmanızda ne gibi stratejiler etkin oldu?
Bom, Sanhok a gente até brinca internamente que é um dos nossos piores mapas. A gente não vinha tendo bom desempenho em Sanhok e eu acredito que a gente foi bem agora nesses 2 Sanhoks que teve porque a gente realmente se dedicou muito e a gente treinou bastante. A gente treinou muito para estar aqui, principalmente. E acho que a gente mereceu as 2 vitórias porque a gente soube realmente jogar o mapa. Então, a gente treinou por isso.
So actually, internally we believe Sanhok is our worst map, and between the group stage and now, we trained a lot. We busted to get here and to do the best performance possible in this map and in everything else that we did. So I believe the results today are results of our own work.
Grup maçlarından bu yana takımımızla stratejilerimizi yeniledik ve sanok haritası üzerinde çok yoğunlaştık. Bununla ilgili çok fazla eğitim yaptık ve kendimizi geliştirdik. Aynı şekilde devam etmeyi düşünüyoruz. Bu bize galibiyeti getirecek.
I'd like to just quickly touch on tomorrow as well, because obviously it's the final day. You guys, Alpha 7, you've been so close every year in, year out at PMGC. Is this year finally your year? Let's speak it into existence.
Bom, última pergunta. Vocês sempre estão muito próximos, todos os mundiais, vocês chegam muito perto dali. Esse é o ano que vocês realmente vão conseguir?
Yarın PMGC 2023'ün son günü olacak. Bu konuda kupayı siz bu sene kaldırabileceğinizi düşünüyor musunuz? Kupa bu sene sizin olacak mı?
Bom, eu acredito que a gente esteja esperando que a vontade de Deus seja feita. Lógico que a gente sempre quer vir jogar com o GC e ganhar. No ano passado a gente ficou top 3, não foi o que a gente queria, mas a gente ficou mesmo assim feliz e agradecido pelo resultado. E a gente espera que esse ano possa ser diferente e a gente possa trazer o título para o Brasil.
So personally, we believe that God's will prevail. We did the best we could last year. We unfortunately finished third. It wasn't our objective, but today we're working for the best possible scenario, and that's actually winning. We'll keep striving, and hopefully we'll get that.
Geçen yılki şampiyonada 3. sırada bitirdik. Ne kadar hak etmediğimizi düşünsek de. Bu yıl için çok hazırlandık, çok çalıştık. Bütün eğitimlerimizi buna odakladık ve yarınki son gün maçlarında da bu şekilde devam edip kupayı kazanacağız.
Kirill, thank you so much for joining us on stage for your post-match interview. It's been absolutely phenomenal to see what you and the rest of your team have been able to achieve so far. But again, tomorrow is where the hard work really begins, and we can't wait to see what you guys bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You can now exit to the side of the stage. And with that, day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships comes to an end. What an absolutely fantastic time we've had so far. And we only got, 6 more matches until we crown our champion. I would just like to say a huge thank you to everyone who puts in all this hard work to put this show together. It's been absolutely phenomenal so far. Thank you to production, and thank you to all of the talent. You've been absolutely fantastic up to this point. And also, thank you so much to the players. Tomorrow, we've got 6 more matches for you guys, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant. And of course, to all the fans, both at home and right here in Istanbul, thank you for watching and supporting your favourite teams. My name is Barney Banks, and we'll see you tomorrow. But for now, let's head back to the desk to round out the day.
Well, to round out the day, I think the quickest way to say S2G, not so good. Alpha 7, D Xavier, IHC, 4 America vibes, good.
Very good.
That's a quick TLDR if you guys didn't watch today, but as you can see here, Jules, 24 eliminations, leading in damage, limbs, not quite assists, because you know what? If he's going to get a knock, he's going to do a max fan and confirm it.
My eliminations. Yeah. That's the sound I make when I get it. But he's going to be MVP. What a surprise! Oh my, okay, he's been popping off actually. Survival time a little bit lower, but he makes that time count, 7. That's the most important thing. When he's alive, he's popping off.
He is, and I mean, with that survival time, it goes for the whole team, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it's around the same. Obviously, it's going to probably be a little bit lower, but tomorrow for this team, I feel like a broken record. They need to work on those placement points. Honestly, if they don't end up getting a chicken dinner, I don't feel like this team can actually become champions. They need to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I would love it if tomorrow they end up winning with like 120 eliminations and barely get any placement points just to prove us wrong. Like, we can become champions with 300 elims or something.
I like his team contribution, by the way, 22%. The MVP of the day, 22%. 4 players, 25% would be the average. But that's showing that everyone else on the team is playing well as well. Not to obviously give him all the credit, but that means IHC as a whole is playing good.
I think Demo was a very clear outlier when we look back on the league stage, but I do agree. It just seemed like all the players are putting in the work. Of course, some players tend to die early, but even as a duo, the two other players pick up the slack of the team. They are able to put the work forward to survive and get more eliminations. So, I mean, they're looking like the whole package.
We saw it there at the end as well.
Is that a CCT call?
Maybe.
Oh?
Okay, no, they
no,
didn't
no,
place
no, no,
points.
no, let him come down. Don't curse any teams. But we even saw it there at the end, right? On the final Miramar, when we saw Godless being able to be super confident against FaZe Clan, willing to take those fights and being able to, in a way, move outside of the cover that he had on and take those shots over the player that was on top of the hill, on top of the mountain as well.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being with you back on the desk for another day, but we still have 1 day left to go until we can, as Banks said, crown our champion here at PMGC 2023. We're going to be here at the same time, the same place. Make sure you guys tune in, because we're going to find out who takes home the title of the best in the world. We'll see you then.